Hello, welcome into the Dean Withers Show. This is the 403rd episode for everybody connecting. I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. We have a lot to go over today. Now, if you're new here, if you've never been here before, well, you're in for a treat. Why? Well, we spend 4 hours a day debating Trump supporters, trying to change their minds to hopefully get more people to leave that terrible MAGA cult, because I think Trump is the worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 8, 18, or 80, all right? And now, the last 2 days, admittedly, have been rough, okay? No joke, I've been ending my streams super duper tired, just ready to like slump over and take a nap on the couch while I watch a movie, because the people have been terrible. I mean, it's been getting to like a level of like verbal abuse with these animals as of recently. So I am hoping that the stream today goes a little bit better than it has the last couple of days. I think it's the full moon. I think the full moon has been doing something. I'm just joking. It's just been a mess. That's MAGA. Now, before we start the debates, I always like to try to go over the breaking news. What's the breaking news of today? Well, Donald Trump had an unexpected quote-unquote medical emergency during his visit to Florida. He made an unplanned visit to his local dentist. Do we know what happened at the dentist? Absolutely not. Now, Bush's doctor, his name is Dr. R, something that starts with an R, Rayner, I believe, Dr. Rayner. Now, Dr. Rayner has told us that that is super atypical. It's out of the ordinary for the president to ever have a medical visit, especially outside of the doctors, on-site at the White House, especially for dentistry needs. That's not on the public planned day-to-day events of the president. So we don't know what this means. Does this mean that this could be Donald Trump having a medical emergency? Well, I mean, according to a lot of people on the internet, and possibly speculation as shared with us by Dr. Rainier, who was Bush's doctor, possibly. Right? So we'll have to keep up to date with what the hell is going on with Trump. It's definitely an interesting occurrence for him to break his daily schedule to go see a doctor in Florida when we usually see if the president needs to go to the dentist, they go to their on-site dentist at the White House, and it's on the schedule months in advance. Now, another thing is, this was also shared to us by Dr. Rayner, is that Donald Trump hasn't gotten his annual physical for 2026 yet. Now, usually he'll get an annual physical, and then the results of that physical will be shared publicly. This is just the way that it's gone for presidents. But apparently for Trump in 2026, it isn't. Now, this is also drawing on a lot of speculation from a potential colonoscopy bag that was pictured on Donald Trump's right side in a photo of him taken from his 60 Minutes interview after the Correspondents' Dinner had a potential shooting. This is coming after bruises seen on both of his hands. It looks like the mental and physical health of the president is in decline. Now, that's the news for today. We're going to go ahead and hop into the debates. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box. Their name's Jenna. Jenna, take it away. Tell us why you are MAGA.
Well, I was basically saying, like, I like the, stuff that he's doing with immigration.
Sorry. God? That's
No,
just
it's
me
okay.
loading up my own stream.
I like the stuff that he did with, like, the stuff he's doing with immigration, because I feel like illegal immigration is bad for our country. And also, like, I feel like he's gonna boost the economy. Like, you know, he ran on Ronald Reagan's whole campaign thing, and Ronald Reagan put in a lot of, like, job opportunities for people. I think there's, like 20 million something job opportunities, but I feel like we just have to wait out the economic benefits that are gonna come from his presidency. Like, also the war in Iran, he's fighting to open up oil, which is a necessity in the United States, and also the post-war economy, I feel like, is going to be good.
Okay, we're going to go front to back. So we're going to start with the most recent thing that you just said. You just said that he's fighting to open up oil through the war in Iran. No, the war in Iran that he started closed down the global oil market. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz oversaw 20% of the world's daily what? I'm sorry, you just interrupted me.
Wait, sorry, no, wait, continue. Sorry, my bad. I was just confused.
So you said that he was.
Continuing.
So you said that he was fighting to open up the global oil supply through the war in Iran. That couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, the war in Iran that he started, a war of choice, is what closed down the global oil market. Okay, we saw that the Strait of Hormuz overseas around 20% of the world's daily global oil production. That was free flowing just fine prior to February 28th. He starts a war with him. Then in response, Iran shuts it down.
Oh, oh shit. Well, well, I don't know. I feel like not well,
Also,
not a
you
lot of.
brought up the economy. You said that he might be good for the economy and the job market. The job market's toast. Last year, we had the most layoffs since the pandemic, the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010.
Well, that was last. Well, how was Biden's? Like,
Oh, much better. The
in
jobs
terms of.
report in 2024 was great. We had one 50-year historical low level of unemployment. We saw increasing jobs every month. We saw increasing investment into manufacturing every month. Things were looking up and pointing in a positive direction. Trump walks into office and everything is flipped on its head.
Oh, also, wait. I also wanted to ask a question because I was on the last live stream and actually I got a little like shocked when I got in first because I didn't expect to get in so early because I joined uh like when you were still going through the queue and like last night you were on with that Texas guy for like an hour or something odd and he was talking about I don't know but I was curious because you were also talking to the guy who also said something about post-war economy and you said post-war economy is only temporarily beneficial and I just wanted you to elaborate on that.
Sure, after you respond to my counter arguments to the reasons that you gave insofar as why you support Trump, I'd happily elaborate on why
Well,
post
also I said
why war is only good for some economies in some circumstances in the short term, not the long term. But that's completely irrelevant to why you support Trump as president. So please respond to the reasons that I shared. You said that he's
well
fighting from a global oil supply that couldn't be further from the truth. He's reducing the global oil supply by going to war in Iran, which shut down the Strait of Hormuz. You said that he's fighting for a better economy through creating new jobs that are going to be further from the truth. Job creation is the worst it's been since the early 2000s,
Well,
ignoring
no, because
recessions. Please respond to all those points.
people are gonna get job opportunities once because even though the war, like maybe I don't agree with why he started the war, but like even so, like the war and like the military, like everybody's gonna be creating like these military weapons, and it's gonna create new job opportunities for people to be. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, because you're just giving like a pro-Hitler argument. Let's just get a leader who goes and kills people and starts wars, so then we could pay Americans to build bombs to kill children.
Well,
Okay,
no,
but I
not
mean
like
that's not the outcome
that.
that we see because guess what? We already fund our military $1 trillion per year. We already have the military equipment and stock required in order to sustain a longer-term war because of how much money we've been spending on it annually. And we see that the economy's only gotten worse since the start of this war. And there's something particular about starting wars with countries that either are in the Middle East or have allies surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, why? Because that's where a lot of the world's global oil supply comes from. We started the war in Iran. Sorry, we started the war in Vietnam. What happened? Okay, we didn't see resurgence of American productivity in our marketplace. No, we saw the highest increase in gas ever because then Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other OPEC plus countries stopped selling oil to us. So our market was cooked. And we see something similar today because Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz, preventing
Well,
20% of the world's daily oil supply from reaching the market. So even if you were right that starting a war would bring about the golden era of the American economy, like I said, that's just a pro-Hitler argument. But you're wrong, and that's been
not.
empirically
Well,
demonstrated
that
through the
is
outcomes
such
that
a
we've seen over the course of the
crazy
last 2.5
jump to
months.
make. That is such a crazy jump to make, saying I'm pro Hitler. Because,
I said it's a
like,
pro-Hitler argument, wanting to make money off of killing people.
yeah, but I don't want to make money off of killing people.
Then you wouldn't vote for a president
There's
to start a war just so we would then need people to build the bombs to kill the
no.
children in that war.
Oh my gosh, bro. Like, also, I said something about like another point I made, I don't know if you heard it, but I also said like closing, like stopping, like regulating illegal immigration and stuff. And like maybe the war isn't okay, but also like freaking so many other like democratic presidents too, like Obama was like he would you would see like he didn't have a good, like they didn't like him because of deportation either. He was called like mass deporter and freaking chief or whatever. And the clip of that like one kid who's like 4 years old in court, that didn't come from like, people use it for anti-Trump, but it came from like way before.
Okay, so do you just concede all of the arguments that you made outside of mass deportation?
um I guess I'll because I'm open to criticizing like the person that I support, but like I guess I'll take out that argument about the war.
Okay, about the
Yeah.
war and the economy, by the way. So now let's just
Yeah.
go to mass deportation. What is one quantifiable
Well,
positive
wait,
outcome?
maybe not the economy, because he literally went to Fordham. Like Trump went to Fordham, so he has to know what he went to Fordham for finance and commerce. So
The hell's
why
Fordham?
would Fordham University?
He went to UPenn.
No, wait. No, I lied. Sorry, I meant UPenn.
Okay.
Sorry, I
So
was
just
looking.
so just because somebody has a degree in economics doesn't make them intelligent or doesn't make them knowledgeable about economics. Listen, I only went to college for 2 years, but I mean I learned this in my 2 years at university that there are a shit ton of dumbasses that will get degrees just because maybe they have just enough
Yeah,
work
someone in
ethic
chat
to
said he
push them.
started at Fordham. He started at Fordham. That's why I messed it up. He transferred.
Do you mean Wharton?
No, he started at Fordham and then he transferred. Sorry, that was unrelated.
I don't even know what Fordham is.
It's
No,
just it was a university.
I think that he started at Wharton, at the Wharton School of Business at UPenn.
Okay, wait, sorry, that's off topic. You can continue
I think that you're just
talking.
confusing Wharton for Fordham.
Yeah,
Wharton.
but
Wharton is how
sorry,
you
that has
pronounce
nothing
it.
to do with anything, so you can just keep talking.
Just because you have a degree doesn't make you intelligent. There are a lot of dumbasses with degrees. Why? Because you don't need to be intelligent to have enough work ethic to do homework and study for tests. Or to have the money to spend on private tutors or the university experience
That's
in
a
the
lot
first
of like
place.
assumptions to make about it, though. That's
That's
a lot.
not an
That's
assumption.
a lot.
Anybody that's ever gone to school knows this.
Yeah, but you're assuming that he was like bad.
Oh, that's
in
not
his-
an assumption. I know that he's unintelligent, or else he wouldn't be saying that windmills cause cancer. You could inject bleach to fight the pandemic, and we can nuke hurricanes to send them off course.
Well,
And he wouldn't be basically imposing tariffs on every single one of our allies and the rest of the world for illegally in violation of the Constitution.
he's just trying
with an
to fix the
expectation that it's going to help
economy,
the economy for it just to
He's
destroy
trying
it.
to fix the economy.
Well, yeah, this is another argument for why he's unintelligent then, because his course of action to make the economy better just sent us back to the worst jobs report
Well,
since 03
no, tariffs
and
help the
3.4%
economy,
inflation
though.
in a singular month.
Tariffs can help the economy in
Do
our
tariffs
businesses
always help the
here.
economy?
Not always, but they can.
Okay, so there's
Like,
some ways that you can implement tariffs in which are detrimental to the market?
I guess.
Yeah, that's the way that Donald Trump did it. The way that you could implement tariffs in which could be beneficial to the economy in limited circumstances would be so when you do them under a limited scope predicated on the expectation of economic outcomes that you could project via the implementation of the tariff. What did Trump do? Okay, he didn't implement tariffs on a limited scope. He literally imposed tariffs on every other country in the world. And these weren't implemented based upon the projected economic outcomes. He came up with the projected economic outcomes on a daily basis. On one day, these tariffs are going to be short-term, and they're going to incentivize better trade deals with their allies. Then the next day, these tariffs are actually going to be in place for the next 10 to 15 years to incentivize companies to move back to America to manufacture here. And then what's the outcome? Decreasing manufacturing investment every single quarter that we've seen since the beginning of a second term. The tariffs have been a disaster. There's nobody that contests this. And once again, the reason why is because he's implementing them not based upon projected economic outcomes, but rather based upon his own intuition and seemings, right? Like, for instance, once the Supreme Court ruled his first round of tariffs unconstitutional, what did he do? He turned around, he found another way to impose tariffs, then he implemented them on every other country in the world. Why? Because he was angry. He like literally implements tariffs as a tool of soft power to retaliate against our institutions that hold him accountable for breaking the law, which inevitably have had terrible economic outcomes for our country as well as the countries across the earth. Like you wouldn't be able to point me towards any positive economic trend generated via the implementation of Trump's tariffs since the beginning of his second presidential administration. Every single outcome has been bad.
Oh my gosh. Like, okay, well, not every decision that a president makes is gonna be perfect, and I feel like you have to wait for his term to come to fruition to really like evaluate how he did on his presidency. Like, we might think he's doing bad now. We might think he's doing bad now, but actually, in reality, like, we're all just underestimating what he's trying to do.
Do you have any good reason to believe that he's going to do better in the future?
Well, it was like also like illegal immigration. He's also bringing a more like
no. Answer my question. Do you have any good reason to believe that he's going to do better for the economy in the future?
I feel like he listens to the people.
So the question that I'm asking you would necessitate a yes or a no. It wouldn't necessitate he's doing other conservative things or he's listening to the people. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So what is the good reason that you have to believe that he's going to do better for the economy in the future?
Because he's like one of the more like real presidents. Like, he's like down to earth. I feel like he's more likely to listen to society and the people than like Kamala or like Biden.
I could prove you wrong with one letter and one number.
What?
I could prove you wrong with one letter and one number. J6.
What?
J6. You're saying that he's willing to listen to the voice of the American people? No, J6 says otherwise. He literally tried to install himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people because he disagreed with him and he wanted to hold on to power even though the people voted him out. This irrefutably proves that he's not willing to listen to the voice of the people.
People trying to vote him out. When you're trying to vote him out and trying to like go against him, like obviously he's going to get mad because you're not even letting him finish what he's trying to do for the people, but he's going to listen to the people that are actually willing to hear him out and willing to see like what he's going to do. But if you don't listen to him, then obviously not.
Okay, so he's just going to listen to the people that bend the knee, is what you're saying. Your argument was, and I quote, he's not willing to listen to the people that disagrees, that will disagree with what he says. He's only willing to listen to the people that agree with what he says.
No, not like that, bro. Like he's gonna be upset. Like I feel like, like men just sometimes get upset when like you tell them something, but he's obviously like he's gonna get upset and like not want them to kick him out of office. Obviously,
that's only what a president would do if the president doesn't care about the voice of the American people.
No, but he doesn't. He knows that they're like.
Wow, you're really twisting yourself in pretzels here. I mean, listen to yourself. You sound stupid.
Yo.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I understand that maybe comes off as a little bit rude, but
you sound stupid.
I know you didn't, because I'm sorry, but I'm just being honest with you. You're simultaneously you're arguing that Donald Trump is willing to listen to the voice of the American people. J6 is like. One moment. J6 is literally just a steelman argument to that. The voice of the American people voted Donald Trump out of office, not only through the majority of the votes through the Electoral College, but also just through the majority of the votes in general. 82 million Americans voted for Biden. Okay, the most amount of Americans that have ever voted for a singular presidential candidate in history of this country. If you were right in arguing that Donald Trump is willing to listen to the voice of the American people, then Donald Trump would have upheld the peaceful transfer of power, okay, and he wouldn't have had his followers raid the Capitol trying to kill our congressmen and women to prevent a free and fair election, okay? He wouldn't have then called them patriots and pardoned them and let them out of jail, even those that try to kill cops, and he wouldn't have attempted to install false votes in the Electoral College in an attempt to install himself for a second term. J6 proves that Donald Trump is not willing to listen to the American people, and in response, instead of just conceding, saying, okay, Doug, clearly you're right here, Dean, okay, instead you're just trying to twist yourself in pretzels to find a way to make these two beliefs coincide and live by one another. You can't. Okay, and it's not like J6 is the only example of Donald Trump being unwilling to listen to the American people. I mean, he's even unwilling to listen to the American people that voted for him. One of the reasons that some people voted for him is because he promised no new wars. Then what does he do? He starts a new war. And it's not like you could argue, well, the American people didn't support a new war during the election, but they do now, because we see, according to a Washington Post poll, that 60% of Americans do not support the war in Iran, yet Donald Trump doesn't care, and he's continuing to go after them. He's continuing to spike prices of gas here at home in America. He's continuing to strike their oil depots, go after the innocent Iranians by bombing their elementary schools. You know, he's also now vowing for an immediate takeover of Cuba. He's threatened to invade and annex Greenland and Canada. He's given similar threats to Mexico and Colombia after actually taking control of Venezuela. It's not what the American people want. It's just simply not. And that's why right now, Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating that any president has in the history of this country at this point in their term. It's because Donald Trump is on a warpath of vengeance in accordance with his own thoughts and his own desires for his own self-interests, not the interests of the American people. And that is why he's unwilling to listen to the voices of the American people.
Okay, but like, if you like, oh my gosh, if you like, you, like, I can't go around saying like, if I were to go around saying like, oh my gosh, I am voting for Kamala or like Biden or whatever, like, people are just gonna think you're like one of those people who's like, freaking, sorry, pardon my language, like with like furries and tails, or like transgender or gay, like, and all my freaking like all the people would think, oh, you like freaking girl, and I freaking don't.
So I'd rather be a gay transgender furry than wear the red hat and call the sky red when my daddy dictator tells me to.
Oh my gosh. Don't. Oh my god. It's just like, do you really want, like, at least freaking, I don't even freaking care if it's like, you know, like, oh, you're trying to infringe people's rights. It's just freaking weird that people also, on top of all of this, they like to go into school and say, oh, you're freaking transgender. Yeah, teach kids that you should change your gender.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
You're just word spamming. You're just like literally spamming words.
Not
it's pretty
spamming
embarrassing.
words.
Yeah, you are. You're just doing like the
I'm
MAGA
not.
crash out. Like as soon as you lose the debate, you just start
I'm
talking
not
about
crashing out. I'm
transgender
literally
and gay furries.
talking.
Like we were having
I'm not,
we were
I'm
having
not
a
even
debate. We were
Yo.
having a debate about geopolitics, economic policy,
I'm
okay, and the warpath that we see the Trump administration on today. And then after I give you an irrefutable argument to prove that your position, Donald Trump cares and is willing to listen to the voices of the American people.
No,
false.
I'm
you
not.
just start
You're
saying
telling
that
me
like
that I'm
Democrats are
crashing
like
out.
gay transgender furries. Yeah,
And
like clearly are crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. Like, oh,
Okay, well then give me a better response to the argument I granted you instead of just saying that Democrats are gay transgender furries.
like,
I'd rather be a gay transgender furry than support a war that killed 160 girls with a Tomahawk missile in Iran. I'd rather be a gay transgender furry
you're
than
gay?
support a rapist as president.
you're gay.
No, I'm straight, but I'm telling you that I'd rather be a gay transgender furry, okay, than support a rapist as president. All right, like holy cow, are you kidding me?
Wait. So okay, well, the rapist stuff is like, okay, I'll respond to the other stuff, but like the rapist stuff is just weird to say because like they orchestrate that about like everyone in politics. That's just how politics work.
So what court found Joe Biden or Obama guilty of rape?
Well, the court is all freaking in on it. You don't know who in the politics is pedophiles and rapists, or who in the politics is freaking normal.
Okay, well that's quite the conspiracy theory. Do you have any evidence to demonstrate that the nine randomly selected jurors? Okay, do you have any evidence to demonstrate that the 9 randomly selected jurors by Donald Trump's own legal appointments in the civil court that inevitably held him liable for rape were all quote unquote in on it? Because that's quite the wild conspiracy theory.
That's just how it works when you're in politics. There's freaking people like.
Can you prove it, please?
Bet you can't. Like, I bet you can't actually like look up the people who were like announcing the stuff. I bet you can't actually look up their names or any of the people involved because they're all actors. They're all actors.
I don't even know what she's saying.
They're all actors. Like the
Okay,
people.
can you prove it, please?
Yo, can I prove it? Just try and look up the people who were actually
People
like
who
telling them off
actually
in
denounce
court.
who
Try and look it
told
up.
them off in court. What?
Try and look it up. Try and look up the people who were actually there.
The
There's not going to be
people?
actual names that pop up. Why are you repeating me?
Because I'm
Like,
trying
as
to make
if I'm
sense
saying
of what
something
the
dumb.
hell you're saying. So, okay, I can name a person who told him off in court. E. Jean Carroll. That was the woman who he raped, who then was
He's an
able to
actor.
successfully prove
Oh,
it.
she's an actor.
Then prove
Yo,
it.
because you don't see her anywhere except the fact that she's freaking been diddled by Donald Trump. Like, you don't
She
see
worked.
her
She
anywhere
worked as
else.
a. Yes, you do. She worked as a public
No,
journalist.
you don't.
She worked as a
Yeah,
public journalist
that's so
for a
easy to
major
orchestrate.
for 25 years before she pursued charges against Donald Trump. For 20 years before he ran for president.
Did you see her though? Like, did you see her in this like job, or is it like
yes.
like does
Yeah,
anyone actually see her
I
doing
personally
this stuff, or
know
is it
her.
just
I
you put her
personally
name on
know
stuff?
her niece.
Don't.
She's literally just fucking crashing out. All right, bro. We're just gonna move on to the next guest because we just fucking broke her brain. Okay, but for that last guest, guys, please.
Nobody likes you. You're an awful person. Nobody likes you. 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 Nobody likes you.
Can you find
That's it.
somebody else to be obsessed with?
I'm not obsessed with you. I actually
Yeah,
like
you
legitimately
literally-
want you like out of the country. Like I do not like you.
You ran a 5-hour live stream about me today, and you only ended it to get in the queue to join my live stream. You're
What was
clearly
it
obsessed with
again?
me.
Because it was advocating to get you out of the country.
Yeah, you're clearly obsessed with me.
If I was obsessed with you, I'd want you in the country, not out. So again, like you're using this terminology, you don't even know what it means.
I think that we see a lot of like parasocial obsessiveness inevitably turn into like some disdain. Like, have you ever heard of like obsessive fans of like celebrities?
Nobody's obsessed
Not calling
with you.
myself
If
a
I was a-
celebrity, by the way, that like end up like stalking them and
I
like
was a
trying to kill
fan,
them.
I would want you to stay in the country. Do you think I want you to stay in the country? Yes or no?
Well, I think when the obsessive interests
No.
are ultimately like denied
God.
by like the person who's being obsessed over, then the obsessive interests will turn into this more dark and sadistic variant of an obsession that like has led to like for example like attempts on the lives of people in the past. Like a good example would be like Livy Dunn. Funny enough, she had like a super obsessive fan that would like try to pay her for like feet pics, and like inevitably she just never responded to this idiot because he was crazy. So then this very obsessive idiot then tried to show up at her house to kill her.
Number one, I would never want to show up at your house because I would never.
I don't think you're at that level, but you exist in like the same realm of obsessive.
That's disgusting of you to say. Because number one, I would never even go anywhere near where you are because that's just a crime on its own. Number two, I just like you think that like people that want you out of the country are obsessed with you. It's actually quite the opposite.
Well, I mean, the lady who killed Selena wanted her out of the world, and she was very clearly obsessed with Selena.
Well, that's her problem because I don't like you, Dean. Like you
Yeah,
always
I'm
like
just
to misconstrue my words.
demonstrating.
No, thank
that
you. You always like to misconstrue
this
my
obsessive
words.
parasocial, these obsessive parasocial proclivities, very easily like turn into hate.
Yeah, I don't like you. I hate you. I thought you already knew that.
I know. Yet you run what, a 5-hour live stream per,
To spread awareness because you're an awful.
telling like random, like for instance, today you were co-hosting with some random dude from Pakistan, okay, who didn't speak English, and you were telling this random dude from Pakistan who didn't speak English that Dean Withers needs to be deported, and you just fucking kept on repeating it to him, even though he didn't speak English. He didn't understand what you're saying, so you just like continued to try to like tell him
just
in
looked
English,
like that he
a
was kind
language
of
he didn't
understanding.
speak, that
That's
Dean
why I
Withers
kinda spoke it-
needs to be deported.
That's why I kind of spoke it like slower.
Like,
So you can...
just, dude. Oh my God, what a mess. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. She's literally insane. All right, let's go to get the next guest coffee hippie loaded up into the box, folks. We're going to go to put those rules up in the middle of the phone screen. Make sure if you're inside of that queue that you're 18 plus American MAGA, please, and thank you for all the rules. Here we go, folks. Here we go, everybody. Only up inside of that queue if you were MAGA. Oh, God, she's nuts. Okay, all right. Who's next, folks? Who's next? We got PS going, loading up into the box, trying to find that next guest here, folks. We're going to try our best. Blue Girl, god damn, it is good to see you today. Thank you so much for that unicorn fantasy, as always. Blue Girl, you've been watching for like the last week or two. You've been very kind to me every single day. Just know that I really appreciate you. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Care Beer, for the $10. They didn't leave a message, just the love. Thank you. Let's show some love to Care down below. Skibbity with a $12 says, I like you, Dean. Here's $12. Thank you, Skibbity. Let's get 120 Skibbity W's, as well as Mary. Thank you for the $5. Shout out to you. Welcome in. PS, do you support Trump?
Yo,
PS,
Dean, what's up, man?
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, man? You
man.
see it? Did you watch it?
Did I watch what?
You gotta watch PSG versus Bayern on Wednesday, bro.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Nah, I was just letting you know you gotta
came
watch
up
it,
here
bro.
to talk about some sports game. Got it. Moving on to the next guest. Band. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Their name is Ray67 Queen. We got a couple people to thank here over on Venmo. Thank you, Matthew, for the $10, who says, so happy to support you. Keep up the good work. Matthew, you are coming in here with like an incredibly kind message nearly every single day. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 100 Matthew W's and 300 Anna Sophia W's down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you, Anna Sophia. Anna Sophia with the $30 says, so that last lady that you debated said that she'd rather be MAGA mindlessly supporting an awful person because she's afraid that other people would call her gay. What? Dude, she was nuts. Honestly, I think that she could have been trolling. But if she was trolling, she was like very clearly good at it. Which makes me maybe believe her. I don't know. But I appreciate you for the $30, Anna Sophia. As always, it's good to see you. And thank you so much for the continued love and support. You are awesome. Welcome in. What's up, Tilly? Do you support Trump?
I just want to say one thing before you kick me off.
I'm sorry, you can't even say one thing before I ban you because we are enforcing the rules hard as fuck today. We got Dictator Dean. Okay, out today. Dictator Dean is in the building. All right? I'm going full blown authoritarian. You are getting banned if you break the rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump or are you banned? Bratty, you have 5 seconds to respond to me before my mods blow up your house. She's not here. We're gonna move on to the next guest, folks. We got Divine Brat loading in. Hey, thank you so much, S, for the $30 donation over on Venmo. S, you are fantastic. Thank you for the love, S. S with the $30 says, thank you for always speaking highly of the black community and always defending the Muslim community. Keep up the amazing work. Listen, S, I appreciate you so much for the $30. Please show some love to S down below. I do think that Muslim Americans, especially like black and brown Muslim Americans, are under an unprecedented attack in this nation. Well, actually, no, not unprecedented, because we saw what happened after 9/11, so not unprecedented. But it's really getting bad. You know, I hate to see you know, the terribly atrocious and terribly prejudiced arguments that we do, even from like congressmen on the right against Muslims. Like Randy Fine, he's a congressman from Florida. He said verbatim that he thinks Muslims are like worse than dogs. Right? Like, that's terribly atrocious rhetoric. So, yeah, I mean, of course, I do want to spend a lot of time in this live fighting back against that nonsense. Welcome in, Boa. Do you support Trump?
Sure, yeah.
How old are you?
28.
What year were you born in?
1998.
And what time is it?
3:35.
Oh, wow. What state are you in?
Man, that's none of your business, bro.
I mean, I could reduce it down to a little bit of Wyoming, Colorado, and a little bit of Texas. I think. Maybe there's another state north. Whatever.
There's another state around there, yeah.
All right, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna thank a couple more people, then I'll pass that mic to you.
Remember
A little
what
bit
you
of
were saying
Arizona.
to that one girl about you're like, she's an obsessive fan. She just did a 5-hour live stream about you.
Yeah.
She's like on the verge of like being a murderer or whatever.
This is where you turn around on me and you
A
say that I'm doing the
stalker,
same thing about
murderer.
Trump, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how did I know the argument that you're going to make? Well, because I considered that when I was telling that to her. Now, here's a big difference, okay? The reason why it doesn't make me an obsessive nut job to spend 4 hours of my day talking about Donald Trump is because he's the president of the United States of America, and he's using the most powerful position available to any human alive to ruin the lives of millions of Americans, regardless of it's taking their access to healthcare away, taking access to abortion away, taking access to food stamps away, reducing the purchasing power of half of the country, demonizing, I don't know, millions of Muslims across the world, illegally deporting immigrants to be tortured in another country or dropping tomahawks on girls' elementary schools. Okay, like clearly this is a level of wrongness in which would necessitate people to be publicly outspoken even for 4 hours a day in an attempt to get more people on board with a material plan to end that madness by hopefully voting for people come midterms to hold them accountable. But you couldn't attribute any of those characteristics to me. The reason why she runs her 5-hour lives is just because of her obsessiveness, just because of her unfounded hatred for a man sticking up for what's right.
Okay, for sure.
So why do you support
Kanye
Trump?
for president.
Okay, all right. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Rosie joining in. And hey, thank you, Aaron. Sorry, not Aaron. Thank you, Lee, for the $2. I appreciate you so much, Lee. Huge shout out to you. And Serena, thank you for the $20 donation, who says, so good to see you. Hope the stream goes good. Missed yesterday because I was at my college graduation. Dude, I'm so proud of you, Serena. That is awesome. I have a lot of friends who graduated yesterday. I'm so proud of them, and I'm so proud of you. Let's get 200 Serena W's. I wish you the very best of luck in your future. You are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Rosie?
We are Charlie Cook.
And you are banned! Fuck, I can't hit that high note like you. Whatever. Moving on to the next guest. We got SC loaded up into the box right now. Yo, thank you, Carolyn, for the $20 donation on PayPal. Carolyn with the $20 did not attach a message. Just sent that love right on through. That is CAROLYN. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Show some love to Carolyn down below. We got SC loading in, but it doesn't look like they're connecting. We also got Daniel loading in. And Alexandria, thank you so much for the $25 donation, who says, I think I sent the same amount of money for the amount that Jenna guest said frickin' total word salad and ignorance on her end. Oh, yeah, Jenna was a total word salad. She was a mess. Thank you for the $25, Alexandria. Let's get to it at 50 Alexandria W's while we're still looking for the next Trump supporter. Daniel, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Fuck Israel, fuck Jews, fuck you, Dean.
Okay, so Daniel, you are what we call a prejudice freak. So it's a good thing to be against Israel, but it's a bad thing to then be against all Jewish people, because in fact that just gives more power to the state of Israel, right? Anti-Semitism is wrong on its own, okay? But anti-Semitism is even worse today because now it's being used by a genocidal state to continue on their warpath of tyranny and destruction. You legit have zero fucking brain cells, and I want you to know that. There is such a big issue with these 14-year-old boys like Daniel hopping on the internet saying that they love Hitler and that Jewish people suck. And we need to do something about it. And hopefully, you know, the way to go about fixing this issue is just to advocate for a little bit of critical thought surrounding these important issues. Guys, we have been live for 43 minutes now. We've only found one Trump supporter to debate. The Trump supporters are so clearly running today. They are so scared of debating me, you guys, because I shit on their worldview. There is no hope for any of the MAGA guests who join my live. They are fucked from the get-go. And hopefully we'll be able to prove that today, but maybe we won't because we can't find anybody who's tough enough to come up here and have a conversation. So let's go ahead and try to load in that next guest right now. Eric, I appreciate you for the fireworks. You were awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How old are you? Well,
All
okay,
right.
you're of age.
I was born in the Bronx, New York, and I'm not a Trump supporter, but I'm going to let you know something, you know?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can't let me know anything. We are looking for Trump supporters, and Trump supporters only. Everybody else will be banned. Moving on to the next guest, April Scotts. Chloe, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, who says, hello from Chloe and Jess again. Thank you for the Sunday night stream, Dean. Shout out to you and Jess. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. Show some love to Chloe and Jess down below for the 20. April, do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, yeah, you can't let me know anything. We are looking
Okay, they're like legitimately like a minute and a half behind in the stream, so we're just gonna ban them. We got Abby loading up in. Still looking for that next guest here, guys. It's proven to be quite the struggle. Hey, over on Venmo, Maddie, thank you for the $15 donation. Who says love you, buddy? Thank you for all that you do. Love you too, Maddie. I hope that you enjoyed the debate debates today, given that we actually can find one. Right now, we are very clearly struggling, but I appreciate you for the donation in the meantime. Show some love to Maddie down below while we get Susan Smith loading up in here. Same thing to you, Stefan. That is Stefan. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Stefan, you are the GOAT. Brother, that is so much money. That I do not deserve that much love, my friend. I want to see 1,000 Stefan W's because that is legitimately insane. Thank you so much, Stefan. Stefan with the 100 big ones. That is nuts. Says, hey, Dean, I know the past couple of days have been full of crazies, but thank you as always for what you do. You're the best, and we love you. Keep fighting the good fight. Stefan, you have been watching for a while now, and you've been so fucking kind to me. Just know that I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. You're the fucking GOAT, man. W's to Stefan down below in that comment section, because that is like crazy. That is beyond kind. W's to you. Susan Smith, welcome into Sport Trump.
Please never stop silencing these MAGA mutts. We love you.
Okay, well, I hope that's your alt account because it's banned. We're banning it. We're seriously banning everybody who breaks the rules. Just because we're really struggling to find debates. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
No, I do not support Trump.
Okay, then Kara, you unfortunately are banned. I don't know. Everybody thinks that they're going to get a different response, but then they never do. Hey, Harvey, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, use this to get treats for Momo. Sure will, Harvey. Thank you for the $20. Let's get to it at Harvey W's. I'm doing all right. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
What's your name, hon?
My name is Dean. Do you support Trump?
I don't support... I'm a little bit weird, Dean. I don't really... I'm really like more green, a little bit conservative. But I will say this. I don't support... I'm not MAGA or whatever that is. Make America great again or whatever.
I gotta ask you, if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who'd you vote for?
I'm almost 50, baby. Slow it down a little bit for me. What'd you say? If the election
was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
Who is Harris? Oh, Kamala?
Yeah, Kamala. Yeah.
Neither.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I clearly wish that your answer to that question would be Harris, but right now we're looking for people who'd answer Trump to that question. Let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box, folks. We're trying our best out here, but nobody's joining. That's MAGA. Welcome in, Brandon. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I want to say I love you. See you.
Banned, Brandon. Moving on to TBD. Fucking hell, what is going on, bro? This is wild. This is crazy, you guys. This is getting a little nuts. We're getting close to an hour of this, guys. We're getting close to an hour of this, everybody. Trenton, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Hey man, my sister does. I was just wondering.
Are you with your sister right now?
I am not with her exactly.
All right, yeah, it's either Trump supporter on the mic or banned for right now. I apologize if I'm coming off as pretty rough, but that's how we do it when we have like 30 minutes of back-to-back trolls. It's just it's an unfortunate fact of reality. It's either there's somebody that's going to debate me on why they're MAGA, or you're getting kicked from the live. So, welcome into You Support Trump. Bear meat.
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
What time is it?
It is 4:44.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
March.
Okay, dude, everybody who's like joining is like just 18. Anthony, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yep.
How old are you?
26.
Okay, we're gonna go and do a little bit of a 2v1 here. This will be fun. First question to Trump supporters: do you guys believe in strong law and order?
Clearly.
What about you, bear meat?
Yes.
So would you guys ever make a lunatic president that gave full and complete pardons to domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops, then labeled them as patriots?
Dude, lunatic would be Harris getting freaking president. Yuck.
I don't even know what you said, but can you answer the question?
That's all opinion. What do you mean?
I know, buddy. I'm asking for your opinion.
And mine said he's not a lunatic.
I never asked anything about Trump.
You just said
would you ever vote for?
And do you support that going in?
No, I never said anything about Trump. My question was a general hypothetical. I'll repeat it. Would you ever vote for somebody to be president that gave full and complete presidential pardons to domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops?
Dude, you're wild.
Would you? Can you answer the question, Anthony? So, I mean, this is the issue with MAGA. This is why Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in American history. It's because clearly he's just crossed so many red lines to the extent where even his supporters can answer basic rudimentary questions.
He's crossed some lines, yeah. I'm not saying he's perfect. That's for sure.
Answer my question, please.
Obviously, no.
Okay, so you want to vote for somebody who gave pardons to domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops.
I say that's opinion, bro.
And your opinion was that you wouldn't support a president who did that. So Trump did that. He gave full and complete pardons to 174 J6 domestic terrorists that were criminally convicted of attempted murder or assault on police officers in an attempt to insurrect our capital.
Where are you going with this?
Sci-fi modeler, thank you for the galaxy. I landed my plane. You said that you want to support Trump if we did something that Trump did do.
That's all opinion, dude.
I know, your opinion.
Yeah, your opinion.
I don't think that this guy's like intelligent enough to keep up.
But you're
so I asked you to share.
So.
I asked you to share your opinion. Okay, in your opinion, would you support a president?
I'm happy our borders are more secure.
Now listen to what I'm saying here.
I'm happy we're getting rid of illegal immigrants.
Before you pivot, I need you to listen to what I'm saying here. I asked you, in your opinion, would you support a president that gave pardons to domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops? You said, in your opinion, you would not support a president who has done those things.
And you guys
but Donald Trump has done those
things. He's not perfect. And I'm saying I'm also happy that we don't have a bunch of terrorists coming into our country freely, undocumented and everything. I'm happy with that.
Anthony,
so if you
can you please repeat the argument I just gave you?
Yeah, I never said he was perfect, did I? No, but I'm also happy with some things. And yes, I think there are better people, but you think I'd want Harris fucking in here, fucking letting anybody and everybody? Yeah, no, thank you.
Can you repeat the argument I gave you, please?
Bro, are you not listening to the facts?
No, I am. You brought up something about the border, immigration. I'm down to go through all of those things as soon as we can just quickly close the chapter on my first argument. So can you repeat the argument I gave you?
Said, yeah, I don't support that, and I said he wasn't perfect. What else do you want to go over?
Oh, yeah, we'll go over your shift to the goalpost. Because originally, before I shared the facts with you that this is something Trump has done, Trump has pardoned domestic terrorists and tried to kill cops. Can you let me finish?
I wouldn't vote. I wouldn't vote him in again. That's what. I would have someone else. I would like Vance over him, or but over him or Kamala. What would I? I would easily fucking pick fucking him over Kamala. Fucking wheels on the bus. They go around. Yeah. Okay.
The wheels on the bus go around. What are you saying?
Bro, did not hear about her whole speech about the whole bus, everything about the buses and electric buses, dude. It was pathetic.
Are you talking about Donald Trump's speech about boats, sharks, and batteries?
Yeah, way to pivot. Talking about pivoting. Okay.
I mean, the only like speech given by somebody that's running for president about electric anything would be Donald Trump and the electricity and the water caused by the battery, the boat, and the shark. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why do you think her like polls just massively went down?
Are you talking about Trump's approval rating?
She could barely even speak English, dude. She was like almost Biden level non-coherent sentences. Like, dude, it was ridiculous.
Can you prove it?
Talking about electric buses. Go look up the electric bus and talking about the buses.
How about we just look at the debate that she had with Donald Trump and we see who performed better, because clearly whoever performed better would have a greater ability to quote unquote speak English, speak coherently, and speak with intellectual rigor. And clearly Kamala Harris walked away from that debate a victor, and this is even acknowledged by Trump, because if she didn't walk away from that debate victorious, well then Donald Trump would have started to repost baseless conspiracy theories accusing her of wearing an earpiece to get answers from people backstage. He wouldn't have accused Trump of Trump wouldn't have accused her of like confidently working with like the ABC moderators getting the questions ahead of time, and he wouldn't have accused the moderators.
Have you seen her when her mic got cut off?
To answer the questions.
Have you seen whenever her little mic and ear shuts off and she just rambles about nonsense? I've seen it whenever Trump's like prompter and it goes out. He can actually talk. Bro, she's brain dead like most liberals.
Then why did she win the debate?
You're talking about one?
Yeah.
What about the other 100?
She only had one debate with Trump.
I think the biggest debate was the election. And how'd that go? Oh yeah,
the election wasn't a debate
by a lot. They had many debates. What are you talking about? I'm talking about every debate before the elections.
Yeah,
Yes.
she only had
in
one
the past.
with Trump.
Yes. How did that go? Oh wait, she failed, and he won.
No,
and it's
she
because the
won
American
debate.
people who aren't brain dead actually changed their opinion, and she is so stupid that literally got Democrats and liberals to change.
Let's see who's smarter. You or Kamala Harris? How many continents are there?
Dude, you kidding me?
Answer the question.
You just want to get 13.
That's MAGA in a nutshell. For all the viewers from watching at home, these are the people guiding public policy. They just basically and blanketly liberal. Okay, the achieved lawyer who's able to become the DA of a city, the AG of a state, the senator of a state, then the vice president of America, brain dead. Meanwhile, they think that there are 13 continents at the ripe age of 25. Sir, for future reference, there's 7 continents, not 13. You failed. This is what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's where dumbasses think everybody but them is a dumbass.
I love how you gotta mute it. That's funny.
He has nothing to say. Okay, next question. How many branches of government are there?
It.
Yeah, you were wrong. There's not 13 continents. There's 7. You were fucking wrong. You're an idiot.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Oh, wait, are you like defending the premise that there's 13 continents?
Bro, what?
Are you?
Dude.
Are you still defending the notion that there's 13 continents?
Bro, I literally just blurted out. Like, okay.
I know, and you said 13. Do you still think there's 13 continents? Do you?
Do you?
Are you going to answer the question, or are you just going to keep on making a fool of yourself, bud?
Yeah, okay, buddy.
So do you still defend the notion that there's 13 continents? Or do you not know what the word defend or the word notion means? Do I need to, like, make it simpler for you to understand?
No, I know the word, like...
Perfect.
Fucking tranny gay boys.
Okay.
I know
there he goes. Yeah, dude, really smart fella right there for everybody watching it. I mean, cunning intellect right there. Really, really intelligent guy. Like he's up here, all right? We're, you and me, down here. All right? Here's Einstein, here's that guy. All right? Here's fucking Nicholas Tesla, here's that guy. Here's literally God. Here's that. He just, his intelligence supersedes the laws of all knowledge ever known. I mean, what an intellect. We all have something to learn. But we're gonna move on. Welcome in, Dog. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
I am 23.
Okay, let's make sure that we're not gonna, have a repeat of that last debate. How many continents are there?
There's 7.
Good. I had to check, man. I had to check. That was really important for me to check. I'm going to thank a couple people, then the mic of the floor will be yours. Toby, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, can you say hi to Nevaeh? She's a big fan. Hi, Nevaeh. I hope that you enjoyed this stream today, and shout out to your friend Toby. On Venmo, Edward, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for everything that you're doing. Well, thank you for the love, Edward. Hope that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for that support. Z, thank you for the $10, who says, I've been watching your live and your old debates every day now, and I want to let you know that I adore what you do. Thank you, Z. And by the way, shout out to you and your pet turtle. I remember you. Of course I do. Thank you. Over on PayPal, Brian, thank you for the $10, who says, free Puerto Rico and free Palestine. Yeah, thank you so much for the $10, Brian. I absolutely agree. V, thank you for the $1. Fasid, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Then Ashlyn, thank you for the $10 as well. Have you seen the news about South Carolina passing an almost total abortion ban? I have. It's really sad. Hey, listen, for everybody watching, if you want to support me in the stream to allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok. Pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. At this point in time, we are just going to go and pass the mic to the guest to tell us why they support this incoherent, delusional maniac as president. The mic and the floor are yours. Dog meat, take it away.
Okay, so one of the main reasons I do is because of secured borders, because I believe in, I'm not against illegal immigrants, I should say, but I don't think it's right that they're coming in without documentation, because it's not fair to ones of legal immigrants that are coming in.
Okay, so let me say this first. I agree that we do need less undocumented entry. Undocumented entry is a bad thing for the immigrants, okay? It is. They have less bargaining power. They get paid below market wages. They're under threat of dying because of lack of social safety nets. There's a big issue with that, right? But even though we could agree on that premise, I just don't think that the way that Trump is trying to achieve that goal is the right way. right? Like, the way that he's quote-unquote securing the borders or reducing undocumented entry isn't through any good, proactive, long-term effective policy. It's just through, like, fascism and human rights abuse. He's scaring it away. That's all he's doing. There's been no new border bills to increase security measures down south. There's been nothing. There's just been human rights abuse, deporting people without due process, blackbacking college students, sending them to Alligator Alcatraz that was shut down because it was a wreck, having people sent to CCOT where they're literally tortured, trying to take constitutional rights away from undocumented immigrants' children. That's not what we should be doing. I think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I do agree on that point of that, but I believe some of that, it isn't as black and white as the media makes it. I believe some of those will have charges that are already been convicted. And with being in the last presidential election with Biden and Kamala, we haven't really been able to get rid of them. So we're kind of like, I do agree that we're kind of mass deporting more than we should be, but in a way I agree with it. And I don't think we've been able to pass the bills because we've been dealing with a lot of other greater issues, because I believe that is a great issue, but it's not exactly President Trump's greatest issue on the rise.
So I'm just trying to clarify here because I don't know if I'm really getting your argument made super clear here. Do you think that we should only be deporting undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Then you should. Then you should just like support the Democrats, because they deport more undocumented immigrants with the crimes on their records.
The Democratic Party is different from, say, the Republican, conservative, and libertarian. I would say I'm more of a basic Republican to a libertarian.
One second. Let me just show you.
Democrat and a libertarian have very different beliefs.
Could I just show you something real quick?
Sure.
All right. This is coming literally from ice.gov/statistics. Anybody watching the stream could publicly access this information. Let me also share this over on YT. So once again, what we're looking at is ice.gov/statistics. This is the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Administrative Arrest Statistics. Now, you could use this website to track deportation. So what we did was we went to the date selector, we left it to year, and then we went over here to criminality, and we selected the arrests or deportations of those made specifically with criminal convictions. Okay, and then when we look down here at arrests over time, we saw that in 2024, for instance, there were 57,000 arrests of undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions. In 2023, we saw there's 53,000 arrests of undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions. In 2022, we saw that there's 36,000. And then in 2021, the first year of the Biden administration, we saw that there's closer to 37,000. 2025, the first year of the Trump administration, we saw that there was nearly 15,000. So we see that under the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, every single year, they deported anywhere from 2 to 4 more times undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions on their records compared to Trump in 2025, not according to any left-leaning source, but the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and a thing that I want to bring with that, do you think he hasn't been able to bring out that true potential with having, say, the riots and protests against that? And it's being such a hot topic, and he isn't putting his full extent as what he would like to.
The riots and protests are definitely going to be diminishing ICE's ability to identify and detain undocumented immigrants. But that's also the fault of the Trump administration. Because why did we see so many identifications and detentions of undocumented immigrants with crimes on their record under Biden with like no protests? Well, it's because DHS under Biden wasn't executing American citizens in broad daylight and then having it defended by the entirety of the administration. DHS under Biden wasn't illegally deporting people to CCOT in El Salvador, where they were then beaten and tortured. Okay, so like not only do we see that when we just look at the actual outcomes, the numbers, okay, being significantly worse under Trump with deportations of violent undocumented immigrants compared to under Biden, well, we also see that a lot of the reason why that's their own fault is because they're attempting to do things illegally, which is then causing social unrest, which is then further diminishing their ability to carry out the operation in the first place. So this is why the Trump administration is absolutely failing at removing undocumented immigrants with as bad crimes on their records. And we saw the Democrats do do much better. So I think that if this is ultimately the main reason why you should support Trump, then you should just concede that support, because I don't think that there could be a more compelling argument given to you. I literally showed you data from the Department of Homeland Security that refutes your view.
Yeah, and I will say that's one of the many reasons I support. I don't I don't fully see all of Kamala's things she's given out, because she hasn't been in office as presidential, so we don't get to see what she was in power compared to how Biden was when she just became vice president, because we all know vice president's able to do things, but not as much as the actual president is. And seeing what Donald has done in the presidential seat, I've very much liked it, because he's been able to do things drastically and make countries listen.
Not from the data I just showed you. It seems like the data I just showed you says that he hasn't been able to productively do things.
But I think part of that has been that he's been dealing with a lot of other things.
Okay.
When Biden was in office,
so then this wouldn't be the main reason. Listen, buddy, the Biden-Harris administration was dealing with a global pandemic that killed millions of people, and they were still able to get some of those productive policy passed in modern American history, ranging from the CHIPS and Science Act to the American Rescue Plan to the Infrastructure Bill to the Inflation Reduction Act, alongside a bunch of regulatory changes within OSHA, the EIA, so on and so forth. Okay, so I think that this argument ultimately falls flat on its face. But regardless of that, well, tell me, what are the other things here that Trump is doing that makes you support him?
One of the many things is, this may be a very controversial thing, but that's what we're around here for. He's going after the terrorist organizations in the Middle East. That is one thing.
Giving them money? He's considering giving $30 billion worth of sanction relief to the IRGC. Is that going after terrorists? Okay, he's giving billions of dollars a year to Israel. They're I mean, one of the worst terroristic states in the world right now. They're actively committing a genocide and ethnic cleansing. Just leveling cities, declaring illegal annexation of the West Bank, going after Lebanon. It's a mess. So, I mean, is he really going after the terrorists?
See, my thing with that is that I don't think we're doing bad by supporting Israel, because we're just giving them the materials. We're giving stuff to Ukraine, but they're killing Russians. It's no different. We could stop giving things to Ukrainians.
Ukraine and Israel. So there's a big difference. The big difference is that Ukraine is being illegally invaded for conquest and annexation by Russia, and Israel is doing the illegal annexation for conquest and invasion of Gaza, the West Bank, and now even Lebanon.
Yeah, but they've already had high such tensions over the years. It's just gotten to a point where it's a mass breakout almost all the time, because they're all against that one country. Because I will say,
the reason why they've been at high tensions for years is because the international law violations didn't start after October 7th. They existed long before with the illegal annexation of Gaza.
Yeah, but they still have had tensions way prior to that stuff. We're talking before.
Tensions typically arise with terroristic states. Yeah, because tensions continue to exist when you have a state guilty of genocidal ethno-expansionism. You absolutely do. How about we blame the tensions on the country actively violating international law and committing a new war crime every day?
Yeah, but I agree with that. But also, we're going to have to help someone over there.
So then let's help the people that are being invaded.
We're the big brothers.
Let's help the people that are the victims of the war crimes. Let's help the people that are the victims of the annexation. Let's help the people that are the victims of the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. And quite frankly, this would also be a really effective way to fight back against not just the terrorism of states like Israel, but also the terrorism of the institutions such as the IRGC. Okay, right? Because when we just desert Palestine, when we desert Lebanon, okay, well then who's there left to help them? The IRGC. Not because I really think that they care about the Palestinians and Lebanese individuals, but more so because they just hate the state of Israel, right? But inevitably here, if we were to step up, if we were to help those victims, well then the IRGC couldn't claim that they're doing something good by further funding these terrorist proxies, because those are legitimately like the only organizations in the regions that are attempting to fight back against the ethnic cleansing of Israel. So let's go in there, let's help the victims of the ethnic cleansing, let's help the victims of the genocide, and let's try to take more power away from the IRGC in doing so. Now, boom, we're going against both Israel and the IRGC.
Yeah, I see why you're saying that, but I don't see why we need to go after Israel themselves. Because for instance, we were going after like Altola when their people were praising freedom, and we gave that
do you
to
think
them,
that
and they were happy.
do you think that we should have gone
and
after the IRGC?
I don't believe we should have gone after them, but I think there should have been corrections made.
Do you think that it would have been a bad thing to give them billions of dollars per year for their military?
I believe we shouldn't be giving billions. I feel like it should be reduced by a lot, but
no, I'm talking about
they're still
Iran.
helping.
Would you say it would be a bad thing to give Iran billions of dollars for their military? Iran.
It depends how they use it. If they're using it for nuclear, which they're not supposed to, then no. If they're going to be using it for other things.
The government in Iran is a terroristic regime that is like slaughtering their citizens, oppressing them.
It used to be an actual government before it got turned into terroristic.
Yeah, by us in 1953. But can you agree that it
were a cause, but we weren't the major effect of that?
We were the only effect of that. But can you agree that it'd be a bad thing to give billions of dollars to a terroristic regime that is killing their citizens and oppressing their people?
Yes, I would agree to it, but if it's the only way to level tensions down with them, because what are our only options to lower tensions? Get rid of them, then we're just at that point.
Why is this Trump supporter arguing? Why I'm just so taken aback. Like, this was supposed to be a steelman argument against his position insofar as why we shouldn't be supporting Israel. Like, ultimately, the plane that I was expecting to land here was that he would say it's a bad thing to give money to the IRGC because they're a terroristic regime that is like killing their own people, right? Anybody should be able to acknowledge that, especially Trump supporters, because now they've been brainwashed to be on board with Trump's war on Iran to just take out the IRGC, even if it means that we're killing their own people, right? Like the innocent schoolgirls in that elementary school. But now this guy, on the other hand, is telling me that it might be a good thing to just give money to Iran for their military. Like, I think that this guy's just like in like over his head, and I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
See, well, my thing is with giving them money, it may not put it towards their military if they're using it for things that will break the contracts.
Does Trump want to give
for them?
The IRGC like money for their military?
No, but even if he is
confused.
forced to, I feel like he shouldn't. But I feel like
okay. So you could agree it would be bad to give billions of dollars to Iran's military, right?
Yes, I would agree it would be bad
because they're a terroristic regime, right?
Say helping infrastructures
because they're a terroristic regime, right? Because they're because they're a terroristic regime, right? Okay, so it's bad to give billions of dollars to the military, terroristic regimes. So that's why we shouldn't give money to Israel. They're a terroristic regime.
Yeah. Well, not Israel. Israel isn't terroristic.
Yes, they are. They're actively ethnically cleansing and declaring the illegal annexation of Gaza, the West Bank, and now even some of Lebanon.
They're not terroristic, though. There's a line.
What makes a government
there's levels
terroristic?
to it. They're not. I couldn't tell you the exact definition, but
so then why do you say they're not terroristic?
Because they're more civilized and they're not. Their people aren't screaming for help.
Well, the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people are absolutely screaming for help. You just don't hear their screams.
And I feel like in a way that's not exactly our fault or Israel's fault. That's more or less the media's fault in a way.
It's not Israel's fault that they're screaming for help?
Kind of.
And whose fault is it?
Not ours. It's more or less for instance, the Lebanese people and their government. They should be controlling it more and having a retaliation back.
So you're saying that it's the fault of the You're saying that it's you're saying that Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocidal campaign against the West Bank, Gaza, and now some of Lebanon is the fault of the Lebanese government because they're not doing enough to push back against Israel. So if somebody if person one
happy with what's happening to you,
so if person one were to rape person two while they were unconscious because they drank too much alcohol, then that rape is actually more so the fault of person two because they're the one who knocked themselves out by drinking too much alcohol.
What?
That's
what
what
does
you're
that have
arguing.
to do anything with a terroristic organization?
Because you just argued that the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon is a fault of the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people because they're not doing enough to stop Israel from ethnically cleansing them. So very similarly,
Well, I don't think it's really
so stop
when I say the
interrupting me
people, I
because
mean
I'm
the
going to
whole
finish
country as a whole.
finish my thought here. So very similarly, what you're saying here is that if that like a frat bro rapes an unconscious woman, well, then actually that rape is the fault of the unconscious woman because she didn't do enough to stop the rapist because she couldn't because she was unconscious. Or even if like some like super fucking jacked bodybuilder forcefully pinned down a smaller woman, maybe 5'1", 90 pounds. Okay, well then inevitably that rape would be the fault of the smaller woman because she just simply wasn't strong enough to fight back against the strong man. Maybe in the same sense that the government of Lebanon isn't strong enough to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Israel because in this analogy, Israel's the quote-unquote stronger man because they're backed by America.
I see what you're getting at there, but I don't. They're very different talks. They have the same principle as you're saying, but I feel like there's very different ways to go about it with beliefs. We can all agree
What's
that
the difference
one
between
of
the
those
hypothetical
was
that I
the guy
gave
and the
you
girl.
and you victim blaming Lebanon for Israel's ethnic cleansing of some of their country?
Well, I'm not blaming them for the reasons it's happening, but I'm saying
said
if
it was
they're
their
so
fault.
mad about it, maybe they should stand up. Well,
They're
if you-
trying to stand
okay,
up.
if
They
you
just
stand
simply have a
defensive
weaker
on a
military than Israel.
playground, you can't walk into war and expect not to get shot. You have to be prepared to get shot.
Okay, so
if
you're
you want out
arguing
of
here.
those Middle Eastern countries, there's plenty of organizations to get you to safety.
But what we're talking about here isn't a foot soldier of a war walking into war without an expectation of getting shot in accordance with international law inside of that war. We're talking about an innocent bystander, okay, that's getting ethnically cleansed in violation of international law and in violation of wartime law.
Yeah.
Like, would you say that
my
the genocide of the Poles during World War II was a fault of the Poles?
No, I don't believe it was their fault.
Then why is it Lebanon's fault? Why is it the Palestinians'
It was going
fault?
after. Okay, those are very different circumstances.
Okay, what's the differences in the circumstances that in one scenario? One moment. What is the difference in the One moment. What is the difference in the circumstances that in one scenario makes it the fault of the people being genocided and ethnically cleansed, yet in the other scenario does not make it the fault of the people being genocided and ethnically cleansed?
No, I think none of it's the people's fault. I'm just saying that there's things that they can do to prevent it and help themselves to not be in those situations. No matter what, I think it's bad.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's things that we have been able to put out there and other countries have been able to help them that they are not helping themselves with if Israel wants to do those things. And
You
say Lebanon eventually
explicitly
wins war
said
back.
that it was the fault of the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government.
Well, what I mean by the Lebanese people is the country as a whole, and more or less the government when I say that. Let me rephrase that part.
Okay, so then was the genocide of the Polish people under World War II the fault of like the country as a whole, Poland?
No, I don't believe so.
Why?
But those are different circumstances.
What's the
because he was
difference
going
between the
after
circumstances?
the wars were more or less going after certain race of people across multiple widespread countries, not just the genocide of a certain community. It was a community of people, not a country.
What? I'm confused.
Like he was going after the Jewish population or disables or trans people and
So
crippled people.
in Poland,
people
he
with-
just straight up killed every Polish person that was too old to be indoctrinated into the Hitler Youth. They'd go door to door. If they had young children, they'd take those young children. They'd try to indoctrinate them into the Hitler Youth, and if they could, they let them live. Okay, but then for everybody else, they just kill them.
Yeah, and those are different circumstances. Though. Israel isn't walking door to door in Lebanon saying, "Let's keep the kids and kill the old." They're not
No,
doing that.
they are unironically flattening every single building, including the houses of the Lebanese people. They've created a zone at the northern border of Lebanon that I think today ranges, like 25, 30 miles, where they completely destroyed every single standing building within that zone. That is in violation of international law, and that would amount to the beginning of an ethnic cleansing, yes.
But one major change, and I believe what they're doing right there is wrong, but I believe they have different circumstances by a lot. Israel will give out warnings. They are telling the world, we are going to do this. With
it doesn't matter if you announce
during the World Wars.
It doesn't matter if you announce your crime before your crime. If you run into the bank and shout, "This is a robbery," it doesn't mean you're not going to jail.
Yeah, but it's different. If I walk up behind you and say, "I'm going to kill you,"
and then you kill me,
or
are you any less culpable for murder?
Yeah. I warned you, and it's
but
different from
if you told me
system,
that you were going to kill me before you did kill me, would you be any less culpable for killing me?
No, but if I just walked up behind you,
so then Israel isn't any less culpable for their war crimes, even if what you're saying was true.
Once I said it's like different circumstances.
You said the difference in the circumstances is that Israel was announcing their war crimes and warning the people of their war crimes before they committed them. But now we've concluded that even if that's true, that doesn't mean anything. Because even if you were to announce that you were going to murder me before you actually murdered me, you would still be just as culpable for murdering me.
Yeah, but the people of Israel are going after Lebanon more or less for the government, not the people. They're taking out a terroristic organization. They're not the people of a terrorist organization.
So then why are they destroying the homes of the people?
Because they're harboring people. You can't tell the difference from one to the next.
Prove it.
At this point, all they've done...
Prove it. I want you to prove it.
Tell me the difference between...
Also, Hezbollah is not the government of Lebanon.
No, but there's many other terrorist organizations that pull into Lebanon. Whether if that's just
who are they going after in Lebanon?
Well, Hamas has been a big traitor through there.
Wait! Oh no! So now Hamas is hiding in tunnels under the houses of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. But now Hamas they found their way into tunnels under like the houses of people in Lebanon too.
No. Like, they have been known to be cooperating with each other. For instance, like, why is Lebanon sending equipment to Saudi Arabia to then be able to shoot at Israel, for instance? Or something like that. If they're going to supply them, they're going to take out the supplier.
Okay, so that means killing the Lebanon people.
But the Lebanon people aren't the target, though. They're just in the way.
They're in the way. Wow, they're just in the way. Okay, I think that you just took the mask off. Okay, so point number one, you just said that the people in Gaza, the people in the West Bank, the people in Lebanon are just simply in the way. So we need to kill the innocent little children, the innocent little girls that just want to go to school, the innocent little boys that just want to grow up to be a doctor, the innocent men and women that just want to start a family, because they're in the way of their goal of the eradication of institutions such as Hezbollah and Hamas. You just actually justified the grounding for Hezbollah and Hamas, okay? Because according to your logic, okay, all of the people that were killed and raped on October 7th, they weren't going after them. They were going after the Israeli government. But all of the people, they were in the way.
Those are different, though. There's a difference between someone going out on foot. One's they're trying to mass level buildings and trying to cause like a global economy kind of falling down and forcing them to stop. And one of them is just going after them.
Hey, Little Adolf, can you please clarify the difference, Little Adolf?
Little Adolf, real smart.
Yes. Real smart. No, I'll stand on it. You are legitimately like Hitler.
What makes me so different from Hitler? What makes me so...
Oh, no, not different. Very similar to Hitler.
Yeah, I messed up my words there, I'll be honest.
Sure. The reason why you're very similar to Hitler is because you're okay with genuinely genociding and ethnically cleansing groups of people based upon their national or ethnic makeup, because you think that in killing them, you will be able to achieve some goal in which you think is necessary for the future flourishment of humanity. That was exactly the logic that justified the genocide of Jewish individuals, black individuals, gay individuals, Romani individuals during the Holocaust. They said that, well, their goal ultimately isn't to really kill all Jewish people. You know, they considered sending them to Madagascar, but ultimately that wasn't feasible. So then they did have to genocide them because they were getting in the way of achieving the goal of the flourishment of the quote-unquote Aryan race. The same way you're now saying that, well, there's actually no issue whatsoever with them completely leveling Gaza, killing upwards of 50,000 children, illegally annexing the West Bank, sending illegal Israeli settlers in to just take over the schools and houses of the people that used to live there, or now creating a 35-mile zone in the northern part of Lebanon in violation of international law, killing the innocent Lebanese people too. Not because they necessarily want to kill the innocent Palestinians or the innocent Lebanese people, which, by the way, I reject that. It's just Israeli propaganda. But rather because you think it's necessary to kill them because they're in the way of achieving this goal of, like, what? The genocidal ethno-expansionism of the state of Israel with the consumption of countries like Palestine and Lebanon? Like, yeah, you're little Hitler, bruh. Like, you're terrible. Like legitimately, you're actually terrible. Like you know, what if a day were to come where you're in the way?
Where I'm in the way?
Yeah. Would you shoot yourself? Would you lay down your life because you're in the way? Would you lay down your child's life because they're in the way too?
No, those are different.
Oh, so when it's the difference is that it personally impacts you compared to personally impacting brown people in the Middle East. That's the only difference.
Tell me this then. Why is it during a military base in America, when it is under attack, a soldier is supposed to leave one or two bullets in their gun, one to shoot themselves or one to shoot the person that's trying to shoot them?
What does this have anything to do with the genocide and ethno-expansionism of Israel? What?
If our own government is doing that, how is it so different? We're taught that way.
This guy's just not making any sense. What is he saying? Little Adolf, you're not making any sense. You're completely incoherent, little Hitler.
No, and I'm not a little Hitler.
Yes, you are.
Crazy ideology. See,
yeah, the same ideology that you're espousing. Kill innocent people because they're in the way of achieving a goal.
No,
systemically, by the way, systemically kill. What? What did you just say? Did you say
innocent people? You shouldn't kill anybody.
We just spent 30 minutes going over how you think that Israel's justified in systemically slaughtering, tens of thousands of innocent people because they're in the way of like taking out Hezbollah and Hamas. Like you said, and then you even said that the killing of innocent people, okay, the responsibility and culpability for those war crimes in violation of international law wouldn't even fall on Israel. It would actually fall on, like, the government for Lebanon, little Hitler. Little Hitler, you can't say that it's wrong to kill innocent people in the same breath of saying that we should be giving money to Israel in the fault of the legitimate war crimes and infraction of international law that Israel is culpable for is in all reality falls to the responsibility of the government of Lebanon and the Palestinian people, little Hitler. So either, little Adolf, you walk back and you say it is okay to kill innocent people sometimes, including little babies, or little Adolf, you just, take the mustache off and you admit that Israel is absolutely culpable for the war crimes that they are systemically committing.
Okay. They have different, ways of life than we do. We are more, I wouldn't want to say sophisticated, but we are more bound to the ground, and they have been like I said, in a constant war over hundreds of years of poking each other back and forth. So sometimes civilians will get in the way, and it's a lot of times, but it isn't the goal.
Oh, okay. So now it's okay to kill the babies because they're not as sophisticated as you?
That's not at all what I said.
That's little Hitler. It sounds like that's exactly what you said.
No, I just said.
So then, what did you mean to say, Adolf?
Have different rules. We have the same international rules.
So us as Americans, we sophisticated Americans recognize that it's wrong to systemically kill children. But those unsophisticated brown people, it's just a different. It's kind of okay. It's kind of their fault.
Okay, well, tell me this: if it's the brown people, why are there brown people here in America? If you want to label them as that,
what is X is over here, Y is over here, no correlation? What?
No, you're saying the brown people, but there's plenty of Middle Eastern people.
That seems to be what you're getting at here. You're just saying that, all the brown people in Lebanon and Palestine, including the little babies, they're just not as sophisticated. They play by different rules. It's okay to kill them.
Never once said that.
Yes, you did, because you ultimately said that we should continue giving billions of dollars to support Israel. You haven't at once recognized that they are culpable for a cornucopia of war crimes and infractions upon international law. And when I asked you to recognize said culpability on behest of the state of Israel, no, you said the body that's culpable for those war crimes would be Lebanon because they're not doing enough to prevent the war crimes from Israel. And then I even gave you an analogy of like a strong man raping a weak woman, okay? And how in accordance with your logic, you'd say here, yes, the correlation is that you'd argue in the analogy of a strong man raping a weak woman that the responsibility falls on the weak woman because she couldn't do enough to prevent the strong man from raping her.
No, because there's way difference.
What's the difference? Listen? I'm gonna reduce it down. What's the difference between you acknowledging that Israel's committing war crimes in Lebanon and Palestine, then saying that those war crimes are the fault of the Lebanese government and the Palestinian people because they're not doing enough to fight against those war crimes, and the analogy of acknowledging that a strong man is raping a weak woman, then saying it's the fault of the weak woman because she couldn't do enough to fight back against the strong man that was raping her? What is the difference between those two scenarios?
There's a huge difference. The Israeli people are not going out and pillaging and raping them people like old Viking ways.
There's unironically videos of IDF soldiers raping Palestinian women, and the pillaging is what we've been talking about this whole time. They've destroyed every fucking building on the Gaza Strip. They've destroyed every fucking building within a 35-mile radius of the northern part of Lebanon. Right now, they are illegally annexing, and now after pushing many of the Palestinian people out of the West Bank, declaring that as their new settlement. That's what's happening. I mean, it isn't even a question on if it's happening. You could see that, like, CNN's covering it, dude. CNN is covering it. Go to their TikTok. They have a new video every day covering this. You could see it.
Yeah, but there's so many other things that aren't shown from the other sides, and it goes way deeper than what's shown. And I believe that one side is being broadcasted more for the media than the other.
Then what's not shown that somehow amounts to a legitimate claim of blaming all of those war crimes on the Lebanese and Palestinian people?
Repeat that again, sorry.
What's not shown that ultimately does amount to justification to blame all of those war crimes on the Lebanese and Palestinian people? Be specific, be clear, and be succinct, little Adolf.
No, there is... Like, it's not the people's fault. What I mean by that is that the people should be standing up for themselves.
Can you answer the question?
If you're being attacked, if the eastern side of Lebanon is being attacked and the civilians are just sitting there like headless chickens, then they should move to the west.
Can you answer the question, please?
I just did.
No, you didn't. Wait. So you're saying that the deeper thing that's not being shown that justifies Israel's war crimes is the fact that the people that are getting war crimed had the chance to move before they got war crimed?
No, I don't believe they should be.
Okay, so then you didn't tell me the difference, bro. This dude is fucking coherent. I'm gonna go ahead and repeat the question because you can't fucking keep up. You can't keep up, you idiot. Dude, little fucking Adolf down here is struggling. So, little Adolf, I'll go ahead and repeat the question. You said that there is something that the media is not showing that somehow justifies blaming, the culpability for these Israeli war crimes on Lebanon and on Palestine.
We should justify it. That anyone should justify.
Yes, you did. You ultimately said yes, you did. No, it's justifying the blaming of the war crimes on Palestine and Lebanon. Okay, you did say, and I quote, that you were so lost. I'm saying justifying blaming it on Palestine and Lebanon.
No, I never.
That's what you said. That's what you said. You said that it's the fault of Lebanon and Palestine. That is what you said.
No, I never. You twisted my words there.
I didn't twist your words. You said it's the fault of Lebanon. Do you want me to replay the stream? Let's put some money on it. Are you willing to bet $250 that you never directly alluded to the fact that this is to blame on Lebanon? $250?
I will bet $250 that I did not say the exact sentence that we are justifying war crimes.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not saying justifying
Those
war
are
crimes.
your words.
I'm saying blaming I'm saying justifying the
that.
blaming of the war crimes on Lebanon.
Yeah, and I've never once said that we are justifying them.
Dude, you are not listening. Dude, you are not fucking listening. Listen to Oh my god. I'm not saying, dude, oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Cortisol maxing. I'm not saying, dude, I'm not saying justifying the war crimes. I'm saying justifying the blaming of the war crimes on Lebanon. Do you understand the difference between the statement, we are justifying a war crime, and the statement, we're justifying the blame of the war crime on Lebanon? Because the first statement is aiming towards the conclusion that the war crime is good. The second statement is aiming towards the conclusion that the war crime is to blame on Lebanon. Do you understand that there's a difference between saying that a war crime is good and saying that the war crime is the fault of the people who are being war crimed?
Yes, I understand there's a difference.
Okay, so now that you understand there's a difference,
it's the Lebanese people's fault that there's war crimes.
You said it was the fault of the government.
Indirectly, I said that. I could see how you interpret that.
Not indirectly. You said it verbatim.
I never once said that it's war crimes caused by the government people not standing up.
You said it was to blame on the government.
If the government is worried about things, about their people,
I'm done with Little Adolf chat. Like, what are we doing? Debating fucking Hitler? Why am I literally debating Hitler? We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. We're going to stop literally debating Hitler. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Like, bro, what are we doing, dude? Like, I've not been having fun on these streams for the last couple of days, so I'm just gonna, like, stop it now before it just devolves further. Like, yeah, Hitler was just straight up saying that, oh, all of these war crimes, they're the fault of the Palestinian and the Lebanese people. Okay, Israel, yeah, they're not doing anything wrong. We should give them money. Yeah, okay, see you later, Hitler. See you later, Little Adolf. What are we fucking doing? Oh my god, what are we doing? These people are like idiots. Like, straight fucking nuts. Only up inside of the queue. Dude. And I will stand 10 toes down on calling him Little Adolf. He said verbatim, and I quote, that it's necessary to kill these innocent little children, men and women, because they're getting in the way of achieving the goal that Israel wants. That's what Hitler said. It's necessary to genocide all of the Jews. It's necessary to genocide all of the Romanis. It's necessary to genocide all of the black individuals, all of the gay individuals, because guess what? They are getting, okay, in the way of achieving the goal of the flourishment of humanity through the upliftment of the Aryan race. That is Hitler Logic 101. There's no other way to condense it to any other conclusion. As soon as you start saying that it is necessary to commit war crimes, it is necessary to systemically kill children and encroach upon international law, you are arguing as if you were Hitler. No other way to convince it. Hi, welcome down. Do you support Trump? As soon as Trump wants. Okay, Haber's a little bit behind in the stream. We could hear the echo, so we're just going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Danny loading in. All right, guys, we're going to go to look for that next guest right now. We got Sir Yo's loaded up into the box right now. Guys, please only hop inside of that queue if you are following the rules, please, and thank you. We're just looking for some Trump supporters to debate. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Going once, going twice, not here, sold. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We got Jared loading up in. Okay, here we go, folks. We're going to try to get Jared loaded in. It doesn't look like Jared is loading in. Jared's not here, so we're going to kick him, move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Hey, Haley, thank you so much for the $10 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Haley down below, who says genocide is an insane hill to die on. Makes you wonder what MAGA wouldn't sacrifice to preserve their ego and identity. Appreciate you as always. So true, Haley. Let's get 100 Haley W's. And Jose, thank you so very much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Jose W's down below in that chat. Give me a moment, Justin. Jose with the $100 says, for Dean, the CIA had the term blowback for what would happen to the U.S. Went on an overthrowing for the government spree in the 1950s. We are reaping what we planted so long ago. We created the blowback. Fight on, Dean. Thank you for the $100, Jose. That is beyond kind of you. I want to see 1,000 Jose W's down below in the comment section for the $100 donation. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Jose, you're a real one.
49. Come on, keep going, guys. Let's go. Come on. Let's show
Hey, Justin.
Dean. 51, 54. Holy shit, bro. 60. See, Dean, you don't like it, huh? You don't like that they show me love too, huh? Huh? You mad? Bro.
I'm pretty indifferent that they donated 15 cents to you, Justin.
Bro,
How are you
you're
today?
just mad out there sending me money, bro, and then you're sending you shit.
I'm pretty indifferent to it. It's just 15 cents, brother.
But you know what, bro? Let me tell you something right now, bro. Your chicken is so good. Oh, man, KFC is the best. Wow, you got here, you know, my fiance sent me food, unlike you, that don't got a girl, man. You got to go on here and grip for food. Damn, bro.
Yeah, I got a grip for
even
food.
The Kool-Aid good, bro. Even the Kool-Aid good, bro.
I got a grip for food, Justin. I'm sorry, it's just in my DNA.
You got a grip for food, man.
Ah, because I'm unemployed, right?
You don't have anybody like I do to cook for me, like you know.
You just said that she got you KFC.
Yeah.
Did she cook the KFC? Does she work at KFC?
Nope.
Okay, then she didn't cook it.
It don't matter if she don't cook it.
But you said she cooked it.
He sent it to me. What did your girl send you, bro? Oh, you don't got one. You got Parker as your girlfriend. I forgot. Yeah, what did Parker send you, bro? Come on.
He
did he send Kool-Aid?
He sends me some.
Sweet tea?
Sends me
he
some
sent
good
you
morning
sweet tea with those
messages, some
sweet
flowers
nothings
every
on them,
once in
huh?
a while.
Oh, Dean, I love
my
you.
beautiful
Here you go.
girlfriend,
That's
Parker.
what you get, huh, bro? Oh, goddamn, bro. Look, they still sending me love, man. Unlike you, man, you need to go get some Kool-Aid.
Well,
some Kool-Aid.
I don't want the Kool-Aid you're drinking. That MAGA Kool-Aid? Hell no.
Bro, you want that Democrat Kool-Aid, huh? You like that Democrat Kool-Aid?
Yeah, well, I'd like the truth Kool-Aid. I'm indoctrinated by reality.
You like that fruit? You like that cherry Kool-Aid, huh? Or is it the orange one you like?
Justin.
Because looking at your hair, you like that orange Kool-Aid.
Okay,
Yeah.
Justin.
You
Would
like
you
that
like to
orange
tell
Kool-Aid,
us
bro?
why you support Trump?
Because he's the best, bro.
Why?
That's why. Let's
Yo,
see.
Lydia, thank you for the $4 donation on Venmo. And then Fussy, thank you for the $10.
He can't even debate. I'm giving
I
him
do
he can't even do it.
I do just have a couple people to thank that donated during that
Of
last
course you
debate.
do, bro. Of course you do, grifter.
Do you mind if I
Go
just
ahead, keep
quickly?
taking them.
Okay,
Keep taking
thank you.
them, Grifter. Let's go.
Fussy, I
Come on.
appreciate you for the $10. Let's get 100 Fussy W's down
Grifter.
below in that
Let's go.
comment
Come on.
section.
Come on.
Thank you
Let's
so
go.
much, Fussy. Show some love to Fussy down
Ding.
below. We're all caught up over on Venmo. We have a couple
Do you
people
like
to
the
thank you
Orange
over
Man
on
Kool-Aid?
PayPal right now.
You
On
like the
PayPal,
Orange Man
SJ,
Kool-Aid,
thank you
but
so
you
much for the
hate yellow
$15. He
Kool-Aid.
says was watching on YouTube and yeah, I
You probably
clocked it
think
as
yellow
well.
snow too,
As
huh,
soon as
bro?
I heard in the way, I was thinking, what? That's Hitler logic. So real, SJ. Thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 SJWs. Hey, thank you for the $10. Who says, as a Palestinian, I just want to thank you for sticking up
If you
for us and
haven't
calling
had
it like it is.
Bro,
Well, I'm
like,
so
if you
sorry
didn't
that
have
that your people are going through what they are today. Hey, thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Jocelyn. Thank you for the $25 donation. Let's get 250 Jocelyn W's for that $25 dono. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Let's get through to Jocelyn W's. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Hayden. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Hayden with a $50 donation says, I've been watching you for a while now, and that guy said that the Earth has 13 continents. Might be one of the most uneducated MAGA I've ever seen. Sad that he is not. Sad that he's not the only one that thinks like that. Well, first and foremost, Hayden, thank you so very much for the $50 donation. I am beyond kind. So much for your support to the grift. Let's get 500 Hayden W's for the incredibly kind donation down below in that chat. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hayden. Show some love to Hayden and all the other donors down below in the chat. Now that I'm done grifting.
Hey, Ding. Do you ever meet these people, bro? Like, really? Do you ever meet these people? Like, do you know them in person? Like,
I mean, I've done a couple
taking money from them.
Well, I don't know most of them in person, obviously.
No. You never did no meet and greet.
Bailey, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo. I appreciate you for supporting the Grift daily. Show some love to Bailey down below. I mean, I met a handful of them in person.
Yeah, sure you have. Look at you. Why you drinking water, bro? Can't afford that Kool-Aid anymore? You can't afford Kool-Aid no more?
I'm not a big fan of Kool-Aid, Justin. Why do you support Trump?
Punch, huh? You're a Hawaiian Punch type of guy, huh? You like that Hawaiian Punch? Do you like
I'm a
the green
debate
one, the
kind of
blue
guy.
one,
Why
the
do you
orange
support
one?
Trump as president?
Why are you thanking people for money that you don't meet?
Because I'm very grateful that they're sending donations into the stream because this is my job.
That ain't your job, bro.
Yes, it's my job. I exchange
ain't a job,
labor
bro. No,
for money.
no.
That's a job.
What kind of labor are you doing, bro? You don't.
Well,
do you know
I
what
work
labor
with
is?
tools like you.
Bro, do you even know what a screwdriver looks like?
Well, I mean, I know what a tool looks like. Look in the mirror, bud.
See, your insults are like mediocre, bro.
Calling you tools mediocre? Well, I agree you are mediocre, so probably.
See, there you
Tools
go.
are mediocre.
See, bro. See, bro. See, bro.
I mean,
you can't.
he could have said it better. Tools are indeed mediocre.
Bro.
Haley, thank you for the galaxy.
Bro, do you know what a screwdriver looks like?
I do know what a Phillips head screwdriver looks like, Justin. Yes. Wow.
What does it look like? What does it look like? What does it look like?
Are you asking me this seriously?
What does a Phillips screwdriver look like, bro? Come on.
Imagine like a little cross, okay, with indents on the side that you could then stick into a Phillips head screw to either screw in or screw out.
Do you know what a coax cable looks like?
Do I know what a coax cable looks like? I do know what a coax cable looks like. Coax
What does it look like?
cable. Well, how could I possibly describe that?
You want people to describe stuff to you, so describe a coax cable to me. Come on.
Okay.
Right.
One big
Why you might
cable
get it,
with a
drink
bunch
my
of
Kool-Aid.
smaller strands inside that send light back and forth from one end of the cable to the other. Now, could you tell us why you support Trump, please?
What's a coax cable used for?
Internet. Tell us why you support Trump, please.
Wrong. It's an Ethernet cable, dumbass.
Okay, thank you. Why do you support Trump?
Go to your modem to your computer, dumbass.
Okay,
See, guys,
thank you. Why do you
Here we
support
go.
Trump?
Guy that says it's a 9-to-5 job for him here, and he called me a tool and doesn't even know what a fucking coax cable is. Real good,
Okay.
bro.
Why do you support Trump?
Because he's closing the border. That's why.
How so?
Oh, now you got to see, guys. See. He's buying people. He's buying more followers, guys. He's buying more followers. That's why he's tippity tapping on his controller or his keyboard. Yeah, I know how you work, bro. I know how you work, bro.
What?
Yeah, you heard me.
I know.
All you gotta do is the same, bro.
I was just loading up a tab.
No, you weren't. You were buying other people. You were buying more followers, bro. I know you. I know how you work, guys. Work. I ain't stupid. I wasn't born yesterday.
Okay, so how do you think that Trump is closing the border?
Because he's not letting illegals in, bro. He's
Okay,
getting
but
rid of
like
them.
I'm asking you, what policy did he implement to prevent the entry of undocumented immigrants?
You don't have to put a policy, bro.
Okay, well then how did he prevent them from entering?
Because we got more border patrol.
Wouldn't that be a policy?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd actually argue here that the way that he's reduced undocumented entry is not through
ahead,
better
bro.
proactive
Go ahead.
long-term
Enlighten
policy,
me without-
but rather
without,
through
thinking.
mass deportation. It's
Enlighten me
just
without
scared
thanking
people away.
people, bro. Let's go. Come on.
Without thanking people? Well, I mean, Caitlin just sent me a $5 donation for all of my work at my hard, real job.
That was my
Thank
trap,
you,
bro.
Caitlin.
See?
And then same thing
That
to
was my
Kimberly.
trap. You
Thank you for the
walked into my
$5
trap.
donation as
See?
well. Can
See,
you
you
thank
walked in my
Caitlin and
trap.
Kimberly for the $5 donos?
That's it. Buy me more Kool-Aid.
Oh, Michelle, thank you for the $25 to buy more followers. I appreciate you so much, Michelle. Please do show some love to Michelle down below in the comment section for the $25 donation. Show some love to Michelle down below for the $25. Thank you so much. So I would assume that Michelle has more money than just $25 to use to feed her kids.
Yeah, that's a Happy Meal.
Or maybe she just sent me all them. You know what? No, they do. They send me all of their money. Okay, listen, I am begging you to send me all of your money. All of the money that you wanted to spend on your kids, you know, fuck them kids. They don't get a breakfast. They don't get a lunch. They don't get college. They don't get a backpack for 5th grade. Go ahead, take all of that money and deposit it directly into my bank account. Grandma's inheritance gone into Dean's bank account. Like I said, children's college fund gone into Dean's bank account. You know that 401k that your employer's been matching for the last 20, gone into Dean's bank account. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So now that we've gone all the grandma inheritance 401ks and children for funding college kids
Oh, man,
college.
that's too late.
You were gross. Can you tell us why
And
you
you look
support
gross,
Trump?
bro. I don't care what's gross, bro. I'm just saying it's good shit.
So you said that you
Yeah.
support mass deportation. So what is one positive outcome of Trump's mass deportation?
That we're America now.
Were we not America before his mass deportation? Were we America under Trump in his first term?
Yes, we were. The
Wait,
bad
but
came
that
in
was
and fucked
before
it up,
Trump's
bro.
mass deportation.
Your chicken's so good, bro.
I'm just gonna kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could please try your best to follow the rules of the live stream. Yo, Abigail, thank you so much for the $25 donation, who says, I emptied my 401k for this. Thank you for emptying your 401k, Abigail. Let's get 250 Abigail W's. Same thing to you, Miko. Thank you for the $20, who says, the fact that I used to be a supporter like this guy genuinely makes me sick. I'm so happy that I was able to do my research and gain common sense. Unfortunately, it's too late for him. Oh, yeah, that guy has no fucking sense. Zero, nada, none. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. And Heavenly with the $10 says, sorry, Grandma, no gold bond powder this month. You know what? No, just empty her whole retirement fund. You know that inheritance that you were supposed to get? No, send it to me, quite frankly. Same thing to you, Violet. Thank you for the $30. He says, this guy eats like he voices for King of the Hill. Thank you for the $30, Violet. I hope that came from the retirement fund. Thank you, Violet, for the $30 from the pension. Show some love to Violet down below that chat for the $30 donation. Bro, that's going to get clipped. Welcome in, Big Mac. Do you support Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
Okay, so are you going to be like the moronic Trump supporter earlier that told us there
No,
were 13
I think
continents? Are you going to be
feel
like the Hitler Trump supporter that said it's necessary to kill innocent little children? Or are you going to be like the crazy Trump supporter that was burping in the mic after telling me that I bought followers with the money donated to me from parents that can no longer feed their children? Because those are the three personality types that we've had on the stream so far today, Big Mac. It's rough on me. I'm going bald.
Agree.
I'm
I
getting
agree.
wrinkles in my face. I'm 21 years old. By the time I'm 25, I'll look 55 at best, Big Man.
No, I think I'm more logical than a lot of people. I mean, I feel like I'm definitely not moderate by any means. I have a lot more conservative values, but I can also understand other points where people are coming from, which I think is more reasonable.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to go and catch up by thanking a couple people. Then I'll pass that mic in the floor to you, and you can tell us why you're MAGA. Morgan, thank you so much for the... you're good, man. Morgan, I appreciate you for the $15 donation over on PayPal so you can buy him as a follower. Thank you so much for the $15, Morgan. Let's get 150 Morgan W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do here. Same thing to you, Tiffany. Thank you for the $40 donation, who says, I was going to buy my kids dinner, but I'm sending it to you instead. Thank you, Tiffany. They don't need to eat. They're kids. They're kids. They'll grow. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Thank you for sending me the money for dinner for the small children. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Let's get 5 more billion Tiffany W's in that chat. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for the $40 donation. On a real note, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much. On Venmo, thank you so much, Caitlin, for the $10. Who says, fuck them, kids. I appreciate you, Dean. Thank you, Caitlin. Chase, thank you for the $5. Quite frankly, with the $10, he says, cashed out my 401k for you, Dean. Thank you for the 401k dono. I appreciate you. Moving on, Michael, thank you for the $25 donation, who says, this is a serious one, so I'll drop the Trump voice. I appreciate you for the $25, Michael. Michael, the 25 says, my mom just lost her health care, and she is already battling a terminal illness. MAGA idiots like Justin won't understand the harm that this administration is causing. Thank you for speaking on it. I love you, Dean. Michael, you know I love you too, bro. I appreciate you for the love and support. I don't think that idiots like that last guy will understand much of anything, okay? Yeah, Justin's out of here. He's nuts, and I send my condolences to you and your family. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Michael. I appreciate you for the $25. Now, of course, there's a couple other people that I do have to thank here. I'm just going to go ahead and hold that off because I kind of feel weird from talking about Michael's mom with a terminal illness that lost her health care to like reading off a donation about emptying a children's college fund for the DNC, KFC, DNC grift. So I'm just going to pass the mic for you now. Big Mac, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
There's a few things. I'd say immigration is a big one, especially. I think, first off, before we get into it, I'd say the process for immigration should be faster. It should be better than what it currently is that both parties are working for. You can't have a completely open border because you don't know who's coming across, but I also don't think it should take 7 years to get into the country.
True. Yeah, this
but
doesn't
when it
explain why
comes-
you support Trump, because he's never even advocated.
Yeah, no,
for
I
it.
get that completely. But when it comes to removing illegals from the country, that are actively hurting people, like when you look at headlines like Lake and Riley, other people getting hurt and killed by illegals, I think is questionable. To where you should put your own citizens first and deport people who came in the country illegally.
Like with those crimes on their records.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you want, like, my personal opinion, I'd say if you commit a crime, you should be gone. If not, But at the same time, I don't blame him.
Could I ask you
for
one question
deporting
born out of
people.
hypocrisy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you say if you commit a crime, then you should be deported. Yet if you're an American citizen and you're found guilty of 34 on top of a civil case that determined you raped a woman, on top of another civil case that determined you defrauded a bank, on top of another civil case that determined you defrauded your own university, on top of 7 infringements or threats to 7 amendments of the Constitution and 2 articles, you should be president?
No, not necessarily. No, I disagree with you there. Because why is it civil? Why was he not held criminally liable for that?
Because the statute
why
of
was he not-
limitations had passed.
Why would you wait until somebody's the president to come out and talk about it when he's popular?
Why
instead
do
of
women
before?
just wait in general? Because of rape culture. It punishes women for being publicly outspoken about being raped.
Okay, that's a fair point, but I don't know. I disagree. I don't necessarily fully disagree with you. I just feel topic of immigration definitely more middle of the road for me personally.
We'll
Can we
finish our
go?
conversation about the topic of immigration, but I do want you to address that point of hypocrisy. You say if they're guilty of a federal misdemeanor, send them to fucking Alcatraz. But if they're a rapist
No,
felon,
but
send them to the Oval. Why?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I think Trump should have to do the same thing Clinton did and testify in front of Congress about it, about the accusations. 1,000,000%.
Well, they're no longer accusations because they're proven in court.
Okay, well, testify in front of Congress, and if he's found among the jury of his peers to be guilty, go to jail.
He was found guilty
Then he
amongst
should
the
be-
jury of his peers.
I don't know. I
Wanna
get
see
what
the
you're
verdict
saying.
form?
I get what you're saying.
I'm going to show it to you anyways. Here's a verdict form where a jury of his peers found Donald Trump guilty for sexually abusing or raping Miss Carroll.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That is 1,000,000% a good point. 1,000,000%. And I do not. That's Trump's biggest thing. Reason why he shouldn't be in office. And I agree with you there. But I just feel like a lot of the country would not disagree, but it's better than some of the other options where you have to vote for someone where you agree with his personal actions, but his policy you tend to agree with.
Okay, what's your
versus
favorite
someone
Trump
who-
policy? Name your favorite Trump policy. Keep in mind, a policy
Favorite
is
Trump-
either
no
a bill
tax on
passed through.
tips.
Okay, no tax on tips. Kamala Harris ran on that too. So who are you going to go
I
with?
get that.
The rapist that's running on no tax on tips, or the non-rapist that's running on no tax on tips? The answer
But you
here
gotta
seems
look
clear.
at the previous 4 years as she was vice president, where she didn't do anything.
Okay,
Open
really?
the border.
Okay.
I think that is her biggest flaw.
How did
was
she open the
being the
borders?
border czar and leaving the border open.
Okay,
Dang,
how do
there
you-
was over 15
what
million
do you-
people
what do you-
who came
wait,
into
what
the
do you mean
country
by
illegally.
what do you mean by border czar? How do you know that she was the quote unquote border czar?
You got me on that one. I'll give you that.
Okay, so you're just basically attributing her to be the border czar, and then
No,
you're
not
basically attributing her to
necessarily.
open the border. Okay, then what's the
Who wa-
evidence
who
that she was
the
a quote unquote border
Who was
czar?
the border czar under that administration then?
Well, there certainly wasn't Kamala Harris.
Okay. You got me on that one. That's fair.
Okay, so then who are you going to take? The non-rapist that's running on no tax on tips, or the rapist that's running on no tax on tips?
See, but it's more than just no tax on tips, though.
Okay, so then what's your second favorite Trump policy? Keep in mind, a policy is a bill
well-
passed through Congress or an EO signed into effect.
Well, I also really support him when it comes to Iran. I think that's a really important thing that a lot of people
dragon.
brush over. I think killing 40,000 people deserves something in return for nothing but protest.
Okay, so what is he doing in Iran? Because what I'd posit here is that, yeah, the IRGC is bad. Clearly it was evil when they slaughtered 40,000 of their protesters. But us going into Iran, further destabilizing the region, allowing the IRGC to maintain control of the country, now negotiating with them, on top of just killing their own citizens and taking out their own civilian infrastructure, doesn't remedy the issue of them killing their citizens. It, in fact, just makes it worse because we're killing more with them.
I disagree with you on that. I'd say, what are we actually doing in Iran? Taking out that dangerous leadership, and I don't think it's going to stop where it is now.
Wait, Donald Trump says it has. He said that we've achieved all military objectives.
Up until the point of the ceasefire, which we're currently in, but it's not going to end there, Dean.
So where's it going to end? Like, do you think that he's eventually just going to like completely dismantle and get rid of the IRGC?
No, I think Iran should go back to the Crown Prince that the IRGC threw out, and go back to that same bloodline to where they can be as successful as they were in the late '60s, early '70s.
So the IRGC was not in power until '73. So whoever was in power in the late '60s wasn't the IRGC.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is you need to get to the point before the IRGC.
Okay, so you think that his goal is to just get rid of the IRGC, to do regime change?
No, I think his goal is to secure peace for the whole region by not allowing Iran to have a nuclear
Sorry,
weapon.
buddy, you're contradicting yourself here.
How?
Because you said that you think that his goal is to get Iran back to where they were before they had the IRGC. So then I say, okay, so he's trying to do regime change, because that's what regime change would be, getting the IRGC out of power. Then you say, no, he's not trying to get the IRGC out of power. So then why did you say he's trying to get the country back to where they were before the IRGC?
What, before women were oppressed? That's a bad thing to want? Is
now you're not even answering the question.
Look at the soccer team.
Now you're not even answering the question. Now you're saying, Dean, are you saying it's a bad thing to get rid of the IRGC? No, I'm just asking you for clarification.
Okay.
How can you say in one breath that he wants to get rid of the IRGC, but then in the second breath say that he doesn't want regime change, therefore he doesn't want to get rid of the IRGC? Is this not a crystal clear contradiction?
No, it absolutely. I completely agree that is a contradiction. But
okay, so then clarify the contradiction. Does he want regime change or does he not want regime change?
I would say he wants regime change, but there's more to it than going in just for regime change.
Okay, so he is going in there for a regime change and a bunch of other things too.
Right. There's multiple factors to it. It doesn't play off of just one thing.
I could prove that he's not going in there for regime change.
What do you mean? How?
Because he claimed that he's already done regime change, yet the IRGC is still in power, and he's actively negotiating a long-term deal with the IRGC, meaning that he doesn't want the IRGC to go away, or else the negotiations for the long-term deal would be for nothing.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so he's
You're
not
right.
going in there for regime change.
Okay, that's fair.
So then what is he going in there for?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain why. I just feel like there's multiple different things that happen to where you can't be.
What are his objectives?
The 40,000 people getting killed. I don't think you can just
You're not
sit back
telling
and
me
watch
his.
that happen.
You're not telling me his objectives. What are his objectives?
To secure peace in the region.
By doing what? Going
By
to
doing
war?
Yes, a war against the Ayatollah. Yes, absolutely.
But what does he
Someone who-
want this war to achieve that will secure peace?
I don't necessarily know there. That's fair. You know more about that than me. That's fair.
Okay.
You got me on that one.
So if you don't know what he wants the war to achieve to get peace, then how do you know the war will achieve peace?
Well, I just feel like when it comes to 40,000 people getting killed, you have to do something. And I think taking out the current leadership that did that to their own citizens is an important step of that.
Not historically. That doesn't lead to peace. Look at what happened after we took out Saddam Hussein. Led to a bloody civil war where like 3 million Afghanis and Iraqis died.
Okay, that's fair, and I kind of feel not. I just don't feel like that's the way the Iran is heading.
But you can't articulate why. In fact, you can't even articulate the objectives that he wants to achieve.
That's fair. That's a fair criticism. I would just say this is the first time I ever actually like debated with someone about why I think so. It's tougher for me to articulate that, but that's a fair point you bring. Absolutely.
Okay, so then outside of the war in Iran, now that we've gone past that topic, what are the other things Trump is doing that you agree with? Because, I mean, if we look domestically at our country right now, it's in fucking shambles, dude. Okay? We see Americans...
How so?
Yeah, we see Americans getting executed by agents of the states. Agents of the state, sorry. We see 10 million
Can I?
Native Americans.
What would be an What would be an example of that? American citizens being executed by someone by the state.
Alex Reddy.
Okay. Now, when it comes to that one specifically, I feel like you kind of have to put yourself in the situation of those federal agents, because the local officers should have been backing them from the start and not fighting against federal agents trying to accomplish stuff. Because when you have that divide and ice gets spread thin because local agencies are being playing politics, I think that gets really dangerous, because it puts these officers in a situation where they're so stretched thin to where they have to make a decision. And when you look at that video, when the other officers are yelling gun, gun, gun as they're fighting with the guy, I mean, I'd have a hard time saying I wouldn't do the same thing in that person's shoes. I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying it's hectic and it should. I don't think it was murder. I think it is.
Then you'd have to say that it was
justified, but
okay, well, if it's not fully justified, then it is murder, because unironically, the definition of the word murder is the unjustified killing of a human. So if you don't think that it was justified, by default, it's therefore unjustified.
I would say from the situations, like from the circumstances that were happening in that situation, I would say it's a justified shoot, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's morally right, no. But I think legally he's 100% not 100%. It's arguable, but I would say he's more justified than not putting yourself in his shoes.
So what circumstances of the shooting justified the shooting?
What do you mean? What?
I feel like I asked a clear question there.
Say that again then.
What circumstances of the shooting justified the shooting?
I would say it being as chaotic as it was.
Chaos doesn't justify a shooting.
No, it absolutely doesn't. But when you're
so then you're not giving me the
you
circumstances of the shooting that justifies the shooting.
Right, but they can't properly go off their training because they don't have enough power. Because
they're not acting in accordance with your training. Is just another reason for us to believe that it's unjust.
Right, but how are you supposed
so
to
then what about the shooting justified the shooting? Because you just try to give two reasons: the fact that it was chaotic and they weren't operating off of their training. Well, in fact, the first reason, that it was chaotic, doesn't give any reason to believe that the shooting was justified, and the second reason, that they weren't operating off of their training, actually gives a reason to believe that it was unjustified.
That's completely fair, but
so then what reasons to do with the shooting give us reason to believe that it was justified? Because you still haven't named one.
Well, why would it be justified? Because the officer who shot him was obviously in fear of his life.
Okay, but what made him reasonably fear for his life? Can you articulate it?
What made it? If you put yourself in his shoes in that situation where they're yelling gun, 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 the guy's fighting and squirming, and then has something in his hand, which was his phone.
Fighting and squirming and had his phone in his hand. Okay, for the first one about yelling gun, gun, gun. Just because somebody says gun does not objectively justify an LEO-engaged shooting, because even if those screams were true and he did have a gun, merely being in possession of a firearm is not enough warrant to justify an LEO killing you in accordance with Connor v. Graham, other SCOTUS case law like Felix, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment. The NRA has reaffirmed this position on Twitter, saying that it's dangerous to argue otherwise. Then to your second argument, that he was squirming. Okay, this would amount to what? Resisting? Well, when we look at the ways in which he was squirming, I don't think so. He was pepper sprayed and then beat in the head with a pistol. It would be a natural human reaction to attempt to put your hands in front of your face when you're being pepper sprayed, or your hands on your head when you're being pistol whipped. All right? Now, we also don't hear at any point audibly in that video a single lawful order. So if we cannot audibly demonstrate a single lawful order, then what was he resisting? Now, to your third point about him having his phone in his hand, sure, he did have a phone in his hand, but everybody knew that. In fact, he approached all the ICE agents with the phone in his hand.
That's fair, and I think that's a bad example. Not a bad example, but I think that's an example where ICE is wrong in that. But
then it was murder.
Okay, that's fair if you wanna say that, but I just feel like with the circumstances around that, like it's not. It is. I don't know. That's fair. You make a good point for that, Dean. I'll give you that.
Okay, so now that you've accepted that in America under Trump, we see chaos, like agents of the states murdering our citizens, I'll move on to my next point. The economy is a mess. Okay, we have the worst jobs report since 2003, excluding recessions. We see the most layoffs since the pandemic, the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, a declining amount of investment into our manufacturers for the first time in years after a massive boom under Biden. A recessed GDP growth, recessed growth of real median wages, and the most manufacturing bankruptcy since the Great Recession in 2010. But he's not going to respond to any of that because he left. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Meta Dutch loading up in on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Violet, for the $100. Thank you so much, Violet, bro. You are so incredibly kind. You were awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Violet, that is a shit ton of money, and I am so very grateful for your support. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to the GOAT, Violet, down below in that comment section. I am beyond grateful for you. Genuinely, that is a shit ton of money. Just like I said, know that I'm beyond grateful for you. Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Violet. Same thing to Aria. That is ARIA. Thank you for the $50 super chat, who says this is just because you have to deal with so many of these brainless maggots. Have a great day, Dean. Keep serving them. Thank you for the love, Aria. You are fantastic. It is good to see you again, by the way. Thank you for the kind words and the $50 donation. Show some love to Aria and Violet. You are awesome, Aria. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Serpent, with the $20, who says, I bet MAGA wishes they annexed Iran and can make it the 51st state and rename it to East Carolina, like how we called the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Well, I mean, we know explicitly that's what the Trump administration wants to do, the whole conquest thing, but I think they're trying to contain it to the Northern Hemisphere. Welcome in, Meta. Do you support Trump?
I do, Dean. I just have a question. Before you're good enough to debate me, how many continents are there?
I don't know, 6.5, maybe 13.
It ain't 7.
I know, no fucking way. Definitely it's not 7.
No, it's actually 8. New Zear.
What is New
I'm
Zear?
too goated for you, dog.
What's New Zear?
It's not. It's our 8th continent.
Where is it?
New Zealand.
Okay.
It's 94% submerged.
Oh yeah,
but
you're
it's
talking,
a continent. So
you're talking about the submerged land around New Zealand. So there's some geographers that actually accept what you're saying and do argue that it should be considered an 8th continent. However, it's rejected by the consensus because the consensus just considers the 7th continent to not be Australia, but to rather be Oceania. And the continent of Oceania would include the submerged land of New Zealand.
There's 8, but that's cool. I just wanted to tell you there's 8, but I love you, dude.
Okay, you're not a Trump supporter. I'm going to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Please only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. We got Larry the Lobster loading up. Hey, Amanda, thank you for the $20. Who says, if you have to do that level of mental gymnastics and still can't defend your stance, your stance is wrong. Absolutely true. I appreciate you for the $20, Amanda. Let's get 200 Amanda W's down below in that chat. Yeah, Larry the Lobster is very clearly a Trump supporter, everybody. A lot of them are very racist. That's why they'll come up here and scream the N-word. But yeah, we're obviously going to ban him for screaming the N-word. I'd also like to thank you, Grace, for the $20 dono, saying this was the money for the kids. Thank you, Grace. Show some love to Grace down below. I appreciate you so very much. And Jose, thank you so much for another $20 who says, for Dean, this is my daughter's college money for the Dean KFC DNC grift. Thank you for sending me your daughter's college tuition. Show some love to Jose. Same thing to you, Noah. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, Lindsay, for the $5. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $25 donation. I appreciate you, Amanda. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. Thank you so much, you guys. Welcome in, Denzel. Do you support Trump?
So no, I'm actually from...
All right, guys, we're going to put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen in order to be in that queue and stay on the live. You got to be following them, which means you got to be MAGA. Hey, Evan, thank you for the $8 over on PayPal. He says, listen, while taking my grad pics. Thank you, Dean. Love ya. Oh, I hope they turned out great, Evan. Congrats on the graduation. Myron, thank you for the $20, who says, as a longtime NASA engineer and applied physicist, keep fighting for science. Myron, I fucking love you, dude. You're like legitimately a goat. Oh my God, I am so infatuated with what you do. I think that all NASA engineers are like the coolest people alive. So huge shout out to you. You're legitimately the goat. Thank you for the $20. And Anonymous, thank you for the $20 as well, who says people don't like immigrants because they just don't understand how much it costs to become legal. For me, it costs $10,000, $7,000 for the application packet, plus out-of-pocket medical check up. plus vaccinations, loads of paperwork, 1.5 years wait to get it. Yeah, Marcelo, that's another part that isn't talked about often, and it does need to be taken into consideration here because there's more than one problem with illegal means of entry. We don't just see the problem of them being dilapidated and taking like 10 years, but also the massive cost associated with it. I appreciate you for the love, Anonymous. You're awesome. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump. Sammy. Going once, going twice, and sold to the next guest. Let's go and get Lena loading up into the box. Okay, all right. What else do we have here? Who else do we have here? Brittany, thank you for the $1 saying that Justin was disgusting. True. All right, we got the next guest, Elena, loading up. And if you're watching in your MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat and I'll let you skip that line. We're just simply looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. Clearly not too many of them do. It's a hard day, rough day out here trying to find some Trump supporters. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Miss J is not here. I don't know why there's a bunch of people in the queue that aren't here. It is what it is. We'll continue to try to do our thing here. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pay message on YT, and Dean Withers without the E in Withers right up there. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Franklin connecting. We got Don connecting. We got Hi OK connecting. We got MAGA 2028 connecting. We got Cooper connecting. We got a bunch of people connecting. Look at that. Big panel. Huge panel. MAGA 2028. Do you support Trump? Okay, band. Don, do you support Trump? Okay, band. Cooper, do you support Trump?
Yep.
Age?
So it's my turn.
Band. Okay, guys, see, that's the issue, that we could bring up 5 people from the queue and not a single one of them is a Trump supporter. Can we stop doing that, guys? We got Ozzy and Michael loading in.
I love
Ozzy.
you, Dean.
Okay, appreciate you, but banned. Michael, do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Oh, there's actually you. Banned. Okay, we're at 7 people so far without a single Trump supporter out of the 7. Okay, banned. Now we're at 8. We got Steve and Limited loading up into the box. We got Chase loading up into the box. We got MVP loading up into the box. And banned. Steve, do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course I do.
MVP, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you two? Let's start with Steve and then let's go to
19.
MVP. Okay, what about you, Steve?
21. 21 system. Yeah.
Steve, what time is it?
But excuse me, I'm a little bit drunk.
MVP, what year were you born in? Oh, MVP left? Okay. All right, guys, we're at 17 guests in the last 2 minutes. Out of the 17 guests that we've had on the live in the last 2 minutes, 0 of them have been Trump supporters ready to debate. We're going to go back on that hunt. We got 18, 19, and 20 up here. 20 already left. Kevin was a troll. Ghost, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
29 years old.
Okay, and yeah, why do you want a delusional idiot who claims to be God, threatens to genocide 90 million people, and rapes women to be president?
Because I'm Liv's older brother, Justice for Liv. You're going bald. You're a horrible human being, and I don't like your hairline.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna ban you to try to find a debate. We're gonna go get the next guest. AJ loaded up into the box. We're at 22 now. We got Trump 2016 and 2024 loading up too. Guys, we're trying our best right now to find a single Trump supporter who's down to come up here and have a debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, well, our 24 banned. We got Hannon loading up into the box. We got her loading up into the box. 25. Hannon, do you support Trump? Hannon?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
Her, do you support Trump? Okay, her just left. All right, what month in 2008? Hanyon? Okay, it looks like Hanyon's actually just leaving too. All right, guys, we're at 26 guests in the last 4 minutes. Out of the 26 guests that we've had on the live in the last 4 minutes, 0 of them have been Trump supporters ready to debate. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next group here. Lloyd, do you support Trump?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm at like a 60-40%, so yeah.
What time is it?
It's 7:14.
What state are you in?
Florida.
What's the capital of Florida?
I'm going to be honest with you. I got no clue. I just moved here, man. I just moved here, but I used to live in Ohio.
What's the capital of Ohio?
Cleveland.
Hi.
I don't know, Lloyd. I don't know. What is one state that borders Florida?
Georgia.
Oh, wait. The capital of Ohio is not Cleveland. Banned. All right, we're at 28. Landon, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born 19 years ago.
Okay, which would be what year?
19 years ago.
Okay, banned. James, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007. 6/11/2007.
Okay. Joseph, do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm sorry. I clicked join by accident. I'm sorry.
All right, guys. So this is the issue that I'm talking about in the guest requests on TikTok. We're at over 30 people that I've brought in and out of the queue on TikTok, and seemingly we might have been able to find one of the 30 people in the guest requests that is here for the purpose of the live. So now, James, why do you support the delusional rapist who claimed to be God and threatened to genocide 90 million people as president?
Honestly, I supported him because that's what I was raised to believe.
Okay. Do you have any arguments for why what you were raised to believe in is true?
There's no facts to it.
All right, then I just recommend listening to the live stream, my bro. I think that's where you're going to find most of the value. So we're actually at over 30 people. First Trump supporter that we found submitted in the first 5 seconds so that they don't have any facts to justify their view. Just recommend watching the live stream. Moving on to the next guest here. Rashid, do you support Trump? Going once, going twice in Seoul. It's banned. Win, do you support Trump?
I'm Canadian. I just want to say that I
AICU, do you support Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump.
Okay, banned. James Copper, do you support Trump? Okay, just left. We're at close to 40 people that we've cycled through. Out of the close to 40 people, we might actually already be over 40 people. Not a single one of them has come up here for a debate about why they're MAGA. So we're going to continue to try here. Welcome in, Whitey Man. Do you support Trump?
I hate black niggers.
Okay, yeah, banned. Mac, do you support Trump? Mac, Stiller, banned. Echo Vision, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm just going to be honest. I do support Trump. However, I did just goon to you and Charlie Kirkiawi.
What are we doing? All right, guys, we're at 45 people that we've circled in and out of in the last 5 minutes. Out of the 45 people that we've cycled in and out of in the last 5 minutes, not a single one of them has been a Trump supporter up here for a debate. Not a single one of them. Big Yahoo, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
6.
Banned. Lucas, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
19.
What time is it?
01:18.
Okay. Out in America. Banned. One skinny. Light skin, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
September.
Okay. So why do you support the delusional rapist that threatened to genocide 90 billion people and claim to be God as president?
Because he gives me straight teeth.
I think we won. I mean, that's over 50 people. I mean, I think that we won. I think that we're just out of MAGA. Because that's legitimately over 50 people. We just nearly cycled through every single person in the queue. And there's not a singular Trump supporter. Like, I could keep on trying here. Am I gonna be effective? Like, I just don't think we're gonna be effective, everybody, because there's just simply no one left. Is it worth it? Do you support Trump? Jade, you're on the live. Do you support Trump? Jade, you hopped in the queue. I know you're here. Just left. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna ban a lot of people. I'm just gonna look through the accounts in the queue. If you are not a Trump supporter, I'd recommend leaving the queue now because I'm just gonna start banning people in the queue who are not Trump supporters. All right, there's like 4 people right here. I'm also just banning like a lot of people. I'm honestly just banning a lot of the people that joined the live stream in the last little bit. That rejoined the queue. Perfect. Where's... There she is. Her bio literally says 14 banned. Okay, I know that this person is a Trump. I'm going to ban them too. Okay. All right, we just did like a purge. We just banned like 15 people in the queue. Jay, do you support Trump?
I do. Oh, sorry. My bad. You're talking to Jay.
I don't think Jay's here. Coachy Poo, you're MAGA, right?
Dino, what's up, my man?
Not too much. Just simply kind of enjoying the fact that MAGA's dying.
You think so?
I mean, just look at the last 5 minutes of my live. I know so. Like, I mean, did you see that? I mean, like, genuinely, you're the only Trump supporter in, like, what, 30 minutes that wants to talk? I've cycled through upwards of 60 people. Yeah, MAGA's dying. And, I mean, that's also showing in the polls. He has the lowest approval rating out of any president in American history at this point in their term.
Yeah, so maybe people think it's too easy to win a debate against you. I don't know.
Well, if they thought it was too easy to win a debate against me, then they'd be foaming at the mouth to come up here and get that W. Because, quite frankly, not too many people have been able to do that. Even Charlie Kirk couldn't do that.
All right, well, let's try this one. The crowd will like this one, too, because they've been giving me hell in the chat. So, will you admit that you have been found civilly liable for rape or convicted of rape at least as many times as Trump has?
No, I will not admit that. Because I've been held civilly liable for rape 0 times. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for rape 1 time.
Can you show me evidence of that, sir?
Of course. So let's go ahead and put...
Show me that same court thing
that I have put on the screen and many, many times before, and I know exactly what it says.
From the jury that you showed earlier for SA.
Yes.
Except for rape.
And this is the evidence that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
Okay, show me.
Oh, it's on the screen right now.
So can you read that top one to us, please, sir?
Yeah, of course. So the selected portion of the verdict form shows 2 questions. The first question says, Mr. Trump raped Miss Carroll. The jury said no. Second question says, Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. The jury says yes. And yeah, I am claiming that this is the evidence that the jury found him guilty of rape.
Okay, how so?
Great question. Thank you, sir. I know, because that seems counterintuitive, because they literally say no to rape. So then why am I claiming that this proves they found him guilty of rape? Well,
now you're going to go to the judge's statements afterwards?
No, actually I won't.
Okay.
That's because the action that the jury found Donald Trump guilty of is something that I consider to be rape, something that you consider to be rape, something that we consider to be rape. So because of that, the jury found him guilty of rape. But the one body that didn't consider this variant of rape to be rape was, of course, the legal definition of rape in the state of New York in 2022, which was exclusively the forced penetration of a vagina with a penis. But I believe that colloquially, and now legally in New York and 35 other states, that rape would include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body, including his fingers.
So that's excellent. So I'm going to go back to my question. Do you agree that you have been held civilly liable or convicted of rape at least as many times as Trump? Remember, the two characteristics are civilly liable or criminally. Not your thoughts, not your definition. Civilly liable or convicted of rape. Have you been held civilly liable or convicted of rape at least as many times as Trump?
Why not my definitions? And no, my answer to that question is no. Because I've been held civilly liable 0 times. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable once.
Can you show me that, sir?
I just did.
No, you didn't. You actually showed me no, they hadn't, by that same jury of his peers that actually held him civilly liable for SA, sir.
Oh, then you weren't listening to me. Because did you
I
hear me
was
explain
totally
how
listening.
the action that they found him guilty of was something that we considered to be rape?
You're
How about
tuning
this?
that into colloquial things of your definition.
How about this?
That
Answer-
has nothing to do with the legal term.
No, it's super relevant. It's super relevant because
No.
we inform the law of what rape is. The law doesn't inform us of what rape is. Just check this out. Check this out, okay? Do you agree that your definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers?
Depends on the state. I think all states are yes now.
Oh, we're not talking about legality. We're talking about you.
That's the only thing that matters to me.
Okay, so before states existed, you didn't think rape could happen because there was no legal body to enforce it?
Correct. So let me...
Do you want to take that one back?
Let me ask you this, Dean.
No, do you want to take that one back? Is this rage bait?
No.
So
This
I
isn't
just want to
rage
clarify that unconsensual sex isn't always rape. Is that your position?
Again, it depends on the state. I think in all states now it is, but it hasn't always been that way.
I'm not asking. I'm asking you. According to you, will you consider every circumstance of unconsensual sex
what I
to be
say doesn't
rape?
matter, Dean. What I say doesn't matter for the...
It does
court of
matter,
law.
and that's why I'm asking you.
Why does it matter?
Of course,
How does
I'll
my
demonstrate that
opinion change
after.
the law?
I'll demonstrate that to you after you answer the question.
My opinion is whatever the law states. Yes.
Okay, so before the law existed, if a man chained down a woman and while she was actively trying to fight back, then forcefully raped her with his penis in her vagina, and then killed her afterwards, that was not rape and murder because there was no legal body to define it as rape and murder.
Was there even a rape and murder word at that time?
Rape and murder are not words, they're actions that we use
But they are
words to
words as
refer
well.
to. No, the semantic content of the word rape is the action of unconsensual sex.
I know the definition, but we're sticking to law here. We're talking about civilly or criminally
But
liable or
you're-
guilty.
Okay, you said that we're sticking to law. You didn't answer the question.
I'm not the law.
I'm saying
Again,
that
I
the
did
law-
answer the question.
I'm saying that the law
My answer
doesn't.
is whatever the law says.
I'm saying that the law doesn't prescribe.
Yes,
what
if there
these-
was no law for rape.
Listen, I'm
no.
saying what I'm saying here is that the law doesn't prescribe what rape is. I'm saying that the law doesn't prescribe what murder is. Okay, the law just tries to describe what rape and murder is to the best of its ability. And when it gets its description of rape and murder wrong, then we try to update it to change it to make it better. Like a good example of this would be the law in Germany during the Holocaust. It did not describe the killing of a Jewish individual as murder. Does this mean that it wasn't actually murder to kill a Jewish individual? Of course not. It was murder. Why? Because the law wasn't prescriptive insofar as defining what murder was. So
Wait,
we
so-
then
so let
attempted
me ask
to
this.
revise that with the introduction of international humanitarian law. We introduced the Nuremberg trials, and then later, after the Reich fell, then they had a better government, and which, of course, included that to be murder. Another good example of this would be like
Hold
no.
up.
Another good
Okay,
example.
all
This
right,
I just
go
want to
ahead,
give
go
you one more. Would
Yep.
be America during slavery. Okay, because the law doesn't prescribe what a person is, even though the law said black people weren't people, they in all reality were people. Because the law doesn't prescribe what rape is, because the law said black people were property and it wasn't possible to rape them, we could still acknowledge that thousands, hundreds of thousands of enslaved individuals were raped. All because the law doesn't prescribe what murder is, when the law wouldn't call it murder to kill a slave, it still yet was murder to kill a slave.
Okay, so Dean, with that logic, I'm just going to make this simple, okay? With your theory, with your definition, Trump is a rapist by definition. Now, back to my original claim. Have you been found civilly liable or convicted of rape any more times than Trump? Yes or no?
No, I've been held civilly liable for rape 0 times, and he's been held civilly liable 1 time.
No, that is false, sir.
It logically follows. Have you ever heard of the...
Wait,
It's either the
hold on.
transitive or the
Dean,
transversive
Dean,
law
wait,
of logic.
Dean, I'm gonna make this simple again. You're right. It logically follows, but
That
has
he was
he
held
been
civilly liable for
Well,
rape, yeah.
That's logical, but has he been civilly liable of rape, Dean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Show me, sir.
Yeah,
Take your
because of
time.
the... Yes, of course. I'll try to introduce a new argument that I haven't given you already because you didn't like the other ones. Have you heard of the transitive law of logic?
No.
Let me make sure I'm
Explain it to
calling. Let me make sure I'm calling it the right thing. The
But
transitive
again,
law
I'm
of logic.
still going to go back to the same exact
Okay.
question.
Yes. I
Civilly
am
liable.
calling it. I am calling it the right thing. So the transitive law of logic is what proves Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. The transitive law of logic is if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you accept the transitive law of logic?
Not for legal terms, no.
So in order to
Not for
instantiate
legalities.
that Trump hasn't been found guilty of rape, you have to reject logic.
Well, first of all,
You have to literally reject logic
Wait, Dean,
in
Dean.
order to believe Trump isn't a rapist. This is by far one of the best owns yet. He just rejected literally logic, the transitive law of logic. If A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C, in order to uphold his position. So by definition, your position is self-defined as illogical because operating out of the bounds of logic is illogical. By definition.
First of all, Dean,
and you're
if
telling me that you operate out of the bounds of logic by operating out of the bounds of the transitive law of logic. When you reject the laws of logic, you reject logic in of itself. So because you're rejecting the laws of logic, thereby rejecting logic in of itself, you are self-accepting that your position is illogical. I'm going to go ahead and give you the argument with the transitive law of logic anyways. So once again, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, this is really easy. The court held him liable for forcefully penetrating. No, we need to start with something else. The court held him liable for sexual abuse. Okay, more specifically, penetrating a woman's vagina forcefully with his fingers. Therefore, if A is sexual abuse and B is forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers, then we have A equals B. So what about C? Well, what else do we call it when you forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with your fingers? We call it rape. C is rape.
not at that time. That's
so
where you're
A
wrong
is
at that
sexual
time.
abuse, B is forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers, and C is rape. If A equals B, sexual abuse equals the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers, and B equals C, the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers equals rape, then A equals C, which means that the form of sexual abuse that the court held Donald Trump civilly liable for equals identically to rape. Therefore, it is just as true to say that the court held Donald Trump civilly liable of rape as it is true to say that the court held Donald Trump civilly liable of sexual abuse. Walk. Walked you all the way to the park and back, you little doggy. Go ahead. And you keep on saying that that wasn't considered rape at that time. It doesn't matter what people consider to be rape. All that matters is what is rape. If everybody alive woke up tomorrow and considered the earth to be flat, the earth would still be round. Just like if everybody alive woke up tomorrow and considered 4-year-old girls to have the ability to consent, they still yet couldn't consent. So if 3 years ago in the state of New York, the legislative bodies did not consider the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers to be rape, it was still rape because it was still the unconsensual penetration of a woman's vagina. And that is the semantic content that we refer to when we use the word rape.
Okay, so Dean, again, I'm going to make it easy for you. Donald Trump graped E. Jean Carroll. However, was Donald Trump civilly liable for graping E. Jean Carroll? Yes or no, Dean? Don't lie. Don't lie to 13,000 viewers right now.
Yeah, the answer is yes because of the
you're a
7
child,
or 8
Dean.
arguments I gave you.
Child, you're an uneducated child.
Crash out.
I'm not
I
crashing
understand.
out.
You
You
are.
have no source to back that up.
I just gave you 8.
No, you didn't. You gave me logic and all this other things, and you literally
Right.
showed the jury.
Yeah, what's a better source
Of the same-
than
so let-
proving that it is logically necessary that
Okay,
he
let's
was found
talk
guilty
logic,
of
Dean.
rape?
Dean, let's talk logic.
What's a better source than proving that my argument is necessarily true because of the laws of logic? There's no better source than that.
Okay, so Dean, let's play logic here, okay? I'm going to change the question to you. Was Donald Trump civilly liable for SA?
Yes.
What's your source on that?
The jury verdict form.
Oh. What's that same source say about grape, sir?
It says no to rape because of the legal definition that we reject.
Okay, so was he civilly liable for grape, Dean?
Yes.
You're cute, kid.
No, I'm just being
You're
consistent.
using the source and deleting the source for the other argument. You're only
No,
using
that's-
half the source.
That's not the claim. In all reality, what we're saying here is that the legislative bodies of the state of New York did correctly represent what sexual abuse is, yet they did not correctly represent what rape is. So because
So you
they
don't
correctly
agree with the you don't
And
agree
neither-
with what the jury said.
and neither
so now
do
you don't
you.
believe in due process.
No, I do believe in due process, but I don't believe in incorrectly defining rape to exclude rape victims of being rape victims through the eyes of legality.
Okay, so Dean, even if, again, I'm going to go with here, even if they misidentified the definition of grape, was Donald Trump civilly liable for grape? Yes or no, Dean? Don't lie to 13,000 people, kid.
Yes, because they held him civilly liable for something that is rape.
Show us that same jury form that you use as your proof source for essay.
We've
And you know
already-
what?
we've
You know what?
already
Donald
went
Trump
over
has
that.
never even essayed anyone, Dean.
Didn't you accept that he raped Miss Carroll?
No, he didn't even essay her.
Okay, so you just reject the outcome of the court altogether?
I mean, if you reject half of the court, I reject the other half.
Okay, why?
What's wrong with that? Logically, if you can reject half, I can reject half, Dean. Logically.
So this would be based on your personal definition of sexual abuse, not aligning with the action that the jury held.
No, it's
Donald
based
Trump
on
liable
logic.
for.
If you can delete half of the court, so can I, sir.
Okay, well, we have to look at the reasons why I don't acknowledge their claim of being true when they say he didn't rape her.
The reasons are
why-
irrelevant
okay, you're-
when we're literally talking about something that you can look up
not-
in legal
not-
status. Has he been
not-
civilly liable for
not
grape?
when
Yes
you
or no?
not when you want to make an argument that you are going to deny the court's findings of SA because I deny the court's lack of findings of rape. You would have to ensure that the reasons why you're denying the court's finding of SA are identical to the reasons why I'm denying the lack of findings of rape. Because remember, the reasons why I'm denying the court's lack of findings of rape is because I do not think that the court's definition of rape was all-encompassing of what rape actually is. So
Therefore,
very
you don't
similarly,
respect the
ver-
you don't
very,
respect the decision.
very similarly, one moment. Very similarly, if you want to then argue that you deny the findings of SA because I deny the lack of findings of rape, well, then you'll have to say it's because the way that you think SA is properly defined, okay, does not include the action that they held him liable for that they called SA. The same way I'm saying the way that rape is properly defined does not include the strict and narrow definition proposition by the court in the Penal Code of the State of New York. So I want you to now tell me why you do not consider the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers to be sexual abuse.
Because the jury ruled it wasn't.
The jury ruled that it was sexual abuse?
No, they ruled it wasn't.
They ruled that it was sexual abuse.
No, they didn't.
I'll show you it.
Yeah, show me. Show me. This will be fun. So now you're standing by because the jury ruled it was, therefore he did, right?
No, I'm standing by that the statement that they did not rule him as guilty of
Then
sexual
why
abuse
did you just
is
show me that then?
descriptively wrong because the jury verdict form says that the jury did rule him as being guilty of sexual abuse in accordance with the definition of sexual abuse that both you and I uphold, which would include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers.
Are you feeling a little trapped yet, kid? Why did you
No.
show that source then? If that's why he's liable for SA,
Yeah,
why did
yeah.
you show that source?
This source proves that they found him liable of SA indexed to the action of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers, kid.
What does it show for grape, Dean? Put it back up.
Once again,
Come on,
we've
kid.
already been through this a billion times.
Okay,
It says
so if
no
we're going
to
to
rape.
use this source, let's use this source, Dean.
You're getting confused. So
No,
the
no, no,
reason why I
Dean,
have the jury
Dean,
verdict form on
Dean,
screen
there is one person confused. Yes, you're right.
It is you. The reason
Uh-huh.
why you're confused is the reason why I continue to show the jury verdict form on screen is just to represent that the court held him civilly liable for the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's finger.
Did the court hold him civilly liable for grape, Dean? Yes or no?
Yes,
Don't lie
because
to
the
13,000
forceful
people.
penetration of a woman's vagina
Really,
with a man's
put that
fingers
back
rape.
up for the viewers to see again.
I don't have the court documents where they say explicitly that
No,
they're holding
show
him
your
civilly
proof
liable for the court for
Okay,
the
do you have the
forceful
court
penetration
documents?
of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers.
Do you have the court documents to show he was civilly liable for SA then?
It would be wherever they said in the court documents that the action would be the
Why
forceful
didn't
penetration
you, why
of a
didn't you
vagina
tell
with a
me the
man's
same thing
fingers.
there? Logically, you would have said, I don't have those documents with me. Why did you put up the ruling? For one.
I put up the ruling to represent that your claim that he was not held civilly liable for sexual abuse, i.e. the penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers, is false. And in fact, because it does show that on the jury verdict form, I'll show you. If we look at question number 4, it says if you answered yes to question, it says under question number 2, if you answered yes, skip to question number 4. If you answered no, continue to question 3. The reason why that is relevant is because that demonstrates that the legal definition of sexual abuse in accordance with New York state law would include the forceful penetration of a woman's body with a part of a man, which would then necessitate that they were forcefully touched.
Yeah, no argument there, Dean. No argument.
So no argument there. So then, yeah, the reason why I showed you the verdict form was to prove that the jury found him liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers. Okay, which would amount to SA and rape.
No, show me, Dean. Show me grape. On that same sheet, show me.
It did.
And what's it say?
Because the jury verdict form says that he
point that out
forcefully...
to the people. Point that out to the 13,000 people. Question number 1, right? Can you read it to the people?
Yes. Question number 1 says, Mr. Trump raped Miss Carroll. The answer says no.
And was that the jurors' findings?
Yes, in accordance with a strict and narrow legal definition of the word rape, which is not
therefore Trump has not been civilly liable for rape. So we agree.
That statement would only be true if the legal definition that they're ruling on was all-encompassing of all rape, which it is not. So because the legal definition that the jurors ruled on was not all-encompassing of all rape, that statement is not true.
Dean, it doesn't matter what the definition is. Listen. As soon as
of course it does. Wait. Of course the definition of the word rape is going to matter when I'm saying that the court held him civilly liable for rape. Clearly it would.
Let me tell you why it doesn't matter.
If the definition of the word rape doesn't matter, then what are we talking about?
Dean, hold on. Let me explain why it doesn't matter. As soon as I add, was he civilly liable for that? It doesn't matter what you define it as. You can define rape as eating tacos. Was he found civilly liable for eating tacos?
I'll demonstrate this to you really easily. I want you to affirm the following statement is true or false. The jury held Donald Trump civilly liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers.
Correct.
Is that true or false? Now answer the next. That is correct. Perfect.
Yeah.
Now answer the next question.
Well,
is a following question true or false? In accordance with your definition of the word rape, okay, would it be rape to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with a man's fingers?
Again, depends on the state.
No, I asked you in accordance with your definition. Your definition is not a state. Answer the question. Is this statement true or false? Stop running. Is a following statement true or false? In accordance with your definition of the word rape, forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers is rape.
Again, yes. Correct.
Okay, watch this. It's going to be a two-premise syllogism. This will be really easy. Premise number 1, you affirm that it is true that the jury held Donald Trump civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers. Premise number 2, you affirmed it is true that rape would include forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers. Conclusion, the jury held Donald Trump civilly liable for rape. Now, if you reject the conclusion of this two-premise syllogism, either tell me if you think that the argument isn't sound, i.e. you don't think that the conclusion logically follows from the premises, I meant valid, or reject that you think that this argument is sound by falsifying at least one of the two premises.
It's not falsifying it because my opinion, my definition, has nothing to do with the juror's ruling, which ruled him not civilly liable for rape, whether I agree with it or not.
You only have two options here. Are you arguing that the conclusion doesn't?
Options.
Yes, you do. That's what syllogistic argument is.
Your first option you only have two options.
Your first argument. Don't run. Your first argument could be to argue that the conclusion doesn't logically follow from the premises, or you could argue that at least one of the two premises is false. Because if it is true that the conclusion logically follows from the premises, and both of the two premises are true, then it is true that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman. Okay, so you either have to argue that the conclusion doesn't logically follow or that one of the two premises is false. So which one are you going to argue? Does the conclusion not logically follow or is at least one of the two premises false? Which one?
One of the two premises is false according to the jury.
Okay, so which one of the two premises do you think is false?
He did not He was not held civilly liable for rape of
That wasn't one of the two premises. You're lost. The two premises were premise number one: the jury held Donald Trump civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers. And premise number two was you think rape would include forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers. So which one of those two premises is false?
But again, those aren't the only two premises. My opinion.
Yes, those were. That was my argument. Those were the only two premises in my argument.
No, Dean.
You can't say no. That was my argument. Yes, my argument only had those two premises.
Argument.
So which one of those two premises do you think is false? No.
Irrelevant in the law.
But that wasn't one of the two premises. Either do you think that the conclusion didn't logically follow the two premises, or do you think that at least one of the two premises was false? Which one?
I've told you from the beginning. My opinion is irrelevant. So, Dean, let me ask this.
What do you mean? No, your opinion is the only relevant thing here. We're debating. Wait, so you're telling me that you cannot prove that the conclusion doesn't logically follow from the premises, and you cannot prove that at minimum one of the two premises is false. Therefore, it's true that the jury held Donald Trump civilly liable for rape because that was the conclusion of an argument. When you respond it does have to logically follow.
No,
That's the way syllogisms work.
It does not have to logically follow.
Point me towards one philosopher professor alive anywhere on the face of planet Earth that will argue that the conclusion of a syllogism doesn't have to logically follow in order for said syllogism to be sound.
Dean, I will do that as soon as you point me to one legal document that shows that Donald Trump was civilly liable for rape. In fact, what was his
red herring? Red herring. None of my two premises in the argument relied on a single legal document. Red herring. That's a red herring to my argument. Because you're not rejecting one of my two premises.
You're saying civilly liable isn't illegal?
There wasn't one of my, not one of my premises hinged on a legal document.
Are you saying civilly liable isn't an illegal term?
Not one of my two premises. That is a legal term, but not one of my two premises hinged on him being held civilly liable for rape. The only premise that I introduced was premise number one, which was the fact that Donald Trump was found civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers, which is rape. So when you asked me to then give you a legal document that says he raped her, you were giving a red herring to my position, because the first premise of my argument was not that he was found civilly liable of raping her, but rather my first premise was, very analytically, he was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. So do you reject premise number one? Do you reject premise number two? Or do you think that the conclusion does not logically follow from the premises? Which one? Do you want me to type it out for you because you're fucking lost? How about I do that? How about I type it out for you?
Yeah, you can type it, but let me repeat my first question. Let's see if your stance has changed. Has Donald Trump been civilly liable for rape? Yes or no, Dean?
I'm sorry, which premise of my argument is this rejecting?
Has Donald Trump been civilly liable for rape? Yes or
no?
Yeah,
I'll answer that question if you could tell me which premise of my argument this question is tantamount to rejecting.
I have no idea.
Okay, so then you're fucking lost. No, you are. No, the only way to reject the conclusion of my argument, would be to reject one of the two premises of my argument. Do you not know how syllogistic argumentation works?
You claim that you literally said Donald Trump has been civilly liable for rape.
Yes.
Now you're changing your terms.
But that wasn't a premise of my argument. That was the conclusion of my argument.
That was your argument. That was the only question I asked you, Dean.
Buddy, you're lost. I'm telling you that wasn't one of the premises of my argument. That was the conclusion of my argument. If you want to reject the conclusion of my argument, then attack the premises that I used to prove that conclusion.
Oh, that's simple. The same document you did, the jury's findings.
Okay.
The legal document of the jury's findings.
In the jury verdict form, which one of the two premises of my argument does that reject?
What's your two premises again?
Premise number one, Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers. Premise number two, rape would include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with a man's fingers.
That's the one that I disagree with.
Premise number two?
Court of law. Yep.
Okay, well, the court of law doesn't prescriptively define what is and is not rape, and that's why your argument fails.
Yes, it does, and it did. What was
then, do you think that there was? Do you think that there was at minimum one enslaved individual that was raped during slavery?
Maybe.
Wait. Okay, your answer is maybe.
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there were. I haven't looked, but I'm sure there were.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay. So if you agree that there were slaves raped during slavery, then you agree with me that the law doesn't prescriptively define what rape is. Because if the law did prescriptively define what rape is, then there would have been 0 slaves raped during slavery, because the law never said that there was a slave raped during slavery.
So let me ask you this, Dean. Can there be different answers for was somebody raped during slavery, and was somebody held civilly liable for rape during slavery? Can that be two different answers, sir?
Why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting. Can that be two different answers?
Can it be?
That
Yes.
is not a pivot, sir.
Can it be? Yes.
That's
Does
the
it have
correlation
to be? No.
you're trying to make.
What correlation?
Somebody can be raped and not civilly liable for rape.
Yes. Only 2% of rapists ever see accountability in the eyes of the law. That's true.
Okay, so has Donald Trump been held civilly liable for rape, Dean?
That also doesn't follow. Saying that just because somebody
no,
can
answer
be
the
raped.
question, Dean.
One
Why
moment. Just because you're saying that somebody can be raped and not be
Why you
found
pivoting,
civilly
Dean?
liable of
Why you
rape
pivoting,
doesn't
Dean?
mean that every single time somebody is not found
Kid's in a
civilly
corner. The
liable of
kid's in
being
a
raped.
corner.
No, the only person who is in a corner here is you, right? Like my argument has cornered you.
Why are you pivoting, sir?
Well, I'm not pivoting. I'm directly responding to what you said.
So
I'm
you're saying
describing
that
to you how it doesn't
somebody
logically
can be
follow.
raped
Can you
and
please
somebody-
allow me to finish speaking?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Keep
So your
pivoting.
argument is that somebody can get raped or can do a raping without being held civilly liable of raping. Yes, that is absolutely true. Because
Okay.
somebody can rape
Agreed.
somebody and then never be sued for it.
Agreed.
Right? But did Donald Trump rape somebody and then never get sued for it? No. He raped somebody and then he was sued for it. You're lost.
Okay, but so you're almost there. Now let's go to the final conclusion. Was he held civilly liable for rape, Dean? Yes or no?
Yes, that was the
Repeat that.
conclusion of my two-premise argument that you can't reject.
Oh, I can reject it. That same court ruling that you showed.
What? Oh, so the jury verdict form. What
Yeah.
premise of my two-premise argument does that jury verdict form refute?
I just told you the second one that you laid out.
Okay, so the second premise was what? Do you remember?
That if I feel the definition of rape includes more than fingers, then it's rape.
Okay, no, that wasn't the second premise. The second premise of my argument was that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with fingers is rape.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll just
So that's the argument in that ruling.
Wait,
Correct.
I'll just show you. I'll show you the syllogism for the argument literally on screen right now.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll also show this over on YouTube because this one is very, very simple. Okay? P1. Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers.
Correct.
P2. Forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with fingers is rape. Therefore, conclusion. Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
What's that?
Therefore, conclusion. Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
No, the conclusion is the jury's ruling, sir. Would
So do
you
you not
agree the
think
jury's
that-
ruling is the conclusion
One
to
second.
a
So
court case?
is your argument that the conclusion doesn't logically follow the premises?
My conclusion is the jury did not find him civilly liable for rape, period.
Okay, so does that amount to you rejecting the validity of this argument, i.e. you don't think that the conclusion logically follows the premises, or does that amount to you rejecting the soundness
It
of this
doesn't matter
argument?
what I think if it follows logically.
What I'm doing is I'm asking you what category of argumentation against my syllogism your argument falls under. Because
In
let
the
me
end, if
describe.
I-
No, Coachy, I want to describe something simple to you. Okay, there are only, like logically speaking, there are only two ways that this argument could be false. Okay, the first way that this conclusion could be false is if one or both of the premises were false. All right, like an example of that would be premise number 1, Socrates is a man. Premise number 2, not all men are mortal. Conclusion, Socrates is mortal. All right, so we wouldn't be able to say that conclusion is true. For instance, let me find another way to go about this. The conclusion would be that Socrates is mortal. Okay, so we could say that conclusion isn't necessarily true because P2 is false. Okay, so we would be rejecting the soundness of the argument in the sense that at least one of the two premises was false. That was a pretty bad example, but we're going to roll with it. Now, the second way that you could reject the conclusion of the argument is by rejecting its validity. What does validity mean? Validity just means that the conclusion is logically necessitated by the two premises. All right? Because if both the two premises are true, i.e., it's true Donald Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers, and i.e., forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers is true, and then because of those two premises being true, it would then necessarily follow that Trump was held civilly liable for rape. All right? So you'd have to argue that the conclusion doesn't necessarily logically follow the two premises, or that one of the two premises is false. So now
Or
that you
that
have
the
your
jury
two options,
decided
laid out in front
or
of
that
you.
the jury decided he was not liable for grape. Period.
But that's either
Period.
going to fall under the argument that the conclusion doesn't logically follow the premises, or the argument that at least one of the two premises is false. So which one?
Okay, good, great question. That I can't answer that question. You have to ask the jury who found that, not me.
Sorry,
the jury found it. I didn't find that.
So the jury doesn't determine what the laws of logic are. Like, hello?
The jury determines if Trump was civilly liable for grape, though.
Okay, so you're saying that once again the civil liability form that says he didn't rape her would ultimately be a rejection of one of the two premises. So do you think that rejects premise number 2?
It doesn't matter what I think. You'd have to ask the jury. They're the ones that determined he was not civilly liable for grape, sir.
I know, but is that jury
of his peers?
Is that jury verdict form rejecting P2, or is that jury verdict form rejecting that the conclusion follows from the premises? Which one?
Again, you have to ask the jury.
Okay, so you don't know what your own counter argument to my syllogism is? Then my syllogism is true, and it's logically necessitated that Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
I don't care how they got there. I know what the ruling was, Dean.
Okay, but I'm asking you, what part of my argument does that reject? You can't tell me.
You got to ask the jury.
So you don't know? Wait. So if you don't know what part of my argument that the jury verdict form rejects, then you can't reject my argument. Right? Unironically, if you can't demonstrate the relevance of the jury verdict form to my syllogism, this is no difference than saying that, oh, well, oranges taste good. Okay, like, what the fuck does that have to do with the argument? Does the fact that oranges taste good challenge premise 1? Does the fact that oranges taste good challenge premise 2? Does the fact that oranges taste good challenge that the conclusion logically follows from the premises? Well, seemingly, the fact that oranges taste good doesn't, challenge either of the two premises, because what does it have to do with either of the two premises? And the fact that oranges taste good seemingly isn't like a logical argument to demonstrate that the conclusion necessarily follows the premises. So now let's test your claim that the jury verdict form says that he didn't rape her. Okay. Does the fact that the jury verdict form challenge the notion that Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers? No. Because actually, they accept that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers. Does the fact that the jury ruled he didn't rape her challenge the second premise, that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina? One moment. Does the fact that the jury ruled that it wasn't rape challenge the notion that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with the fingers is rape? No, because courts don't prescriptively define what rape is. Okay, so now that we've understood that the jury verdict form does not challenge either of the two premises, and also couldn't challenge that the conclusion necessarily is entailed given that both of the two premises are true, unless you could give an argument for that, seemingly we have ruled out the fact that the jury verdict form did not say what happened to E. Jean Carroll's rape as a relevant fact to a challenge to my syllogism. So now that we've demonstrated that the jury verdict form not saying what he did to her as rape is irrelevant to my argument, can you now please give me a relevant response to the position?
Yes. So is your new false claim that the law didn't define what grape was? Is that your new false claim, Dean?
Yeah, it doesn't prescriptively define what rape is. True.
Oh, it prescriptively did.
You've already accepted that it doesn't by accepting that slaves were raped.
In fact, let me repeat what it is by the law at that time.
One moment. You've already accepted. 1 second. I'm sorry. You've already accepted that the law does not prescriptively define what rape is.
I have not accepted that, sir.
Then you have to reject that enslaved people were raped. Because if the law prescriptively defines what rape is, then no enslaved individuals during American slavery were raped, because the law never considered what happened to them to be rape.
So again, now I'm back to my question, which you struggled to answer. Can somebody be raped and somebody not be found civilly liable for that rape?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Okay, so was Donald Trump held civilly liable for rape?
Yes.
Or was that one of those times where the rapist wasn't?
He was held civilly liable for rape.
Can you show me a source on that, a legal source, please?
Yeah, I gave you my syllogism. I'll give it to you again. P1, Trump was held...
That's not the legal source. First of all, you have typing on there.
Wait.
Your 13,000 people know that you literally typed on there?
So you're saying, I just want to clarify, you're saying that the syllogism is false?
Does your 13,000 viewers know that that's not actually the legal form? That's you typing?
Yeah, that's me typing a syllogism that is true. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go back to the jury verdict form, which is what you use for proof that he SA'd a lady.
Oh, I've already described to you how the first question of the jury verdict form is irrelevant to falsifying my syllogism because it does not reject the validity of the position and it does not falsify either of the two premises.
Yeah. Again, you can have your definition. To you, it could be he raped somebody, but that being said, he still has not been held civilly liable for rape. What was his penalty?
So then
What was
falsify
his
my
penalty,
syllogism.
Dean, what was his penalty?
One moment.
What was his
Then falsify my syllogism, because my syllogism proves that he was held civilly liable for rape. Can you falsify the syllogism?
Dean, what was his penalty for rape? Take your time.
Can you? No, stop pivoting. Stop pivoting. Can you falsify the syllogism?
I don't need to. All I got to do
yes,
is
you
show you the
do.
verdict.
Wait, of course you need to falsify the syllogism. Because if you can't falsify the syllogism, then Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. Are you arguing that you can argue that Donald Trump was not held civilly liable for rape without disproving that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape? Because on its face value, the syllogism proves that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. And if you can't falsify the argument that proves Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape, then you cannot falsify that Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
Okay, I can. So put the jury verdict form back up, please.
The jury verdict form doesn't falsify the syllogism.
Put it back up.
Okay, all right, perfect. You know what? We'll do this. I'm going to put the syllogism on top of the jury verdict form. And then I want you to tell me which premise.
Writings.
You don't care about the syllogism that proves my argument? Then you don't care about the truth. Then you're not here for debate.
This has nothing to do with the legal process, Dean.
Yes, it does, because it concludes that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
You show me where your bullshit writings was submitted in the court case. Go ahead.
Wait, why are you calling it bullshit? Falsify one of the premises.
Take your time, kids. Show me where that was submitted in the court case.
Red herring, because a submission into the court case is not one of the two premises in the argument.
It's red herring when you want to leave from the actual jury description and the legal documents, Dean. That's a red herring.
It's because I can do that and still prove that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. My evidence is the syllogism on top of my head.
All right, so put it up there again. Put the jury ruling up there.
Okay, so which one of the two premises does the jury verdict form falsify?
No, I'm going to back up my claim that Donald Trump has not been found civilly liable for rape.
Okay, perfect. So which one of the two premises in the syllogism is false?
Can you read number one for the 13,000 people, please?
Yes, it says, Mr. Trump raped Miss Carroll, and the answer is no. So you might feel like that question falsifies premise number 2, which would be forceful penetration of a woman's vagina as rape. But we know that's not the case, because at the time, the law did not consider the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina to be rape, yet we can also acknowledge that the law does not prescriptively define what rape is and isn't. An example of this is something that you've already conceded on, that being that the law never defined the forceful penetration of an enslaved woman's vagina as rape, yet you agreed that there were people who were raped during slavery. So that's why the jury verdict form does not falsify premise number 2. Therefore, it doesn't falsify the argument. It was
defined as forcefully penetrating somebody with their ding-dong at that time. You know this.
Yeah.
You know this, Dean.
Yes.
It was defined.
Yeah, that's what it was defined as.
And what did the jury find in that?
They found that that's not what he did. So what premise of my argument does that reject?
He was not held civilly liable for rape.
Not according to the argument above my head.
I don't care about your bullshit writings. I care about the jury verdict.
Wait, it's only bullshit if it's false. It's only bullshit if it's false. Can you prove it to be false? Can you prove it to be false? Can you prove it to be false?
Yes, I can.
Okay, what premise do you reject? One of the two premises has to be false in order for the conclusion to be false.
That's just because you say one has to be false is not accurate.
That's not what I say. That's what logic says. Like, let me describe to you. It's an if-then conditional. If the two premises are false, then the two premises are true. No, I'm describing logic to you. I'm describing an if-then conditional to you.
The kid's in the corner.
Okay, just because you say something doesn't make it true. What are you talking about?
You should actually take that advice, then, kid.
I don't need to take that advice because I could prove the things that I say to be true, the use of argumentation, like the syllogism above my head.
And prove me that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape.
The argument to prove that he was held civilly liable for rape is right above my head.
What was his penalty?
What is his penalty? That's another red herring because it has nothing to do with the falsification of the conclusion that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. He had to pay $87 million, but it's not relevant to falsifying the conclusion.
For what, Dean? For what?
Yeah, for raping E. Jean Carroll.
Really? Can you show me that in a legal document?
I'm showing you that with a syllogism above my head.
So you ignore legal documents. So I thought
I
you were
don't.
a due process guy.
I don't ignore
I thought
legal
you were a
documents.
constitutionalist, Dean.
I don't ignore legal documents. I just don't happen to need a legal document to prove that Donald Trump was
You
held
don't
civilly
need a
liable
legal
for rape.
document to see what the jury's
Yeah,
ruling was?
I don't need to know that beyond knowing that the jury found him guilty for forcefully penetrating
Man, I
E.G.
thought you were a
Carroll's
due process
vagina with
guy.
his fingers.
I thought you were a constitutionalist.
And I thought
You
that
are
you were
liberal. You don't give a shit about any of that
So
stuff.
are you able to reject the syllogism or not, bro? Like, I don't know. Listen, guys. For everybody watching, I know that there's a lot of dumb people, specifically the Trump supporters watching, but you guys need to learn rudimentary like skills of syllogistic argumentation. Okay? Right? It's what is called an if-then conditional. So if the two premises in my argument are true, then the conclusion is true because the conclusion necessarily follows the premises. And we know that the two... Wait, do you accept that the conclusion would necessarily follow the premises? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
I don't know.
It does matter.
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know you don't know if it would logically follow? Then you don't know that the argument is false.
I do know it's false because
No, you wouldn't be able to know that it's false if you didn't know that the conclusion logically follows the two premises. Holy fuck. Oh my god, what a dumbass, bro. Like, these are like the fucking children that I debate all day. They're fucking brain dead, dude. Go get a life. Learn how to debate, buddy. Learn basic two premise syllogisms. For the love of God, okay? Do like an introductory class to philosophy. By the way, for everybody watching, I challenge you to fucking come up here and reject one of the two premises in my argument. I challenge you to prove this syllogism wrong. I challenge you to do it. You could say that he won in the chat all you want, but can you actually refute the argument? Can you do it?
Who are you?
Hi, EJ. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
All
I'm
right, then I'm
Australian.
going to kick you because we are just looking for some Trump supporters. Can you refute the argument? Can anybody refute the argument? All right, we're going to go and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Okay, this guy in the chat says that he could refute the argument. Jay, hi, how old are you? Okay, Jay just left. For all the bots in the chat, refute the argument. Hey, James, you said that you could refute the argument. How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 50.
Okay, refute the argument. Do you reject that it is valid in the sense that the conclusion logically follows from the premises, or do you reject that it's sound in the sense that you think that at least one of the two premises is false?
Okay, so what you don't understand is that...
Okay, yeah, he just left. Perfect. All right, well, who's next? Who's next? Who else wants to try to... Oh, this guy in the chat says that he can refute the argument. Let's go to get him up here. Who's going to reject the argument? Who's going to try to refute it? You know what? Oh, okay, this person says that they could refute the argument, so we're going to go to get them up here, too. Hi, how old are you? How old are you?
21.
Okay. So you said that you think that last guess won. So do you refute the syllogism above my head?
September 1st, 2004. That's my birthday, if you don't believe me.
Okay, thank you. So for
right.
the syllogism above my head, do you refute the argument in the sense that you think it's not valid, i.e. the conclusion doesn't logically follow from the premises? Or do you refute the argument in the sense that you don't think it's sound, i.e. that you think at minimum one of the two premises is false?
The second one you said.
Okay, so which one of the two premises is false?
You're talking way too fast.
Which one of the two premises is false?
The second one.
Oh, the second premise. So you do not think it's true that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with fingers is rape? Why?
Because.
Why?
Because.
Okay, because why? Do you have a reason?
Because.
Okay, so your reason is just because. Okay, so refute the following argument. The second premise is true because.
Because.
Okay, so I broke you. Perfect. I broke him. All right, we're going to go and do one more person. I mean, I just want to prove to you guys that this argument is ironclad. Is there anybody else that thinks that this position is false and that the last guess won. Who is it going to be? Drum roll for the next guess. Okay, this person in the chat says they could easily refute. This person in the chat says that they could easily refute. Hey, welcome in.
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, fantastic. What year were you born in? Okay, he left. Holy shit, dude. My God. My God. All right, folks. We're going to try to do one more person. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yo, what's good, Dean? Yeah, what's good, man?
Awesome. Do you refute the syllogism above my head?
I mean, I guess we could talk about this. Well, technically, he didn't get held liable for rape. I understand your point. I understand the points that you're making.
So you do. So you do refute the conclusion. Fantastic. Okay, so you reject that the argument is sound in the sense that at least one of the two premises is false, or do you reject that the argument is valid in the sense that you don't think that the conclusion would logically follow from the premises?
The premises that Trump was held liable for rape is false because he wasn't. I understand your
So
point.
that's not a premise. That's the conclusion.
Yeah, that's false.
Okay, so why do you think it's false? In order for it to be false, either the conclusion does not follow the premises, or at least one of the two premises is false.
Well, this would be my opinion, but I believe that when he got convicted, it was like peak Trump deranged. What do you say it? How do you say it? The Trump derangement syndrome season. So it was like peak that. So I feel like if penetrating someone with fingers would have been considered rape, he still wouldn't have got charged with rape because I think they just wanted to hit him with something.
Okay. So which premise of my argument does this reject?
Let me read it. Hold on.
Like, bro, like you Trump supporters are whiny children, dude. No, it's false.
Just,
it's
you're
false.
not
It's
honest.
false. And then you get rejected.
He technically wasn't held liable for rape.
Okay, so
you
then
gotta
which
be
premise
honest.
of the argument do you reject?
The forcibly penetrating a woman's, with fingers, that wasn't classified as rape in New York at that time. So yeah, technically he didn't get.
Okay, so
liable
the
for
reason why your counter argument against P2 fails is because the law is not prescriptive of what actually is rape. I'm going to give you the same example that I gave to the last guess. Under the eyes of the law during American slavery, they never classified unconsensual sex with a slave as rape, yet it still was rape.
Yeah, but I just also explained to you my reasons. I feel like that was Trump. That was peak Trump derangement syndrome season when he.
But
got,
ultimately, these reasons are irrelevant because they don't refute a proposition of the they don't refute a premise of the argument.
Well, I kind of joined to talk about something else. Can we talk about something else?
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll stop playing the game of trying to get people to refute that syllogism because it's not fucking happening, buddy. All right. Just know that I stood 10 toes down on that shit and I invited anybody and everybody up here for 20 minutes to refute that position, and not a single one of them could do it. You could whine, cope, and cry all of you want, but it seems to be true that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Put that back up because I want to own you. Yes, I do. I do support my president. I'm 21.
Ooh, you want to refute the syllogism. Do it.
So first of all, he was held civilly liable for these things. So that doesn't mean that he was actually found guilty of this, and it doesn't mean it was factual.
So are you rejecting premise 1 or are you rejecting premise 2?
Well, he was held civilly liable for whatever, but I'm rejecting premise 2.
Okay, so you don't think that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with a man's fingers is rape. Why?
Oh, I don't see it all. I don't know. Maybe it's cut out for me. I guess I disagree with the premise, the first one.
Okay, so you don't think Donald Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers. Why?
Because, like I said, they came into that conclusion. But if you look
so premise 1 is true?
No, it's not true.
Okay.
Because
so what about the semantic proposition? So what about the semantic content of premise 1 is false?
Well, you got some good wordings there because they did in fact hold him civilly liable for this, but
Okay, so then premise number 1 is true, and premise number 2 is true.
but your
Does
conclusion doesn't align with your premises.
Okay, so the
Sorry to tell
conclusion
you
doesn't
that.
logically follow premise number 1 and 2. So here's how the
Yes.
conclusion does logically follow premise number 1 and 2. So the first premise is that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers. And the second premise is just simply reducing, quote unquote, forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers down to the word rape. So if we just replace the semantic content of the word rape as affirmed in premise 2 with the phrase and which is the semantic content in premise number 1, then it would follow that Trump was held civilly liable for rape. Because we're just simply replacing, and I quote, forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers with the word rape, since we affirmed something that is true in premise 2.
So let me get this clear. You're saying that he in fact did this, right? Are you saying that it's factual and it 100% happened, or it's more likely than not?
Okay. So yeah, I think it happened beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, but that's not what the syllogism is aimed to conclude. So do you accept the conclusion of the syllogism?
If he was held criminally liable or criminally, right, for these things,
Okay, well,
then yes, I would agree with you.
So the criminal courts have nothing to do with civil liability. So this is a red herring to the argument that doesn't reject either of the two premises.
No, because do you know that a standard of evidence they use between both courts?
The standard of
A civil
evidence,
court?
because the standard of evidence in civil courts is not mentioned in the syllogism, then it is not relevant to refuting the syllogism. Like, none of these people know how to debate. These Trump supporters are like walking, talking contradictions with 30 IQs.
No. Okay. You know why? Because I remember.
So I'm just going to ask you this question
DNA.
again. Do you refute either of the two propositions?
I disagree with your conclusion, dude. That's
Okay,
what I
but
told
in
you.
order to disagree with the conclusion, you either have to refute either of the two propositions, or you have to refute that it logically follows from the propositions in which I've already justified. So, do you refute my logical? Do you refute my justification that the conclusion follows from the premises, or do you refute that both of the two premises are true?
You know, I don't know what you're trying to prove here, but if
I'm trying to prove that Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape. Buddy, it says it right above your head. That's the conclusion.
So the conclusion is that it more likely than not happened, right? But it's not 100% factual.
The conclusion is just simply Trump was held civilly liable for rape. Do you reject that conclusion?
Like I told you, if there's a court document that says he was held liable for this, then I guess so. But it's not saying that he's guilty.
Okay, so you actually don't reject the syllogism. So just to be clear, you told me that the moment you rejoined the stream, you told me to put the syllogism back on the screen, and you told me that you think the syllogism is false, but now you're conceding that the syllogism is true?
No, because the point that you're trying to give out to the people that...
So I just want to clear, are you conceding that the syllogism is true?
Hey, listen.
No, not listen. A yes or no. Are you conceding that the syllogism is true?
The point that you're trying to make is not true, 100%.
Okay, so then which one of the two premises is false?
Was true. The wording that you had in there was
what?
true.
So then you do concede that the syllogism is true.
You cannot be held civilly liable.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. Are you arguing that it's simultaneously true and false?
This guy's fucking... You're crazy. I hope I see...
But why? Because I'm arguing with like formal propositional logic for the first... Listen, I understand that I usually on this live stream do not argue with formal propositional logic. But if you and like the last four guests want to get anal as fuck with semantics, then I will start arguing with formal propositional logic. I don't care if it fucking kills my viewership and everybody leaves the live stream, because to be fair, most people probably aren't here for like argument with formal propositional logic, but I don't give a fuck, because I will argue with formal propositional logic to prove you idiots wrong.
You're like Kamala. You don't let people speak.
I think I'm like Kamala in the sense that I'm right and you're wrong.
No, because what you're... Let me get this clear. What you're trying to prove to the people in your chat, because obviously, you know, they're like...
is that MAGA idiots don't have brains and can't argue with formal propositional logic.
Yo, soy boy, let me finish speaking, actually.
Bro, we got this fucking chihuahua ankle biter over here that is simultaneously affirming the conclusion of my argument is true and false, simultaneously calling me a soy boy. Pipe down!
You have a cat instead of a dog. You're not an alpha male, okay? Let me speak. First of all... Oh, you know I'm right, huh? Okay, first of all, what you're trying to prove... Okay, no, what you're trying to prove, people, is that Trump was actually held liable for grape, and he's like guilty all of a sudden because he was held liable. But that doesn't mean that he's guilty. It only means that it was more likely than not.
Oh wait, actually, it does mean that he's guilty. Define the word guilty.
In a court,
I'm just asking for your definition of the word guilty, buddy.
guilty is when there is, I guess.
You can look it up. It'll say to be held responsible
No.
for.
I would say that when you prove the, beyond reasonable doubt.
Wait, so you'd say, like, for instance, that O.J. Simpson is not guilty of murdering his wife?
Hey, if the courts didn't deem it, dude, what the fuck am I gonna do? What?
So when I say that I'm guilty of eating a whole chocolate cake last night, am I saying that a court found me guilty for it? No, I'm just using
like I said,
because the word guilty just simply means to be held responsible for or to be responsible
for a wrongdoing. That's what society.
So unironically, the word guilty is a synonym for being found liable, because the definition of the word liable is to be held responsible for. The definition of the word guilty is to be found responsible for. So therefore, liable and guilt are synonyms of one another.
So what you're telling me here is that you're using the word I guess guilty, but in a like a normal definition and not a criminal law definition. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, the criminal definition of the word guilt, i.e. criminal guilt, okay, would to be found guilty of in a criminal court of law. Clearly, I would not be relaying to you criminal guilt when I'm telling you that Donald Trump is guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll, because there wasn't a criminal court that determined he was guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll.
So basically, what the conclusion here is that he was held responsible for the things he did based on more likely than not evidence, correct?
Oh, no, I reject that. It'd be based on evidence that would have to meet a minimum standard of being more likely than not. However, I do believe the evidence suggested in this case would prove it to be true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Give me an evidence that connected him, like something. Like, let me give you an example. The FBI connects.
You're just asking for the evidence. I'll give you the evidence. Sure. The evidence would be E. Jean Carroll's testimony that has stayed consistent for over 30 years, as corroborated by former friends. Plus, as corroborated by therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. You also have the evidence of the dress that she submitted to the court that had male DNA in it. She said that this was the dress that she was wearing the day that she was raped by Donald Trump. And then the court requested a DNA sample from Donald Trump to be tested against the DNA in the dress, and he refused. Why would an innocent man refuse to provide his DNA that would exonerate him? We also have Donald Trump's lies and inconsistencies. He lied and said that he never met E. Jean Carroll a day in his life, but then she responded to the court by providing the court a picture of them together. Okay, he also said that he would never rape her because she wasn't his type. Okay, but then under deposition, he confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be E. Jean Carroll, so clearly she was his type. And then we also have all of the character priors as well, like in 2005 when Donald Trump said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. Funny enough, that's exactly what the jury ruled he did to her. He grabbed her by her vagina without asking her first. That's why it was unconsensual. And he also admitted to other forms of... Dude, shut up. He also admitted to other forms of sexual violence, i.e. barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to then look at them naked. Okay? If he's willing to barge into the dressing room of a naked woman to look at her without consent, then why wouldn't he be willing to barge into E. Jean Carroll's dressing room and grab her by her vagina? Which is exactly what the court proved.
Oh my fucking god, this guy. Bro, instead of doing this, you should be a lawyer, because I think that you would be the best lawyer. But I want to rebut some of the claims you made right now. One of the things you said was that he would grab women by the pussy without asking them, right? Technically, you can do that with consent. You don't have to ask them for it. Are you dumb?
If you don't ask somebody for consent, then how do you get consent?
Wait, can they tell you, hey, can you grab me? Can you grab it? Can they tell you that? Let me ask you this.
That would be a variant of the acquisition of consent. Asking for consent is just attempting to achieve the acquisition of consent. So you would achieve the acquisition of consent by somebody giving you consent.
So if when Donald Trump said that he would grab them, right, without asking for consent, can that mean, right, that, these women are willing to, let him grab them by, grab them by, the things without...
Seemingly not, because the court ruled that this woman didn't let him, and he still did it without asking.
So why did she... I don't remember, but I did hear a video where she said that grape was actually hot.
Okay, how much money do you want to bet on that claim?
That she said something that weird. I think that I'm willing to bet $1,000 because she said something weird. I remember something creepy that she
$1,000 locked in. So if it is true that she said rape is sexy, then I will give you $1,000. If it is false that she said rape is sexy, then you will give me $1,000, right?
1,000. Yeah, fuck it. Because I remember her saying that grape was hot for some people.
Stamping
or some people.
her feet. That was
Oh,
just
you
a
already
dumb
have
thing
that?
to go into
That's
a
kinda
dressing room
weird.
with a man that I heard.
You have that on your files?
I didn't freeze, and I use the word sexual violence is in every country. Mine was short, constant. I'm not the victim. The victim.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt. It just
But I think most people think
Wait,
rape.
is penetrating a woman not sexual? Lock her up. Lock her up. Lock that tug up. Fuck her. She said
I'm
it's not.
so happy that you're about to owe me $1,000. She's saying that it's
My
not.
God,
She's saying that it's not sexual, as in it's not sexy. Right? Like when an actress.
What were her words before that?
Saying that it wasn't sexy, it hurt.
She said she doesn't feel like.
We're not there yet. Yeah, because she wasn't quote unquote thrown on the ground and ravished. Okay. Yeah, it's fine for victims of sexual violence to not self-describe as victims. That's why we kind of went as a society away from using the word victims and using the word survivors. But we're not even at the part yet that you're referring to. Here's the part that you're referring to.
Assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the.
There you go.
How does she know that? How does she know that?
Okay, well, regardless of how she knows that most people think rape is sexy, can we agree that it is therefore false that she said that she thinks rape is sexy? Because saying that most people think rape is sexy...
she's making that conclusion.
Okay.
She's making that conclusion because she's...
The reason that we cannot insinuate...
Let me speak, my guy.
The reason that we cannot insinuate that she thinks rape is sexy, because she said that most people think rape is sexy, is because right before she said that most people think rape is sexy, she said that what happened to her is not sexual, is not sexy, it hurt. Okay, this would be like an 85-year-old elderly black person that grew up during racial segregation saying that racism, okay, is very widespread, and people think, that racism is very widespread and very harmful. And then the news reporter responds by saying, well, I think that most people think of racism as wrong. Okay, well, if that elderly black person responded by saying, no, I think that most people think of racism as convenient.
What the fuck are you making that? Why black? Why can it not be white?
Because white people were not racially segregated from society.
No, because you're using minorities as an example because that's how you win
this
debates.
This just happens to be a really good example. I'm gonna finish speaking.
No.
No, you're not gonna let me finish speaking because I'm frying your ass. I'm gonna be bald by 25, so I'll restart.
Go ahead.
If an elderly 85-year-old black person that grew up in racial segregation said, I don't think racism is funny, I think it's widespread and wrong. Then if a news reporter responded to the elderly black person by saying, well, I think most people think racism is wrong. And then that elderly black person said, no, I think most people think of racism as convenient. Because your experiences build your own version of reality. This black person grew up in racial segregation where every white person around them used that to their advantage. Okay? Clearly, this wouldn't be an example of this black person saying they think racism is convenient, but rather saying that society thinks racism is convenient and they condemn that. So when we hear Eugene Carroll say that what happened to her wasn't sexy, it wasn't sexual, it hurt, and then the news reporter says, I think that most people think that rape is bad, and then she says, I think that most people think that rape is sexy. Okay, your own experiences build your own reality. She was raped. She's going to be hyper attuned into and critical of people that make rape jokes, fantasize rape, CNC, so on and so forth. Okay, yeah, that's not her saying that she thinks rape is sexy. That's her saying that a lot of society thinks that rape is sexy, and that's a problem. So you owe me $1,000, and I'm not joking. Sure, go ahead and speak, but you owe me $1,000.
No, I will send you Ethereum.
And I want to get fucking paid. I want to get fucking paid.
Wait, no, I will pay you so you can go back to Little Caesars. Last time I saw you there, but look, let me explain this, right? Because you didn't play the full clip. if you're a victim of something and you're going to court, right, trying to argue that you were raped, but then you go ahead in a podcast and you say, I think most people think of rape as being sexy, think of the fantasies. So why is she putting herself in those shoes of other people thinking about the fantasies of rape when she was the victim herself trying to prove it in court?
If a victim of a racist hate crime were to turn around and go to the media...
Why do you give me these examples, dude?
Because
Stay
it's a
on
really
topic.
good one.
No, stay on topic.
I am. The topic is a conceptual relationship between the two examples. If a victim of a racist hate crime, like, stood in front of, like, the media and said, like, racism is wrong and most people think of racism as good. Like, clearly that's the victim of the racist hate crime saying that somebody who thought racism was good was racist to them, and they condemn that on the societal level, and we need to change that. Very similarly, when a victim of rape says, it wasn't sexy or sexual, it hurt, most people think of rape as sexy. That's her saying that she was raped by somebody that think rape is sexy because, well, that's why they did it to her. Okay, and we need to condemn that. There's a problem with that, and that's why she pursued charges in court. But regardless, nowhere in that clip did she say that she thinks rape is sexy. And you owe me $1,000.
So let me ask
Pay
you,
me
okay.
right fucking
No,
now.
wait.
My Venmo and my PayPal.
I will pay.
Right there.
Dean, I got
DEANWITHRS.
Let me see.
They're in the link tree on TikTok.
even let me
They're
argue.
in the super chat over on YT in the pin message over
Bro,
there.
you're acting like a
I
nigga
need
wish
you to
kid.
owe
Let
me
me speak.
$1,000. No, I'm acting like a motherfucker who just want to bet.
You're acting like a motherfucker that has a cat.
I'm acting like a motherfucker who's a cat and just want to bet that you have to give $1,000 to.
No, because you're not letting me. You're not letting me argue. I haven't conceded yet.
Okay.
First of all, if you were a victim, wait.
Prove
let me
based
say-
upon
okay.
what she just said that she thinks rape is sexy. Prove it.
Okay, let me give your example and put it with her example. Ready? So if you gave me an example of someone being racist and like them being racist towards them, and they think that racism is okay, right? But then you go ahead and say, think of the fantasies. Why would you say that? Why are you putting yourself in those shoes of a person that's racist? Because that's what she did. She said, I think of rape as being sexy. Think of the fantasies. Why is she saying think
You're already
of the
wrong.
fantasies? Why is she saying that?
Why is she saying think of the fantasies? Because a lot of people have rape fantasies, and that was her justification for the point that most people think of rape as sexy.
When she said, I think that rape is sexy, she's talking
She didn't
about
say that
rape
she thinks rape is sexy. You're lying. She said that most people think rape is sexy. Why are you misquoting her? You're disingenuous
Okay,
as
because
fuck.
no, because you're saying that she thinks other people have fantasies of being raped.
And that was her.
I'm saying that-
Of raping.
Bro, listen. Her exact words were, "I think most people think of rape as being sexy. Think of the fantasies."
Yeah, like
She's
the rape
saying
fantasies that people have.
No, she's actually talking about sexy because that's what she's talking
Yeah,
about. Think of
that's
the
her
fantasies of it being
evidence.
sexy.
Yes. Think of the fantasies. I think of the rape fantasies that some people have is her evidence for her claim that most people think of rape as sexy. What's the
So
problem?
what are the
with that?
fantasies? Okay, what are the fantasies of someone being raped? Like, can it be the things that they do to the
It'd
person?
be raping. Go read smut books, bro.
Okay, exactly, right? So why is she putting herself in those shoes? And before
She's
that,
not
she
putting
said
herself
that,
in her shoes. She's calling out the people who wear those shoes.
But then after that, she said she's not a
Listen.
victim.
If I were to say, okay, that KKK people think of racism as funny, am I putting myself in the shoes of people that think racism is funny, or am I calling people out who wear those shoes?
It's not the same thing, my guy.
What's the difference?
The difference is you're talking about racism. We're talking about something that's criminal.
Okay, so you're saying that your logic changes based upon the outcome. Pay the $1,000.
Why
Right
would I
fucking
pay-
now. Right fucking now. Pay the $1,000.
How about I give you?
twerp.
How about I give you a dog? Because
Nope.
you'll look more awesome.
$1,000. You owe me $1,000. Venmo and PayPal. They are in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. They're in the pin message on YouTube. Okay, and it is right there on the
I
top of the phone
understand
screen.
clever now, my guy. I
DEANWITHRS.
understand.
I'm actually going to go ahead and thank a couple of people that I've donated over the course of the last hour and a half that I haven't gotten a chance to thank. Okay, because I've just been debating idiots. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. By the time I'm done thanking all of these people, I better expect to see a brand new donation on either Venmo or PayPal from you for $1,000. Once again, you can find my VNP right there, DEANWITHRS. I would recommend using the direct link to them in the link tree in the bio of the account and the pin message over on YT as well. You have all these means to your disposal. You better fucking pay up. Chase, thank you so much for the $50 donation
you
over
have
on
to
Super
GoFundMe?
Chat. Shut up, Chase. Sorry, not Chase. I love you, Chase. Shut up, look, Maxine. I'm thanking my donors while you pay me. I better see a donation from you. Let's get 500 Chase W's down below in that comment section for the $50 donation. Who says, personally think that we need more logical syllogism examples. It's the basis of logic, but lacking the skill leads to a society that can't agree. Civil discourse needs logic. Chase, man, I actually really fucking agree with you. Society would be so much better off if everybody understood just like the bare bones of logical argumentation. So true. Thank you for the $50, man. Let's get 500 Chase W's. Bren, thank you for the 5. SOB, thank you for the 5. Ants, thank you for the 5. And then Violet, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you. And Fonzie with the $10, who says, sick of semantics. Whether rape, SA, molestation, the only point that matters is that they adjudicate he did perform the act. Yep, that is what matters, Fonzie. Thank you for the $10. And Metal, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, this guy doesn't live in reality. So fucking true. Kat, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Cat W's down below. Sarah, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you. Whipsy, thank you so much for the $10. Curiosity, thank you for the $10, who says that the judge confirmed it was rape. Yep. And Kate with the $20, who says, why is the semantic argument of these idiots always rape versus SA? How is assault without a penis okay and assault with one isn't? Either way, the trauma is real because of the assault, this liability. Because they're idiots. They're just fucking idiots, dude. Thank you for the $20. And then we get another one from Whipsy over here. Thank you for another $20, who says, Trump countersued after the civil judgment when she called him a rapist. The judge in the follow-up judgment made it clear that Trump is a rapist and can't countersue for defamation. That is also very true, Whipsy. Thank you for the $20. Amber, thank you for the $20, who says, wonder how he defines banana. Does the law say anything about that? True. Virginia, thank you for the $20, who says, these leftovers, who haven't realized that they've been duped absolutely need to speak with you, Dean. They need to be informed with facts. But can they even, handle the facts? Because today I feel like we proved that they can't. Thank you for the $20, Virginia. Same thing to Think Right Play. Thank you for the €15. I really appreciate you. As well as Cyber with the $10, who says, if you don't get 1K, this guy's going to get known as a coward. Yeah, he better send me my $1,000 fucking dollars. He owes me it. Hey, are you any closer to sending me the $1,000 that you owe me? We just got done thanking all the people over on Super Chat. So I thought I'd take a moment here before I thank everybody on Venmo.
I have the button on send, but you have to concede that Trump was never charged or convicted of these crimes.
Was that a condition of the bet?
Well, because if you
yes or no, was that a condition of the bet?
Like I said, you can
yes or no, was that a
concede
condition of the bet?
Yo, listen, you sound like
yes or no, was that a condition of the bet? No. Yes or no, was that a condition of the bet?
That's why
sure. I'll answer your question after you answer mine. Yes or no, was that a condition of the bet?
No, it was not, because I'm a man.
Okay, perfect. It wasn't a condition of condition of the bet. Therefore, I don't have to answer shit. Send me my $1,000. Joseph, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Chris, thank you for the $20. Let's get to it, or Chris W's. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Chris. Fassi, thank you for the $11. Who says, seems like you've been winning the debate so far. We've been shitting on him. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Who says, I'm so sorry people are being so shit to you today, Dean. They've been rough recently. I'm not gonna lie. Andy, thank you for the $5. Angela, thank you for the $10 because you have been so patient dealing with all the clowns. I'm trying my best today, Angela. Thank you for the $10. Alyssa, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, I think that all MAGAs are gone. You've effectively won the debate. So proud of you. And the only MAGAs that are left are cowards like this dude who have no fucking brain cells. Thank you for the $20, Alyssa. Riley, thank you for the 3. Fussy, thank you for the 8. Peter, thank you so much for the $50. Who says, it is so beyond insane to listen to these MAGA cult members pretzel their brains just to try to defend a man that they know penetrated a woman against her will. Because they're fucking evil. I'm just going to be honest. The people that willfully and explicitly defend this shit are legitimately evil.
You went
Thank you for the $50. And you are a coward because you have not sent me my $1,000 yet. Let's get 500 Peter W's down below in that comment section for the $50 donation. Jamie, thank you for the $10. Who says, this guess is why it's all men and why women don't report. Yep. Thank you for the $10, Jamie. Haley, thank you for the $40 donation. Who says, just to think, just when I think there's a zero possible way to break down the logic of an argument any further, you somehow make it even clearer that MAGA is either insane or willfully ignorant. Big W's all the way. Thank you so much for the $40, Haley. I made it as clear as possible with that last guess. I had legitimately had to whip out a 2-premise syllogism with formal propositional logic, and he still couldn't concede. It was crazy. Thank you for the $40, Haley. Same thing to Aline. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for that love, Aline. That is EILEEN. Show some love to Aline. Isabel, thank you for the $10. McKinsley, thank you for the 5. And Patsy with the $30, who says, these guests are exhausted exhausting to listen to. Thank you for doing what you do. Your voice is so important. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Patsy. Thank you for the $30. Show some love to Patsy down below. Same thing to Nicole. Thank you for the $10, who says, my wife Paige listens to you every day and would love a shout out. Shout out to you, Paige. Nicole, thank you for the 10. And Autumn, thank you for the 15, who says, I appreciate you so much. I saw you with your spirits down that other day, and I really hope that you don't give up on this. We need you and your influence. Well, first and foremost, Autumn, thank you so much for the love. I will say that it has gotten harder for me to do these streams because the guests have gotten worse. They're more insufferable than ever before, and it does make it hard to come on here. But I love it. I love it so much, and I'm going to continue to push through it. Same thing to Kennedy. Thank you for the $15, who says, thank you for continuing to do what you do. Please take care of yourself. I try my best, Kennedy. Thank you so much for the love. And then Ashley, thank you so much for the $30 donation, who says, my usual $25 plus an extra $5 for Momo. Shout out to you, Ashley. I hope that you enjoyed this stream today. Thank you for the $30, Ashley. And then we have one last donation on Venmo from Emily with the $10, who says, I'm a very old VOD listener of yours and have some food for thought. I appreciate you so much for that.
Now he locked in. Now he locked in. Now you locked in, right?
Okay, perfect. So we just got done catching up with all the donors on Venmo. For everybody watching, please show some love to everybody on Venmo. That is legit insane. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have you sent the $1,000 yet?
I have. I sent it to your girlfriend.
Okay, well, you don't have my girlfriend's Venmo, so you're clearly lying. Send the $1,000, buddy.
I'm her ex. I'm her ex, buddy.
Really? What's her name?
What's her name? Eugene Carroll.
Did you just make a joke about dating a victim of rape and how you made her? Is this really how far you're willing to go, Looks Max? You're breaking down this hard to the extent of
Why do you mute me?
Of now shitting on victims of rape because you lost the debate. See, this is exactly why Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history. Because you are scum. Shut up, little boy. The real man is speaking. You are scum. And I want you to know that. You're not safe for women. You're not safe for girls. You're not safe for society. You are a violent incel, okay, that I want to spend the rest of your life in your daddy's basement. Because that's where you belong. That's where you belong, buddy. You don't belong in society. Because you cannot rationally interact with society. You're just a threat to the flourishment of humanity.
Say that to the snow bunnies I know, buddy.
Do the quote-unquote snow buddies you know also know that you're a fucking coward who made a $1,000 bet and you can't pay up?
Well, obviously I'm not going to pay up for someone that, wants to unalive children that have an 80% chance of being born.
Okay.
That's why.
So you acknowledge that you lost the bet, but you're refusing to pay up on the bet because I'm okay with abortion? Wait, I have a question. Did you know that I was pro-choice before you made the bet?
I knew that you were pro-choice before you actually became a liberal.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. Did you know that I was pro-choice before you made the bet?
I think because I've seen you debate Charlie.
Perfect. So then you made the bet knowing that if you lost, you'd be unwilling to pay?
No, I will pay you.
Oh, then do it! $1,000, buddy! $1,000 right now.
1,000 rupees.
Parker, this guy owes me $1,000.
Not surprised. He's probably not going to pay up.
Listen, come to Brico. We can set up a match and do everything here with Clavicular.
You owe him $1,000. How does it feel,
Why
bro?
did your boyfriend join? Like, you guys want to have a threesome?
How does
out
it
of
feel that you
nowhere?
owe him $1,000 over the Venmo, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat
You
link
guys
tree
are
in his
weird.
bio?
Now, look, now his little boy that's,
Wait,
giving him
can you address the fact that you owe him $1,000?
Stop giving him the hot
Wait,
tool,
where's
my guy.
his $1,000?
Where's his $1,000? In my wallet.
So is it going to him? Or are you
I'm not
not
paying
going to
for
pay
his
up?
Little Caesars. I'm not paying for that shit.
So alpha men don't actually stand by their word?
Alpha man, don't donate to people who are LGBTQIA.
You mean it's not donating. You lost a bet, buddy. Stand up with your word. Don't be a
I
coward.
lost a bet on a debate.
Yeah, you lost a bet.
Wither.
You can't actually stand up with your word, bro. You're a coward.
I will. He can come up and
Then,
I'll give him a
if you're
check.
willing to
How
stand
about
up with
that?
your word, and you said that you were going to pay up if you lost, pay up, bro.
I will. I told him come to Brico.
No, do it right now, like you said you would.
I only do checks.
Oh, okay. So you literally aren't going to do the very rules that you set up for the bet in the first place. That you would pay him if you lose, because you know you're not going to give him a check, right?
I will.
You don't do checks either.
I do checks.
Nancy, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Nancy W's. Nancy with the $50 says, keep on doing what you do, Dean. You give old people hope. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Nancy. Let's get 500 Nancy W's. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Nancy. Same thing to Eric. Thank you for the $11, saying that this dude's a shitter. Appreciate you so much for the $11, Eric. And then Jackson and Kelly, I appreciate you both for the 5. And Emily, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Emily. Let's get 200 Emily W's. And Aubrey, thank you for the $10, who says, guest is so out of touch. I'm sorry they have to deal with this bullshit. He's an idiot. So fucking true, Aubrey. Thank you for the $10. And then Nanavan, thank you for the $5. And Aaron, thank you for the $5. Over on Venmo, John, thank you for the $20, who says here's $20 towards the $1,000 that he owes you because he won't fucking pay up. Wow, that is very kind of you, John. Thank you so much for the $20. Now you only owe $980.
If you do it only by checks, how about you add money to your money to your Venmo or your PayPal through the use of a check.
Wait, who's
and
that?
then you can send it to Dean.
Oh, who's that? 3 Alpha Chads?
Alpha Chads right
with
there.
Something that says that.
Yeah, bros for abortion.
Bros for abortion?
Are you mad, bro?
On God?
Are you mad I'm mocking you, bro?
Jawline check?
You're mad that I'm mocking you,
Wait,
bro?
hey, buddy. Hey,
What
buddy.
the hell
You just
is
said,
that? Is that a Chihuahua?
Wait, you just said
You look
jawline
like Shrek,
check?
my guy.
You just
You
heard.
look like Shrek.
You just said jawline check, right?
Wait. Let me look up Shrek real quick.
Turn the camera around.
Wait, let me look it up.
Sure, after you turn the camera
He won't
around.
turn the camera around. He'll never do that.
How about this? I'd say
What?
it's only fair for you to shit on how I look if we know
Shrek.
how you look. So are you
Listen.
willing to turn the camera around?
I will DM you my Instagram. I'm not gonna expose myself to 12,600 children.
Okay. So then stop. Oh, so you're not President Trump. You want
By the way, no one said expose
You want to
yourself.
expose yourself to
Show your
children.
face, bro.
You want to expose you, so you're not Trump.
Your weirdos tell me to lynch myself. Your own fans
What?
in my DMs. They have said that before.
Yeah, that's horrible. Anyone disagrees with that? Do you think that
you
we're
don't disagree
responsible
with
for
it.
that?
You are responsible because
How?
you called me a rapist. He called me everything. He's advocating for my unaliving.
So you think Dean has advocated directly for your unaliving?
Yes.
I
Okay,
think
how
that
do
you're
you
just
do
a
that?
fucking
He
snowflake.
called me he called me so many names that I think that it will only be reasonable for a person to not
He
accept.
called you names. Wow, everybody. Dean called me names. Therefore, Dean's calling for my death. What? Hello?
Wait,
it's
also-
not like he called me stupid.
$1,000?
He called me a rapist. He called me all of that. I think I can sue him for defamation.
Also,
and I have a Jewish
are you
lawyer.
going to send the
Then sue him.
$1,000?
Jewish lawyer.
Are you going to send
I
the
have a Jewish
$1,000?
lawyer.
Are you going to send the
My
$1,000?
Jewish lawyer will send it to you.
Are you going to
buddy.
send the $1,000?
I will contact my Jewish lawyer.
I don't think he's going to send the $1,000. Parker, the guests today have been terrible. The last 3
Yeah,
days
I
have just
know.
been rough.
Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Yesterday, I had a pretty crazy day as well. The day before, I had a pretty chill day. So I don't know. It's like every other day for me.
It's been the last 3 days have probably been the most insufferable 3 days of debates. Like to the extent when it's like low-key like impacting like my mental health out of the lives.
Yeah, I get you there, man.
Like that's like I don't think that the lives have been that bad since I first started doing them. Just like the last 3 days have been bad. Well, welcome in, Joy. Do you support Trump? Joy is not here, quite frankly. Oh, no worries. By the way, folks, if you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Hi, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I did vote for Trump. I don't necessarily consider myself MAGA. I don't always agree with everything that Trump did. I do want to say one thing. I'm 57 years old. I really appreciate what you and Parker do, even though I don't necessarily agree with everything that you say or everything that you present. I appreciate the fact that you guys use a lot of knowledge, and I actually learn stuff from your lives, believe it or
Love
not.
that. Love that, man. Would you like to have a conversation about why you support Trump?
Not really. I wanted to talk about your premises.
Okay. Well, Don,
Believe
right
it
now
or
we
not.
are just looking for people that do support Trump. I do appreciate you for coming up, and I appreciate your kind words. Hope you have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got B-Rad loading up into the box. Oli. Welcome in, B-Rad. Do you support Trump? Oh, B-Rad left.
Oh wait, that might have been Beta Brad. There was this person who was like calling himself Alpha, saying that I'm low testosterone and that he's better than me because he's older than me and has more experience than me, but then called himself Beta at the end of the stream. It was really, really funny, dude.
Oh, come on, Beta Brad. Come back, Beta Brad. Where are you running, Beta Brad?
Brad, actually, okay.
John, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump.
Based. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Have a good one. Dude, are you still pissed?
Bro? Oh look, it's your girlfriend Parker.
Oh yes, Parker.
Hey, Justin.
You're my girlfriend.
Hey Justin. Did you know that I just got a raise from the DNC? Can you think? Can you like can you actually tell the DNC thank you?
Ding. Did you find Parker's cherry, bro? Have you found Parker's cherry
Justin, can you answer my question? Like, can you
and
thank?
Ding, and,
Can you thank the
your,
DNC for giving me a raise?
Who's asking?
Where's your anxiety pen at, Dean? Hey Parker, you got an anxiety pen too, bro?
Yes, dude. It's part of
They're
my
awesome,
again.
Huh?
It's
What
part
flavor
of
you
my
got? What flavor you got, bro? I like the strawberry one.
Island Sweet Skunk.
Hey Justin, what's 5 times 6?
I'm not falling for your stupid shit, bro. But hey,
what's 5 times 6, Justin?
Good, huh, bro? Bro, KFC chicken real good with that orange Kool-Aid, huh?
What's 5 times 6?
I like the lemon lime Kool-Aid.
What's 5 times 6?
What, you don't know it, bro? That's common core math, bro.
Then what is it?
You tell me. Let's see how smart you are. What's 6 times 5? 5 times 6.
5 times 6 is 25.
5 times 6 is not 25. Are you fucking stupid?
Oh, then what is it?
Dude, you can't be that stupid, bro.
Oh,
5
if
times
it's-
6 is 25?
Shit, I thought that was going to get him. What is it?
I don't know. Apparently it's not 25.
Oh, then what is it? I guess I'm wrong. Can you teach me? Can you tell me what it is?
You tell me.
Well,
I
just
just
tried.
Fives, Dean. Come on.
I
Come on,
just
Dean,
tried to
let's
tell
count by
you. I
five.
said 25,
5,
but apparently I'm
10,
wrong.
15, 20, 25. Come on. If you're counting by 5, what's after 25?
I don't know how to count by 5s. Can you just tell me what the answer is? Is it 35?
No.
Then what is it?
You know what it is.
Is it 30?
Why don't you get your anxiety pen and try it?
Is it 30?
Maybe your anxiety pen is what you need to help you.
It's 30, right, Justin?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's 30, Justin.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
How sure about that are you?
I'm
sure about that are you,
I'm
bro?
positive that it's 30.
Good job, buddy. Good boy. Is that what you say, everybody? Good boy.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, Justin,
I think
that's actually the amount increase that we got in our salary. So $30 million dollar increase
care,
on a yearly
Parker.
basis.
Parker,
Justin,
you think I care?
Can
I
you get a
don't,
real
but I have-
job? Can you get a real job,
I do have a
Justin?
real job.
No, you just get handouts. No, you just get handouts. Can
I
you
don't
get a
get
real?
handouts,
No,
bro. You
yes, you
get
do.
handouts.
No, that's all you, bro.
No, I
You're a
don't.
grifter. Yes, you do. You just sit on your ass all day and get handouts. Can you get a real job?
I do have a real job. Do you?
No.
Exactly.
No, you don't have a real job.
You don't know what a real job is.
Well, I know that you don't
know
have
what
one.
You don't know what it is.
I don't know that you
what it
have one.
feels- You don't know what it
You're
feels
just sitting
like
on
to
your
walk
ass,
in
bro.
door tired as shit from
You're
a
just you're just
hard
sitting on
day
your
of
ass,
work,
bro. No, you don't work hard. You don't have a real job.
I do.
No.
I don't stay on the computer all day like
Yeah,
you
you
bro.
do. Yeah, you do. You sit on your computer all day.
Wait,
yeah.
Justin, which means you don't have a real job because you don't sit on your computer all day. That means you don't have a real job, Justin. The only people with real jobs are those that sit at their computers all day.
Hey,
Okay,
how
Justin?
is real talk, bro? How is real talk better than a show, bro?
Wait, Justin, can you acknowledge that only Dean
I'm
and I
not
have real
acknowledging
jobs?
Shit for you.
You don't have
Parker.
a real job, okay?
Parker, have you
What's
found your girlfriend Dean's cherry yet, bro?
I don't know.
Justin,
It's
is the
whatever
best
you
thing
want
that
it
you
to be
can
in the
do
next
engage in
chapter of the
homophobic
fanfic.
remarks?
Maybe you're
I'm
just asking
bro.
for the next chapter of the
Can you guys find
fanfic.
your girlfriend's cherry? Have you guys found your girlfriend's cherry?
Justin is always really mad. Why is he always so mad? Do you know, Parker?
He's just really angry that and jealous that we're getting money directly from the DNC and getting directly handed checks from Taylor Swift and from every Democrat in Congress.
True. He's just always like so mad about it though. Like so mad, like all the time. I don't know, MAGA mentality. Jessica, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Hello, I'm Jessica's boyfriend, so no. I do support Trump, and also I want to say to you, before we get started with this, I will give you literally £25,000, literally, if you can prove me wrong in a debate.
Are you
Did
British?
I join?
Wait, can I get in on this? You
Yeah.
said 25,000 pounds.
You are Alpha Queen. One moment, Alpha Queen. Are you MAGA?
Yes. Join.
Here, Alpha Queen. I'm gonna put you back into that queue. Rejoin if you are MAGA. We gotta make some money real quick. Yeah, can Parker get on this bet?
It's not even a bet. He just said he just said he would give us 25,000 pounds if we win.
Yeah. I own a vaulting company, so no problem. I just want to make a few. I just want to make a few things.
So I usually kick people off that are British. But if you're telling me that if I'm able to defeat your argument that Trump is a good president, that you'll send us both 25 euros, yeah, I'll give you a couple minutes.
What?
So what's the argument? Why is Trump a good
€1,000
president?
each.
Yeah.
1000%.
So why is Trump a good president?
Clear, though. So just before we jump into that, I want to make sure that it's clear that if you're going to mute me, it's actually viable. I don't want you to kind of bully the argument and kind of back me up into a corner and then just mute me if I start winning. Donald Trump's a great president. I think he's amazing because he's done a lot of good things in terms of immigration. I mean, I know you
give the one singular argument that if we were to defeat it would then lead to you sending us 25,000 pounds each.
So I'd have to send it in two payments because the way that the UK laws work is you can send 10 grand at a time.
Yeah, just what's the argument? Like what argument that if we falsify it will lead to you sending us a bunch of money? Tell us.
Oh my God! You know what? Right, I'm gonna say this as well. Right, the way you speaking really quickly and speaking with a lot of big words does not mean that you win arguments and does not make you a smart person.
Sounds good. Could you just give the argument, please?
Because and you dodging what I'm actually about to say because you like to have the conversation in your grasp. You like to be in charge of the conversation and dominate it. It's just like ridiculous. And you host these things so you physically cannot lose, and your chat are just going to spam for you.
Okay.
So
what's the argument?
I literally want to call you out. Like I'm coming on here to call you out.
Okay.
Right? No, you just beat me. Just beat me in general. I'll give you 25 grand. I promise.
Okay.
100%.
So what's the
I own a
argument?
vaulting company. Right. So Donald Trump's an absolutely brilliant president, and he's done lots for deportation and kept a lot of illegals out, and he's done a great job, and it even affects Britain. We have a lot of illegals in our country, and it's very much affecting people and affecting jobs. And I applaud him for that. He's took a step in the right direction, and I hope the UK can do this.
Yeah, this will be really easy. So if I'm able to prove that Trump's mass deportation is bad, then you're gonna send me and Parker a shit ton of money. First question: do you accept that a policy is bad if it only yields negative outcomes for the country and no positive outcomes for the country?
I know. You see, if you're going to go down the route of saying that jobs have been affected, that's
Can you answer the question?
Say it again. Go on.
Do you accept that a policy is bad if there's no pros to the policies? Sorry, to the policy, yet there's only cons to the policy. We can't identify any ways it helps the country, but we can identify a bunch of ways it hurts the country. Do you agree that would make a policy a bad policy?
Question. That's a policies he has established have done some of the policies he's established.
You keep on leaving. We can't hear you when you leave the app.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm leaving as well because I don't have a computer to look at the facts. But
Can you
I do
answer
know
my
he
question,
said.
please?
I did answer the question, but I must have been off the app when I did. I'm not accepting that because it's a leading question that's just wrong, and I actually want to say no to that because he's done.
Questions can't be true or false.
Yes, they can. They can be. It's a yes or no answer, and I said no to your question.
No, so the answer to a question could be true or false, but a question in of itself can't be true or false.
All right, my vocabulary, if it's not as distinguished as yours, and I'm not used to speaking in front of 13,000 people.
Also, my question wasn't a yes or no question. My question was, if a policy yields no
it was,
positive
do you
outcomes
accept?
And only okay, so you don't. So you think that sometimes there could be policies that yield no positive outcomes and only negative outcomes, but you'd still argue those policies are good? Why?
No, some policies definitely have negative outcomes. Yes, 100%. Donald Trump has obviously.
We're not to Donald Trump yet. This is not a question that is specific to Trump. This is a general question about all public policy ever. So the general question about all public policy ever is, if a policy yields zero positive outcomes, but a lot of negative outcomes, can we agree that policy would be bad?
Yes, I'll agree with that.
Perfect. Next question. Please itemize the specific quantifiable positive outcomes of mass deportation on American society.
Oh my! Right, I'm gonna say something right before I answer that question. I literally struggled in school with ADHD and got kicked out, so you're gonna have to say that in a little bit less.
What are the quantifiable positive outcomes of mass deportation on America?
Well, I know you have. I mean, if you're asking how many years have deported, I'm pretty sure it's about 2.2 million at the moment.
Hold on, let me specify the question. Can you name any material positive impact on the average person from Donald Trump's specific mass deportation policy, as opposed to what the Democrats would have done?
Yes, Donald Trump has clearly. I mean, he's very, 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 very much towards dealing with immigration. It's clear as day. Anyone can see that. He talks about it all the time. And one of the best things that he has done is deport plenty more people than the Biden administration had did. And the thing with the problem with it is when you have illegal people coming in, they can rape, they can murder, they have different beliefs. Some of them have extremist beliefs. It's a very dangerous and hostile thing to have in your country. And to be honest with you, I know we say he's done this, that, the other, and we say he's not being a good person and he's being horrible or whatever. But at the end of the day, when you invite people into the box and then you call them idiots or whatever and you don't even know them. I mean, the last guy before me sounded like he had something like maybe a learning difficulty or something, and you guys were kind of just hounding him, and that makes you just as bad as Donald Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you a medical health professional?
Sorry?
Are you a medical health professional?
Why would you ask that question? No, I'm not.
Because I don't think that you're qualified to diagnose somebody with a learning a disability based upon you listening to them debate in 5 minutes.
Well, yes, that's very much true, but it doesn't take a genius to see two people hounding someone and them just sit there accepting it. It's not normal behavior, in my opinion.
Can I just clarify for you real quick? Like, that person comes up on the stream and says that, like, we're grifting and, like, calls us out and says we don't have a real job all the time. That person's been coming up for months doing stuff like that. So we like, literally are going to make fun of those views because those views are conspiracy views that are ridiculous. And it's totally within our rights to make fun of those things. There's no evidence that he has a learning disability. It's literally just that he has a conspiratorial belief. Just because someone has a conspiratorial belief is not justification to believe that they have some sort of learning or mental disability.
Okay, I actually appreciate you saying that. I'll say two things to that. You saying that he obviously comes in and hounds you and you kind of give it back. To be honest with you,
no longer talking about the debate about Trump's policy, by the way.
If it's 12,500 people in front of you and you want to set a good example and you want to tell people that Trump is bad, the first thing you want to do is make sure that you don't act bad.
I don't know, low-key, I think I am setting a good example. I think that we're kind of past the whole better than the word and send the strongly worded letters to the Republicans in power and ask them to please stop the nonsense. No, I think if they go low, we go lower. Obviously, we're still going to be operating within reasonable bounds of common sense decency, like not calling people slurs, okay? Not like ridiculing individuals, uncontrollable disabilities, not like advocating for people to die and whatnot. But like, there's literally nothing wrong with me giving back the same energy that I get, okay? There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. The strongly worded letters and the holier-than-thou high road seemingly hasn't worked because look at where we're at.
There was only one thing that when I listen to you, I will agree with you on, and it's when you're saying that people are coming in and saying that you're not working or whatever. Obviously you are.
Yeah, none of this has anything to do with the debate about mass deportation.
Okay, moving back on.
What were the positive outcomes of mass deportation? Please specify them.
Less rape.
Okay, less rape. Okay. Oh, God, and prove that false. So first and foremost, when we do a mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants, we actually take focus away from the undocumented immigrants with like criminal convictions on their records, such as rape. So effectively, we end up deporting, identifying, and arresting less undocumented immigrants at that significantly higher proclivity to rape because they already have before from the country. So in fact, I would expect us to have more rape. And by the way, I have evidence for this. This is coming from ice.gov/statistics. I'll go ahead and put it on screen now. We'll take a look at this together.
So is this less rape from Alien?
One moment. So this is the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Administrative Arrest Statistics. What we did here is we categorized it by year. Then over here under criminality, we specifically selected for the arrests made of undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions. We look at 2021 under Biden. There was 37,000 arrests. 2022, 36. 2023, 53,000. And 2024, 47,000. Yet when we look at 2025 under Trump, we see that there's only 15,000 arrests of undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions already on their record. So that means that we're actually, under Trump's mass deportation, identifying, arresting, and deporting less undocumented immigrants that have raped before and were more significantly more likely to rape again. Because the scope of the efforts of the deportation are widening from just undocumented immigrants with those bad crimes on their records to now all undocumented immigrants, including some legal immigrants. So your point that we would expect less rape from Donald Trump's mass deportation is false.
Sorry, I have a question on the statistic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the statistic I'm looking at, well, as I said, it's just a statistic that proves that the people that have been coming in illegally and getting deported, is this proof that alien members of your state are raping less people and murdering and basically committing less crime then?
No, I mean I do have a source
well,
for
that doesn't prove my point because what I said.
So
yeah,
PNAS does okay if that's what you're asking for. By the way, that doesn't prove your point. I'll explain how. You said through Trump's mass deportation, we will expect like less rape. Okay, but that's not true because Trump's mass deportation is getting less undocumented immigrants that do rape people out of the country than the deportation efforts under the Democrats. Why? Because the deportation efforts under the Democrats focus more on the undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records compared to Trump's mass deportation effort today, which has widened the scope to include the 99% of undocumented immigrants that are innocent of those violent crimes. But if what you're asking me for here is a source that demonstrates undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely than citizens to engage in violent crimes on American soil, I could give you that too. Mm-hmm. That source would be PNAS. According to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely than the average natural U.S.-born citizen to engage in a violent crime on American soil.
Okay. That's a very brief and simplified statistic. That doesn't say anything. That doesn't really explain anything. I mean, undocumented immigrants at the end of the day, what's the odds of... Would you let an undocumented immigrant live in your house if they needed somewhere to stay?
If I knew them personally, absolutely.
Also, I don't think this is a good argument because, like, think about it this way: we don't believe in border restrictions between Nevada and California, but that doesn't mean someone from Nevada can just come into my house whenever they want, right?
Also, you're pivoting because I gave you a bulletproof argument to demonstrate that we will not get "quote unquote" less rape from Trump's mass deportation.
Okay. I mean, you will definitely have a more higher likely chance that the crime will happen because you do not know
But
who's
he's
coming in your
deporting
country.
less undocumented immigrants with the criminal convictions on their records, which would significantly increase their probability to be the rapist.
Yeah, but I don't think he goes around going and looking if they've got a documented record before deporting them. I guess that's just pure luck if they've got a criminal record or not.
And that's the issue with the mass deportation, because we're no longer just trying to find undocumented immigrants with the bad crimes on their record. Now we're going after everybody and everybody, which then leaves more of those undocumented immigrants with the bad crimes on their records free to roam around America because our efforts aren't really focused on them anymore.
Yeah, proportionally under the Obama administration, 20% of those deported had a violent criminal record. Proportionally under the Trump administration, it's 5%.
And it doesn't just show in the proportions, but also in the raw data. 2025 under Trump, 15,000 undocumented immigrants with bad criminal convictions on their records were deported. 2024 under Biden, 58,000 undocumented immigrants with bad criminal convictions on their records were deported.
Right. Yeah, no. That's just pure luck, mate. That's just pure chance. I mean, he's deporting them nonetheless, is he not? And he's doing it a lot bigger and a lot more than Joe Biden was.
What's a
Would
bigger
you like
number?
your country to be a hallway?
What's a bigger number? 58,000 or 15,000?
58,000.
Okay, so there were more undocumented immigrants, okay, with bad crimes on their records that were deported under Biden when we weren't doing a mass deportation.
Yep, that was registered in the data. Yep, there might be a few hundred or a few thousand out, but yeah, it says 58,000. And yes, it does say Joe Biden has deported more with criminal records. I'm not going to dispute that, and I'm not going to even disagree with you. But one thing I will say is that at the end of the day, if you were to pull me statistic up, because I know that you would pull me a statistic up and I'd be right, that Donald Trump has deported more illegal alien than Joe Biden. He has.
Yeah, but guess what? That's comprised of like the innocent undocumented immigrants that wouldn't rape people. Right? Like,
Yes,
when we're looking for like undocumented immigrants that are at the significantly higher proclivity to rape people, we'd identify them just like we would identify a citizen at a significantly higher proclivity to rape somebody. If they have already been found guilty of rape or some other violent crime, then they are at a significantly higher proclivity to rape someone again, which is why it matters. Which is why it matters a lot that under Biden, we deported like 4 times more undocumented immigrants with bad criminal convictions on their records.
Yeah,
and also,
did you
just
ever
mass
think of-
deportation as a whole causes more rape. The reason why I say that is because it destabilizes the economy, which increases poverty. And poverty is the driving cause of crime, including violent
Can you
crime.
prove that statement that you've just said there then?
Sure, the American Immigration Institute. The American Immigration
that rape
Institute.
is more likely when it's more likely when you deport people. Can you prove that, or is that just you saying that word for mouth?
I can prove it. The American Immigration Institute tells us that undocumented immigrants contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually. According to the IRS, they pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. And according to the Khalil Institute, immigrants as a whole have generated a $14.3 trillion economic surplus over the last 30 years, saving us from 3 recessions. What matters
So
is
how
that when
does
you
that
do a
prove
mass
your statement?
deportation, I'll tell you. This is how it proved this statement. When you do mass deportation and you forcefully expel 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers, you lose their contributions to the GDP, you lose their contributions to taxable revenue, and on top of that, okay, you destabilize our market because now you have less manufacturers with employees that could produce their goods and less consumers that are willing to buy the goods after they're produced. This leads to a chain reaction of companies going bankrupt, maybe one of the reasons why last year we saw the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, which then onsets widespread layoffs, which don't just impact undocumented immigrants, which is maybe last year we saw the most layoffs since the pandemic, and which then leads to subpar economic performance, maybe where we saw a percentage reduction in GDP growth, which then leads to terrible jobs report, which is maybe why last year we got the worst jobs report on record since 2003, ignoring recessions. All of these compounding effects then reduce the socioeconomic standing of the average American. That's obvious. And when you reduce the socioeconomic standing of the average American, clearly you're then going to see an increase in poverty. And because we know that there's a massive relationship between poverty and crime, if it does cause an increase in poverty, then we'd expect to see an upward pressure on crime.
So you believe that causes more rape if you deport more people?
Yes. I just gave you the argument.
I know, but that was like that was like some kind of I don't know. That's like when you throw a ping pong ball off four walls.
Actually,
and
let me specify what Dean's saying. If you focus on deporting individuals that are innocent, right, you're going to be making the country less safe comparative to focusing on those that have actually committed the violent crimes and the bad crimes and are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. And we think that the Democratic policy on the matter focuses on the worst of the worst to a greater extent and prioritizes addressing that comparative to the Republican policy, where they're prioritizing going after those that are just coming to this country for a better life and just to work here. So the point that we're making is that actually our policies have addressed violent crime to a greater extent, and Donald Trump's policies address it to a lesser extent. And also, I just want to clarify, you think the way to address violent crime in our country is to vote in a violent sex offender who's a convicted felon instead of a former prosecutor, former district attorney, and former attorney general?
No, I don't. I don't. And honestly, I don't really want to get into that side of that. I'm talking about politics, and I'm talking about Donald Trump, and I'm talking about what he's done. And you know, and I mean, you can't. Do you think, right? I just want you to answer this plainly, yes or no, right? Do you think he looks at two immigrants and thinks, oh, that one's not got a criminal record, let me just get rid of them and keep the one with a criminal record?
I think that they engage in policies that proportionally lead to individuals who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes to be deported, because they're not trying to go after those that have committed these particular violent offenses, right? They're just going after everybody. So proportionally, you're going to see more people who are just innocent that they're going after in the first place. So the point that we're making is that they have not at all engaged in policy specifically to go after the worst of the worst. Hell, I think that they've protected the worst of the worst when they've literally prevented the release of the Epstein files. If you care about limiting the amount of sex crimes that happens within our country, you wouldn't vote in a violent sex offender that's been protecting people in the Epstein files.
You are really trying to turn this conversation into Donald Trump's bad. This is why you support him, because he's bad. I'm telling you, I don't look at that stuff. I look at what he's doing and how good he is for the world as a greater whole, right? At the end of the day, he's solving immigration way more than
Solving
you've
immigration?
ever seen.
Less violent undocumented immigrants are being deported, and the economy is suffering because of it, which increases poverty and therefore causes more crime. How's that solving anything?
So
also, we're saying that you support this in despite of that.
I would love to come to your country as an immigrant and go and work and pay tax and do great
Guess what?
things
You can't, because he wants to terminate
legally.
H-1B visas.
And you also know
Yes.
that that's the policy we're advocating for, is to make it quicker for you to legally immigrate to our country. Democrats, the broader Democratic Party, their policy was still to criminalize undocumented entry, just make the legal process go quicker. And when they're criminalizing undocumented entry, they're prioritizing going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes over those that have just come here for a better life and are just working in the country. I think that's better policy to address all of the concerns that you've brought up relating to immigration. And I think that you've just been propagandized into believing that Democrats don't want to address these issues and or their policies are not addressing them. And I think that all of the data here, all the evidence indicates that Democrats care more and are addressing these things to a greater extent than Donald Trump is.
So are you trying to say that Donald Trump is anti-immigrant altogether, and that the Biden administration is pro-immigrant?
I would say that he's anti-immigrant altogether, because he never advocated for this faster ways for legal entry, and he's actively working to terminate legal entry, like removing the refugee status from like a bunch of different states, removing the temporary protected status from like a bunch of different countries experiencing political instability, leading to violence, making companies pay $100,000 for entries on H-1B visas. Then we have legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil, who came in here on a student visa and then got locked up for 3 months because of what he said in violation of the First Amendment. He's absolutely anti-immigrant. Hello? Unless you're a Scandinavian white woman, of course.
So what do you think of the Trump card then?
The Trump card, where you mean where the oligarchs will pay $1 million to get into this country? Sure.
Yeah,
He's
so he's bringing in
pro-immigration.
more
When the immigrant
high-value-
is an oligarch, that will give him $1 million. I think that, you could take about 90% of the population and you can make them accept something that they don't like with a price tag of $1 million on it.
How many of those have they sold?
What are you asking me?
Yeah.
I know they've sold a few, and you're bringing
No.
in some high value people who pay
No.
a lot of
No.
tax, and it goes towards your funding and your government and your army and your military. By the way, he's done so much for the military.
Can I wait? Hold
do
up. Can I
commend
prove
him
you
on
wrong
that.
real quick? So actually, it was a $5 million price tag, and only one has been sold, and it was for $1 million. Not even the $5 million original price tag. So only one has been sold, not multiple, not few, only one.
So you're telling me they gave them a £4 million discount?
And sold it to one person.
Yes, they literally got 75% off.
You see, I'm going to pivot a little bit. And I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
say
then
to
pay
you-
us our $25,000 each.
For what?
Well, I mean, when you pivot from an argument, it means that you're losing the argument.
Didn't you say if we disprove
I
you
didn't
on?
say I was losing the argument. I said prove.
Sir,
I said,
didn't you
I
say
said,
that if we
prove me
disprove
wrong
you on
in a
any
debate.
point that you would pay us 25,000 pounds each?
Yeah.
I just disprove you on a point?
Has he not sold the Trump card to the business?
One time. You said it was a few. I proved you wrong.
Can I-
It was
can I-
only
can-
one
can
time,
you-
and it was
can you
for
prove-
one.
can you
It
give
was
me
for
some
actually
proof?
not even 1/4. Actually, I got that wrong earlier. 1/5, 20%.
I'm going to need some proof first. Can you
What-
prove
what'd
to
you
me
say?
you sold one Trump card?
Okay, I got you.
Trump's gold card visa starting at 1 million granted to just one person so far. White House says. When was the date of that?
April 20th.
April 21st. So just
Oh,
a
that's
little bit back, and that's
crazy.
from AP News.
All right, bet. You know what? You caught me.
Okay, so do you owe me 25,000 pounds? Venmo, PayPal, in my link tree in my bio.
Well, I did say prove me wrong in a debate about Trump, and you proved me wrong in a point about Trump.
But I mean, we are in a debate. I did prove
We
you
are
wrong.
currently in the debate, yes, and we're talking about the Trump card. And I
To
asked
be
you about the
fair,
Trump card,
he
what you
did
think.
prove you wrong in a debate about Trump. Right?
Yes,
like,
I did.
Are we having a debate about Trump? Yes.
Yes.
Did Parker prove you wrong in that debate? Yes.
He did, yeah.
Wait, Parker and me.
Therefore, you owe me 25,000 pounds.
Wait.
Okay, bet.
Wait, you owe
All right,
us 25,000 pounds.
Okay, no problem. And actually, I do want to say this just before I do. You guys, honestly, I'm talking to you guys, and I've had many debates about Donald Trump, and the amount of facts and information you guys have is ridiculous. Because when I'm scrolling through TikTok, like most people do every day, it's Donald Trump doing this, Donald Trump doing that, and it's these things about how much good he's doing in him talking. And it does not show you what you guys have just said. And I'm listening to you guys talking to other people, and I'm like, oh, why he's being like that? Like, why he's being horrible and stuff. And then I'm talking to you now, and it's like, I am absolutely shocked at the statistics you guys know about that I have never been allowed to see. Because no one goes out the way to search things up. They just scroll TikTok and they say what they say, and that's what they believe.
Well, I'm happy that we could help educate you. Is this right, Parker?
Just look at the link tree in my bio. It's not right for both of them because I don't have the same for both Venmo and PayPal.
Oh, okay.
So people, if you put that up, people will send it to some random account. Just letting you know. It's in my bio. Everybody, just in my link tree in my bio.
Okay.
It's
so
the
there's
first two links.
So there's for me.
Okay, don't spend it all at once. Hang on. Are you alright with $5,000 first, and then $5,000 after, and then $5,000 after, and then $5,000
Yeah,
after?
yeah. Just do 5 each for 5 days in a row. for I think that would work.
Yeah, for each of us, yeah.
How on earth you guys manage to make money from this? I do not know.
Well, actually, I mean, you're part of it, so now you understand.
Just talking really quick and getting those dumb people in the box and just using a bunch of statistics and talking a lot. That's all it is, isn't it? I mean, you proved me wrong in a simple point. I proved you wrong in several, but fair enough.
I don't know if you've proved me wrong on any specific point. I would love to hear what specific point you're referencing, but
The Donald Trump is very much solving immigration.
But before we do, can we just each get our $5,000 real quick?
Yeah.
Just loading Halifax.
Just remember to click on the link tree in my bio and click on either the Venmo or the PayPal link, and it'll take you directly to my Venmo and PayPal.
Yeah. What are you sending it over? PayPal?
Can you not do Halifax? Not the sort code.
Don't even know what you just said.
Do you have it? Oh, it must be a British thing. Yeah, I can do PayPal.
PayPal, perfect.
PayPal is perfect. Yeah, just click on the PayPal and the link tree in my bio.
Yeah, so my PayPal handle is in the middle of the phone screen. His PayPal handle is in the link tree in his bio.
Yeah.
Make sure, oh, by the way, for mine, make sure you get that spelling right, man. You know, no typos. No typos.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no worries, bro. Alright, it should be coming through now.
Let me just make it real big there. You know, make sure it's just right there where the
I'm waiting for the notification.
With a big text in the middle of the screen.
All because I said Donald Trump sold a few of these cards. I'm actually gonna fact check.
Yeah, you can do that real quick.
Let me make it even bigger. How about that? You know what? Let's go even. D E A N W.
You do realise he's sold more than one, and more than one I've just realised has went through. There's 338 applications, and some of them have actually went through. They just haven't processed the payment fully. So technically, we're in a little bit of a dispute here. So we kind of need to talk about that right now.
How many have been sold? Because those haven't been sold. Those haven't. There's been no. It has to be approved.
You do realise you have to pay for an application. So they bought.
Wait. Pay for the application, not pay.
Yeah. So when you're filling out the application, you have to actually pay a fee.
Yeah.
For
what?
The card.
Wait. For what? What is a fee for?
For the Trump card.
No, for the application for the Trump card.
Yes, which is
technically different than the Trump card.
Okay, so we need to talk about this because, in my opinion, that tells me that 338 people have spent thousands of pounds on the Trump card. Simple as that. That's the way you say it. You don't say it any other way.
That's not what they've spent money on. They've spent thousands of dollars on the application for the Trump card.
So they're not spending their money on the Trump card then at all? Not whatsoever. So none of that money is being spent.
It's the application to get it.
But the money gets deducted off the Trump card once you've bought the application.
You said multiple cards have been sold. I just want to clarify. I know that you probably don't want to pay it up right now. I understand, but we can prove you wrong on future points. But I mean, you can just send it right now. It's okay.
I know you're not going to prove me wrong. That's why.
Do applications
we already have, sir.
Do applications guarantee approval?
No, because they need to do a background check.
Okay, so if applications don't guarantee approval, then that wasn't the sell of a Trump card. Because the sell of a Trump card would guarantee... Wait, so if you sell something, are you guaranteeing the transfer of said property to someone else?
So when I say to someone in my business that I'm going to do your car and they pay a deposit, that's them paying me to do the car. So when someone pays for an application,
that's actually a really good example. So for car dealerships, when people will put a deposit on that car to like hold it for like a couple days while they think about it, could be like $100, right? Did they sell that car?
So in your so what in your so in your anecdote, but no. So your point is, if they sell a car, it's
Can you
like
answer the
selling the Trump
question?
application.
Can you answer the question? If I go into a car dealership, I'm looking at a car, I think I like it, but I want to think about it for a little bit more, and then the dealership says, well, we can't guarantee we won't just sell it to somebody else unless you put $100 deposit down.
Which they do.
Okay. If I were to give them that $100 deposit at that moment in the car, at that moment in time, did they sell me the car?
No.
Thank you.
Good job it's a car and not a Trump card application, then, isn't it? Poor analogy, Dean. I won't lie.
You made the analogy about selling.
You still do owe us some money, though.
I want to say
PayPal is in the link tree in my bio.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one that made the and frankly, that's a good one.
You cannot force me into a corner and say that I'm wrong in this, because I'm telling you for a fact that if you put money down on that Trump card, you are going to get the Trump card if you do not have a bad criminal record.
Listen,
meaning
if
you bought
I
that Trump card and it gets taken off.
Listen,
in the end.
if I put $100 down on a dealership to hold a car to sell to me on Monday because that's when the bank opens and I could get the check, I'm going to have them sell that car to me. It's just the fact that it's going to happen on Monday, right?
So they haven't been sold yet. So
yeah.
That's the point. The point that was in question was how many have been sold so far.
So when you pay for a car on PCP,
that car wouldn't have been sold to me until Monday. Just like that card wouldn't have been sold to them until they approve the application and take a payment for the other $985,000.
So when you pay a deposit on a car, you pay the rest back monthly. So you've bought the car and it's in your possession, yet you haven't bought the full thing. That's what you're doing with the Trump card, essentially.
So we're not talking about a down payment on a car, because this isn't a down payment on the Trump card. We're talking about.
It essentially is.
Well, it's not essentially. We're talking about like $100 deposit, which could serve as a down payment on the card, given that the person comes back and agrees to the selling agreement. Similarly, the $15,000 that they have to pay for the application, it could serve as a future down payment once they sell the card. But before they sell the card, they would first have to approve the application. The approval of the application for the Trump card is required in order for that Trump card to be sold.
So we've been cornered into a section where we're gonna argue over whether the Trump card paying for a Trump card is actually paying for a Trump card.
We're saying that paying for the application.
You just do an application. You're not buying it already. You haven't bought it already just because you sent in an application to buy it.
Yeah, if I spend money on an application for Harvard University, am I in Harvard University?
No.
I'm not in I'm not in Harvard University until they look at my application and accept me. Very similarly, if I pay $15,000 for an application for a Trump card, I don't have a Trump card until they look at my application and accept me. And if I don't have a Trump card, then they didn't sell me a Trump card. Because when somebody sells something to you, then it's yours.
Yes. And when someone's selling you a Trump card and you have to just quickly fill in a few things to do a background check, that's essentially
it's not theirs until they approve the application and accept the other $985,000, because guess what? Trump cards don't have payment plans.
Dude, this guy. I'm sorry. It sounds like you're doing anything within your powers to not acknowledge that you are wrong.
I am not wrong. I mean, you have to prove me that I'm not wrong. If you can go and get me a deep fact, no, you haven't actually put anything on the screen or proven me wrong at all. Because what I'm telling you is that
put the article on the screen.
Okay, put something on the screen that says when you pay for the Trump card, you don't get it, and I have to pay you now £25,000.
Bro, I'm literally trying to show you this legitimately right now. According to the White House, they've only granted one Trump card.
I actually want to have a debate with you as well, and it's crazy that you're being this childish on this one Trump card.
Not if it makes me $25,000.
I think you're the one being childish, not being able to acknowledge that this is a fact. Like, I mean, I don't think what we're saying here is complicated.
I wish I had a computer right now. Can I quickly go and get you a fact, because I can't remember it off the top of my head?
I mean, we can prove you wrong on other points in the future after this point. We'll keep debating you on this, but I mean, you can just pay up with this point.
You're literally wrong, though. He sold some.
We're
Some
not
of them,
wrong.
they've even bought the card. It's just pending. It's not even like one person has bought.
Yeah,
One person
if I
has
send in an
publicly bought
application to
it.
buy a house, have I bought the house just because I sent
What,
in the
if you pay?
application
If
to
you
buy
pay
the
for the
house?
house?
Oh,
And if I sent in the application for the house and I paid the application processing fee for the application to buy the house, does that mean that they've already sold the house?
Oh my god, bro.
No, it doesn't. That's
It's a
obviously they
house.
haven't
We're not
already
talking
sold the
about
house.
house.
What's
Right.
the
Let
relevant
me
difference?
explain this to you very clearly. When
So
you
so
put
why
the
does
applica-
well, so
it's
why does our logic here?
100%.
So why does our logic here apply to houses and cars, but it doesn't apply to the gold card?
Because it's not a house and it's not a car, and
Okay,
what
so you're
applies
just,
to a
so
house
you're
doesn't
special
apply to a
pleading by
car.
naming the categories?
What applies to a house doesn't apply to a car, and what applies to a car doesn't apply for the Donald Trump gold card.
So then
But
what
you're not
applies to the
providing.
gold
You're not
card?
providing the reasonable distinction.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So when you pay, so what you don't
Bro,
understand
he's just not gonna do it.
Okay,
You're a
don't let me
fucking
speak then.
you're a fucking pill-brain moron, bro. You're wasting
Okay,
my time.
just insult me. You're just as bad as Donald Trump then. Just effing blind. I haven't effing blind you. I'm trying to have a debate with you.
Calling you
and
a
you're being very
pill-brain
rude now.
moron means that I basically raped
really
you
rude.
and threatened to genocide 90 million people, because that's what would be necessarily required for you to argue that makes me just as bad as Trump.
Okay. I mean, you know, it doesn't make you just as good as him by going and getting people up and
instead of
insulting them
talking
like
about
that.
that,
I haven't swore at you, and I don't appreciate
I
that.
mean, hold on. I've been very nice to you, so I mean, okay. They just left.
No, I just kicked him. Wasted my time.
Okay, everyone.
A couple people to thank here. Tristan, thank you so much for the 10 cents. I appreciate you. Taylor, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. And then TR, thank you for the $25, who says you need an escrow company to start holding these bets, lol. Right? Thank you for the $25,000. Thank you for the $25 TR. Let's get 250 TRWs. Yeah, man, I'm down $26,000 today. Michael, thank you for the $25, who says, does Justin know the fourth planet from the sun? Probably not. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Caitlin. And I'll probably be back next year for the same event. And then Rami, thank you so much for the $30 donation, who says, this guy lost. Yeah, of course he lost, Rami. Thank you for the $30. And by the way, it's great to see you. I appreciate you so much. And Amanda, thank you for the $10. Over on PayPal, thank you, Dondi, for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, you're amazing. I appreciate you so much, Dondi. That is Dondi. Same thing to Francesca. Thank you so much for the $10. And Janice, thank you so much for the $24, who says, this guy is very emotional. Tell him to stand 10 toes down. Well, yeah, he didn't. I appreciate you for the $24, Janice. You are awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support. And then Casey, thank you for the $10 as well. All right. Parker, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the day. You want to go live?
Yeah, I was gonna hop on right now. Have a good night, bro. Have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate you for coming on, man. All right, folks, for everybody watching at home, that's a wrap on the stream. As per usual, I will see you all again tomorrow. I hope that you've all had a great weekend. This is Sunday night out here in Colorado. For all the college grads, I wish you the very best of luck in life. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye. Good night and goodbye. Go raid Parker. Spam Dean raid in his chat. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. I'll see you all over there. Bye-bye.